This is Andrew with the Best Tech. In this session, we're going to master how to create a full-stack cutting-edge job search application. We're going to take UI design into consideration, making the most appealing design for our application. We're going to cover various technologies, and the technologies that we're going to cover are as follows. We're going to use Firebase, not only for our front end, but we're also going to use it for our back end. We're also going to take a look at how we can create the most advanced Node Express server, as well as using Mongodb advanced queries in our backend. And as for our front end, we're going to be using Flutter, and we're going to use Provider as our state management. Our application comes with a lot of cool features, including a product-oriented Firebase chart. So without wasting any time, let's jump in and take a look at our application and introduce all the features. And introduce the main features of our application. So if you open our application, the first thing that we see is our onboarding screen. So here we can slide, and to end our application, we have to press this button, continuous guest. So on our onboarding page, if we try to go back, now we don't have the ability to go back. So we should just enter the application. So here, our application, we have the ability to view the jobs without even logging into the application. But if you want to do more inside the application, then we should go ahead and log in. So if we go to our menu here, we have this zoom drawer. So our chart is going to have a chart. Our app is going to have a chart, bookmarks, and if you make an application for a job, you will see your applications here in the profile. So all these pages are logged. You cannot see them unless you log in. But before we go on to introduce our login page, let's go on to our home page. In our home page, we need to check our page, our job page. So this is our job page. We have description, the requirements of the job, and you are able to apply here. But since we are not logged in, we can only be prompted to the login page. So let's go back. Let's go ahead and test our search. So if we search for something, let's say for a job, we're going to search for something that's related to Java. So here we have a Java backend developer job. So if you click on it, you're taken to the job. Press back, it's the same. We press back, we're taken back to this page. And here we have the ability to see all the jobs that are the popular jobs that we have in our application. And if we click, we can be redirected to this page. So for a logged in user, have the ability to add this job to bookmarks. But for now, you cannot see where to add the job because we are not logged in. So let's go back. Same as here, we can see all the jobs that we have in our recently posted jobs. So let's go ahead and try to log into an account. So if you press login, we're prompted to our login page. So our authentication requires an email and a password. So I have an account already, but before we log in, we have a registration page. So we have to provide a full name, email, and a password. And our password here is obscure. We can either show it or hide it, but we don't want to log in as yet. So what we're going to do, we're going to go back to the login screen. So in our login screen, we have to enter the email. If we come to our profile, we are no longer redirected to the login page. We are redirected to our profile page. That means we are successfully logged in. And if we take a look at our product page, now we have the ability to add a job to the bookmarks and delete a bookmark. So if we delete a bookmark, this is the message that we receive. So let's take, for example, we add this job to our bookmarks, and we come here, we visit our bookmarks. So this is the job that we just added to our bookmarks. If we come and remove it, and we go back, that job is no longer existent. So that means our bookmarks are working fine. So down here, this user cannot apply for the job since he's the one who uploaded the job. So this is an agent account. So our application has three types of users. We have the administrator, we have an agent, and we have a user, like a regular user. So for an agent, they can only edit the job they've uploaded. So if they press edit, they're taken to this page where they can edit the job and re-upload the job. So here we have the switcher. Here we can choose from a choice chip. Let's go back. So if it is an agent, we go to our profile, and in our profile here, an agent has the ability to upload a job. If you are to upload a job, then you can enter the information of the job that you want to upload, and then you can press upload. Then the job will be sent to our backend. And here we have agent information. This part only appears if a person is an agent. And if you want to edit this part, you can click on edit. This is the information related to the agent. So let's press back. And here right on top, we have the ability to add SKUs. For example, we want to add one more SKU to this list. We can just press this button and the text field appears here. So let's just write anything random and we add the job. We add the SKU. So this is the SKU that we have here. If we long press on the SKU, we have an icon here to delete the SKU. So if we delete, then the SKU should be gone. So we should refresh the page a little. So the SKU is gone. So right now, let's go ahead and introduce the differences in profiles. So we have one profile for agent and the other profile for a regular user. So for an agent, we have agent information, and the agent can be able to upload a job, but the other user can only apply to become an agent. And if he is verified that, okay, this particular person is now an agent, that's when they'll get a profile, which is the same as the agents. Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, let's go ahead, visit a job. So we have this job right here and we want to apply for the job. So if we press apply, we are taken to the chat. So this is our chat list. This is the agent that we're talking to on this particular job. And right on top, we have agencies and companies. So we'll get a recommendation. We'll get recommendations, random recommendations. Each and every time that we open this page, we'll get a different set. So here we have Churchill at first. So if we go to bookmarks, come back to charts, it should give us a random. So everything is changing. Here, the last one is Dr. Dre, and the first one is Churchill. So if we refresh this page again, then we should get a different order. It's not supposed to be the order, but I have a few agents in my backend. That's why we can see the same. But if we have more, then you get 7 different agents each and every time a person opens a page. So let's take, for example, Dr. Dre here. If we click on Dr. Dre, we'll see the information that is related to Dr. Dre's agency, the name, the address, and their working hours, and the jobs they have uploaded to this application. So let's go back. Now we want to focus on our chart. We have the name of the person that we're chatting to, the time the message was sent, and here we have an opener. Okay, so if we click in here, our status is online, and we said it's a product-oriented chart. That means we're not opening a chart with a person, but we're opening a chart based on a particular product. And for this instance, our product is a job. So that's our product. So here we can set a message like hello. So before we send, let's come here, open our chart. So this is what we can see. So if I send this message here, it's going to be updated. So this message has been sent like at 15:24. That's the same time here. We want to respond to the message. So if we start typing here, we'll get a typing status on the other user. And if we send this message, this is the message that we can see here, and the profile picture that we can see belongs to this user, to the agent. Okay. So one other thing here, we have a count of one message. And if I click here, open the chart, the count is always going to remain 1. But if the other user who we send the message to clicks, then the count becomes 0 or it disappears. That means the user has read the message. So let's just type something random, send. We have our message. So this is how our chart works. After this, we need to go ahead each and every time that we open or we apply for a job, that job is sent to our backend and we can see it in our applications. So if we open, we've applied for this job. Okay, this is the job that we applied for. We can view the job. Now we have the details. To get started with this project, you're going to need to have the starter code. So to get started with this project, you're going to need the starter project. So if you don't have it, then you can go on the link below, download it, then we can start together. So after downloading the starter code, what you need to do, you need to go ahead and unzip the starter code. After unzipping it, you need to go ahead and open it in your code editor. And for this instance, I'm going to be using VS Code. So here, I'm going to open a new window in VS Code and drag and drop the project in VS Code. So I have it open already. So let me close this one. So before I even go there, so what we're going to do, we're going to start working on our onboarding screen first. And then since our application is not an authentication first kind of application, you can access the application without logging in. And then when you want to do more, that's when you're required to log in. What we do, we work on the onboarding screen, and then we work on products. We're going to be alternating between our backend and our frontend so that we can facilitate this data straight from the backend rather than to use dummy data and try to remove it later on. So we're just going to be alternating between the two, the backend and the frontend, so that we can make the process quick and easy. So here, let's go ahead and introduce the starter code itself. So we need to open our starter code. Looking at the folder structure, we have assets here first. Okay, so these are assets. We have icons and images. Images, that's where we're going to store all the images that we're going to be using for this application. These images are local images. And for network images, then we're going to be looking at other alternatives. And for our icons, we only have icons and SVGs. Those are SVG icons. Let's go ahead and open our lib folder. In our lib folder, we have our constants. Okay, constants folder, and in our constants folder, we have constants. Okay, so in our constants, we're going to be storing all the constant data that we're going to be using in our application. That's including the colors that we're going to be using and some other values that we need to store locally. And let's go to our controllers. Our controllers are providers in this instance because we are going to be using provider for state management. So if you take a look at jobs provider, this is just an empty provider which has a class name and it extends a change notifier. So that goes for most of our providers except for Zoom provider. Okay, so for Zoom provider, it extends change notifier, but we have a provider in here. Here we're just going to be handling the index of our Zoom drawer, of our drawer. So that's why we have this. We're going to explain it a little bit more when we get to the drawer part. So next we have models. So in our models, that's where we're going to store all the models that we're going to be using to send requests and to process the response once we make an API call. So for our requests, we have a folder, and in this folder we have folders. In these folders we have files. So these models, we are not going to be making them per se, but I'm going to show you how to make models once we started working on our API. Despite the fact that we have them, you should know the process on how to do it, especially if you want to make changes to the application. You should be able to know how to do some certain stuff. So that's why we're going to cover it. And we're going to just use the easiest way possible to create models. It makes life easier for programmers because you don't have to be writing this code by hand. If you can automate it, the better. So we're going to show you how to do it and how to do it faster. And as for our response, it's the same. We have folders, and in these folders we have files. And let's go to our services. So in our services, we have the helper files. These helper files are the ones that we're going to use to make to store the classes that we're going to use to make API calls. Okay, so these files are just classes, class with name, and here we have a static variable with the name client, and here this client is equals to HTTPS client. So here we're not going to be using HTTP because as we are making our server, we're going to be hosting it and pushing the changes. That's why we're using HTTPS here. And as for our config is going to store all the endpoints that we're going to be using, including the base URL. So our base URL is this one that we have here, which has the name API URL. So once we host the server, we're going to copy the URL that we get from Railway, and we're going to paste it in here, and we're going to be using these endpoints to connect to our backend. And we also have Firebase services. So in Firebase services, we're going to store all the services that all the functions that we're going to be using to communicate with Firebase. Okay, so for Firebase, we're going to be touching Firebase only to deal with our chat section. But we're going to hook our application a little bit earlier before we even get to the Firebase part. So in utils, we have dates. This is how we are going to handle our dates in our chart. So all this is just one function. It takes in date, and here we have different conditions to process the dates. We're going to get to it when we are working on our chart. And in our views folder, we have two folders. We have common. The common, we're going to be storing all the widgets that we are going to be sharing amongst the pages. So if you open it, we have a drawer, and inside the drawer, we have the draw widget and the draw screens. These ones, we're going to be using them first. So we're going to introduce them a little bit earlier than other widgets. And we have the other ones that we're going to be using here. So the approach that we're going to be taking is to just introduce, like on the first use of a widget, we're going to be visiting that widget, introduce it, and then we can continue to use it so that we won't have any confusion. And as for our screens, we only have folders and we don't have anything in them. So we're going to be creating the screens from scratch. And down here, we have mainscreen.dart, and it's just a setful widget which returns a scaffold, and the scaffold doesn't have anything in it. And here, this is our entry that we're going to be changing a little bit sooner than anything else. So what we can do here, we can just cut this, go to our main, and we paste this here. We can delete this folder. The file, we can delete the file, not the folder. So after deleting, what we need to do, we need to come to our main.dart and we hook it up to the main screen and delete this from here. So in our main.dart, we have this widget that we created on top, this widget takes in main screen. Okay, so at first it's going to take the main screen, but once we start developing, we are going to just put an onboarding screen so that we can see what we are developing. And once we have much data to put logic behind how we are going to be processing our entry point, then we can come here and change. And here we are running our application, and we wrapped our application inside multiple providers. So as we said before, we are going to be using providers as state management. So we need to have these providers initialized first before we run our application. So my application is returning a run app is returning a child. My app, which is a stateless widget that we have here, stateless widget is wrapped around ScreenUtils. ScreenUtils is going to help us to manage our screens, like the responsiveness of our screens between devices. So like we develop, even use different devices, same app, different sizes. So ScreenUtils will help us to curb overflow issues as well as resizing the text according to the screen. And we're going to be using GetX for navigation. That's why we have our application here, our get material app. We're not returning material app, we are returning get material app. And here we are returning our entry point. Our home is going to be this default home, which is the widget that we have on top. So that's all. Next, we're going to get started with developing our application, writing our code. Okay, so now it's time for us to start writing our code. So the first thing that we need to go ahead and import this main screen. Okay, we import it right on top, and we have to run our application. So we still have an error here. So let's see what's the error. So let's just get rid of this and try to have default home. So let's try to run our application. If you don't run into an error, then we can continue. But most probably, if you're running it for the first time, you might run into a different error. So if you run into a different error that's related to the login page, you need to come to the sign-in provider and remove the line of code that's going to be here that's related to the login page, the page that we deleted. Okay, so we're going to wait a little bit for our application to launch. So it's going to launch on this simulator, and then we take a look at what we have, then we can proceed. But before, whilst we're waiting, what we can do, we can go ahead and open the other simulator that we have here. So we have this onboarding screen. That's the one that we're going to redesign. So this is the design that we're going to be working with. So we're going to be using a page view so that we can be able to slide from one widget to another. We're going to have these widgets inside the page view wrapped in a stack. So they're going to be on the background, and on top of the page view, we're going to have this indicator, and we're going to have this button right at the bottom. So we're going to use a stack, positioned widget, page view, and we're going to use the indicators as well as these text buttons that we have here. Okay, so right now we can go back to this simulator. So the application has initialized and it ran. So here, what we need to do, we need to go to our main. Okay, probably I removed something here. So we had a center, we had a body. So probably you have this code, but I don't have it. So I just have to write it quick. And here we had a child. So our child was a reusable text widget. And this reusable text widget is coming from the widgets that we have in our common folder. So here we have reusable text. Okay, so let's write whatever we need to write in here and then go and take a look at our reusable text widget. So first here, our reusable text widget takes a string. Okay, so for the string, we're just going to say welcome. And it also takes a style. So we have a custom style that we created, and it's within the same common folder. So it goes by the name appStyle, and it takes in some properties. So for size, we have to give it a size of 18. For a color, then we're going to use colors in our constants. So here we're going to use kdark, and to use colors from our constants, we have to add dot value right after the color. Then we can say, we can mention the color here, and we have to add dot value. And afterwards, we need to mention the font weight. So I'm just going to make it bold and save. So we have our text here. So let's go ahead and take a look at this reusable text widget. So this is our reusable text widget. It takes in, it's a stateless widget which requires two properties. First, we have a string, and it requires a text style object with the name style, and it returns a text. So for this text, we have this text, and this text is coming from the parent widget that we're going to be using this reusable text. And we have max lines. So for each and every component that we're going to use a reusable text, the text is not going to exceed 1 line. The maximum line is 1. And here we have soft wrap, and it's false. Text align is aligned to the left. And overflow, if we have an overflow, then our text is going to fade, and it takes in a style. So style is of property text style. So here we have to provide the style. That's the style that we are providing here as our app style. So our app style is a text style object with the name app style. So we have to visit this app style. So our text style takes in certain properties, arguments. It takes in size, color, and font weight, and it returns Google Fonts. And for this application, we're going to be using Poppins, and our font size is mapped to this size that we're going to provide from our parent widget. So what we mean by parent widget is this size is the one that we are providing here. Okay. And color is the color that we are providing here. Same as for the font weight, it is the font weight that we are providing here. Okay, so we send them here, and they're sent to this return value, Google Fonts Poppins, and each and every property, not each and every, but for font size, we have this SP. So this SP is a property of Flutter screen utils. So it's going to help us to resize the text according to the device size. Okay, so we are done with this explaining our reusable text. Next, we can go on to start working on our onboarding screen. So to get started with our onboarding screen, we require to have the pages and the widgets that we're going to use. So here, I'm going to create a new folder inside onboarding, the onboarding folder. So this onboarding folder is within our lib folder inside of the screens. Okay. So we have to create a new folder in here, and we have to give it a name. So here, all the widgets that we're going to use for onboarding screen are going to be stored inside the screens folder, which belongs to that page. Okay. And we are also going to have a file, not a text file, but it's going to be a Dart. And we have to give it a name. And the name that we're going to give it is onboarding. Okay, here it's supposed to be onboarding screen. And it's going to be a .dot file. Okay, so for our onboarding screen, we're going to make it a stateful widget because we are going to require some controllers that we need to dispose. So we need to make it a stateful widget. And we need to give it a name. So for the name is going to be onboarding screen. So after this, we need to import material package here. So our errors are gone. We can save, and down here we need to return a scaffold. Okay, instead of returning a container, we're going to use a scaffold. And for our scaffold takes a body. Okay, so we're going to have a body here. And for body, we're going to return a stack widget. Okay, so our stack takes in children. So we have to put the children that we want to use in here. So let's just create the hierarchy of the widgets that we want to use. So at first, we're going to have a page view. Next, we're going to have a positioned widget. So we need to add a comma here. And for this, it takes in a child. For a positioned widget, it takes in a child, but we have to manipulate it a little bit. That's something that we're going to do a little bit later. So here, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to return a center like that. And we need to add another positioned widget below this. So what we're going to do, we're just going to copy paste, add a comma here. So that's the hierarchy of the widgets that we're going to have in here. So everything that we're going to be working on is going to be inside these widgets that we just created. So let's save that. Next, we're going to be designing our application, designing our widgets, because inside the page view, we need 3 widgets for when we are sliding. Okay, let's take, for example, here. Still cannot find it, but okay. Let's open this. Let's bring it down. Let's go back here. So when we are sliding, these are the pages that we need to, the widgets that we need to design. Okay, we need to design these widgets, and then we can work on the positioned widgets, which is this one that we have here, and the text buttons that. So first, we're going to focus on our page view, and then we can move on to the other widgets, the 2 positioned widgets that we have below. So the first thing that we need here, our page view takes in a controller. We need to be able to control how we scroll somehow and manipulate our scroll. So we need a controller. So here, if we type in controller, now we need to create the controller. So we need to go right on top. So right on top, we're going to create a page controller, and we have to give it a name. So I'm just going to give it the same name as page controller. So here it's going to take in page controller. So we are done creating our page controller. So we need to hook this page controller to this controller property that we have in here. So let's just paste it here. So we're done with our controller. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and dispose our controller, because each and every time that we use it, we need to dispose it afterwards. So we're going to have a dispose method. And inside of our dispose method, then we're going to dispose our page controller. So we're going to have page controller.dispose. So right underneath, we're going to also require the physics of how we want to scroll. Okay, whether we want to scroll or we don't want our page view to be scrollable. We just want it as a page. So we're going to have a combination of both. Like the first two widgets of our page view, they're going to be scrollable. But the last one, once you reach the last page, it's going to be stationary. You're not going to be able to scroll back. You're forced to enter the application. Okay. So here we're going to have physics, but for a start, since we don't have our providers as yet, we're going to make it always scrollable physics. I mean, we have to add const here to get rid of the complaining lint. And our page view takes in a list of widgets. So this list is going to be inside the children property. So inside the children property, that's where we are going to put our widgets. So let's say, for example, we have, let's just say, a container, right? If we have a container here of size, okay, of width. So width, we're going to use the width that we have in our, constants. So this width is the same width as the device width, okay? And we're also going to have a height, right? And we're going to use a height from our constants as well, like that. So if we go ahead and click, this is the width and the height. We can find it in constants, app constants. So we have two values, the height and the width. These sizes are the same as the sizes that we mentioned when we were launching our application here in Screen Utils. Okay, so these are the sizes that we're going to be manipulating inside of our application if we mention width and height. Okay, so here let's just give it a color. So here we have to add dot value. Let's make it orange. That's our first widget. Okay, so we need to get rid of this simulator and bring back the simulator that's related to the application that we're working on, this one. But for now, our homepage is still the main screen. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and hook the onboarding screen to our main.dart so that we can see the changes. So we can do it here right on top. Instead of having a main screen here, we can have onboarding screen. Okay, if we save, looks like we don't have any change. Okay, so you need to restart the simulator for us to have a change here. So right now we can try to scroll, but we cannot go anywhere since we have one widget in our lists. Okay, so if we go back to onboarding and copy this container and paste it two more times to make three widgets. Okay, like that. And just change the colors here. We can have K dark blue, and we can have another color here, K dark purple, and save. So now that we have three widgets, we can be able to scroll. Okay, once we reach the last one, we can't go anywhere. So this is our scroll. We are scrolling inside these children. Okay, this one being the index 0, this one being index 1 and index 2. So that's how our page view works if we put this property as the physics of the page view. But if we change the physics to never scrollable physics like so, then we are not going to be able to scroll to the next page. So we need to make it scrollable so that we can see the changes whenever we are making them on each and every widget. So let's go back. Okay, so this is what we have now. So now we need to go ahead and design these widgets. So we're going to get rid of these widgets that we created in here. We're going to create them separately in here in our widgets folder. Okay, so we're going to have three widgets. Okay, so we're going to give them names like page 1, page 2, page 3, so that it can be easier. So let's create a file. So the first one, we're going to call it page 1. And it's going to be a dot file. It's supposed to be page 1. Let's add an A. And we're going to have page 2. And it's also going to be dot. And let's have page 3. And it's a dot file as well. So inside each and every file that we created, we need to create a stateless widget. Okay, so we have to give it a corresponding name. If we're creating for page 3, then we have to give this widget a name, page 3. And we need to import material here. So we are done with this. So what we can do now, we can just copy whatever we've created in here, go to page 1, paste, and we come here, press Command D, and then we can just edit the last part. That's page 1, and we have page 2. So page 2, we paste again, select, press Command D, and then here we have the name. So this is page 2. We save. So we have our 3 widgets. Next, we're going to visit each and every widget and design them. But before we start designing, what we can do, we can come to our onboarding screen. In our children's lists, we can have our page 1, page 2, and then page 3. Like that. So we need to import these 2. And let's add consts here. Okay, so our lint is no longer complaining. So we're going to be working on page 1 first, then we go on to page 2, then we finish off with page 3. So right now we need to go ahead and work on page 1. So this is what our page 1 is going to look like. So we need to bring the other simulator back, but basically we're just going to have a scaffold in the container inside. So let's just start working, and then we can see what it looks like. So here, if we bring back this simulator, our page is white, it has nothing in it. So we need to replace this container with a scaffold. So as always, a scaffold text in a body. So for our body, we're going to require a container. So a container is just like a box. So you can give this box height and width. So we're going to have, we want it to have the maximum height and want to have the maximum width. We want it to occupy the full screen. Okay, so first we have our width and we have our height, and we also need to give it a color. So here, a container comes with a color property, so we're going to use it to change the background color of the container. Otherwise, by default, it's going to be white. So here we're going to use the color property, and here we have to make it k dark purple, like that. So if we save, then our color changes. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do, if we come here, we have over and take a look. Our container takes in a widget, a child. Okay, so this child is a widget. So we need to use that widget here. So we have to mention the property name child. And for our child, we're going to have a column. So in our column, a column takes in children as well. So a column works in a way that it puts widgets not on top of each other, but one on top of another. It's one on top of another. It's like when you're laying bricks, bricks of a wall, that's more like a column. That's like the simple example that I can give. So here it's going to take in children. So for our children, first we need to create a little bit of space on top. So here we're going to use a size box. So let's have const and we're going to use a size box. Size box works the same as a container, but it doesn't have as much properties as a container has. So we can use it to manipulate something like height, width. So here for our height, we're going to give it a height of 70. And after this, we're going to require an image. Okay. So our image is going to come from assets, and we need to mention the path where our image is coming from. So here our image is going to come from assets / images / we have an image with the name page1. Okay, so we're going to visit our assets to check. Okay, so before we even save, let's go to our assets. Here we have page1. That's the image that we want to display. So here we have the path already. Hopefully it's correct. If it's correct, we are going to have an image here. Okay, so that's what we have here. So we need to have the text below. Okay, because if we visit our design here, we have this text and we have the other text way below. Okay, so we need to handle this text first. These two, the indicators and these text buttons, are within positioned widget, so we are going to deal with them a little bit later. But for now, we can deal with this since it's in a page view. It's in a child component of a page view. Okay, so let's go back to our application. So here we need to add another size box below. We need to add a little bit of space, a little bit of height between the image and the next component next widget that we're going to have, which is going to be a text widget. Here we're going to give it a height of 40, and down below we're going to have a column. So our column, we say our column text in children. So our first child is going to be a reusable text widget. So as we said before, our reusable text widget requires a text, and of which our text is a string. So we need to provide the text that we need to display on the screen. So here we're going to say, find your dream job, something like that. And then we have to deal with our app style. So let's bring this down so that everything can be visible. So here we have to pass our app style. So we have to give it a size, and the size that we're going to give it 30, and we need to give it a color. For the color is going to be white in color. So here we have to use KLight. It's supposed to be KLight here, and we have to add dot value. And for the font weight, we have to make it a little bit thinner. So we're not going to go with bold, but we're going to go with W500. So let's save. So we have our text. Right underneath, we need to add another size box. Let's format the code a little. So this size box is going to have a height of 10, and we're going to have another reusable text widget way below. So let's add a comma here and then paste our reusable text. So here it's not supposed to be a reusable text, because reusable text takes in one line. We need to have multiple lines. So what we're going to do, we're going to convert it to a text. So for a text, we don't need to provide this text property. We need to get rid of it. We can just provide our string, and the app style, it remains the same. We just need to manipulate how we are going to the size and the font weight. So for our size is going to be 14, and our font weight is going to be normal, like that. So here we need to write the text. So the text might be a little bit longer. Okay, but let's go ahead and try to write your dream job according to your skill sets and experience. And we can just write something small. I'm going to change this a little bit later. It's better for me to just design first and worry about the words a little bit later, because it saves us a little bit of time. So here we need to add some extra property. We need to align our text, because as we see, everything is starting from the left to the right. So we need to have text align, and we need to utilize the property text align in here. It's supposed to be text align, and we have to align to the center. If we save, that's what our text look like. So what we need to do here, we don't want our text to be touching the bezels of the screen. Okay, so in order for us to get rid of this, we need to wrap this text widget inside of a padding. So if you're providing a padding, what we need to do next is to go ahead and change this property from all, because we just need to manipulate the horizontal side left and right. So we need to make it symmetrical. So here it's supposed to be symmetric, and we need to manipulate the horizontal side only. And on the horizontal, we're going to give it 30, like that. So here you can write the correct text that you want displayed. Because for me, I wrote something random. It's something along those lines, but it's better if you write something that is standard. Okay, so I'm just going to remove some text so that I can have 3 lines here. So we are done with our first page. Next, we're going to move on to our second. Let's go ahead and work on our page 2. So what we need to do, we worked on page 1, and page 2 is quite similar to page 2. So here we're just going to copy this container, go to page 2, close page 1, go to page 2, and then not container per se, we can just keep it as a container. So here we have to return a scaffold, and we need to give a body to our scaffold. After the body, then we're going to paste the code that we just copied. Let's get rid of that. So in here, we need to import these properties because they're missing. We don't have the width. Here, we are not going to be using reusable text, so we might as well just remove it here and remove this text that we have here. But we need to import our app style. So our errors are gone. So if we save, page 2 is going to be a replica of page 1. So let's go ahead and make the changes. So the first thing that we need to change the color. So our color here is going to be K dark blue. It's going to be K dark blue. So let's have K dark blue first. We save it. So that's our color. So we need to go ahead and reduce this size a little bit from 70 to 65. After that, we need to change the image to page 2. And let's save. So that's our image over there. So we need to add a little bit of padding around the image. And we're going to give it a padding of 8. So we can leave it like that, but we have to take our screen utils into consideration. So we're going to use a property .h. And we have to get rid of this constant here to get rid of the error. So our image has been like, we added a little bit of padding. Our image is inside a little bit. So that's exactly what we need. Right underneath, we need to add a little bit of space between this image and the text that we're going to have here. So instead of having 40 over here, we're going to have 20. And then let's save. And right at the bottom, we're going to have a column. So in our column text children, our first child is going to be a text widget. And we have a text widget already. So here we need to change this text to something like stable yourself. And here we need to bring the next text to the next line. So to do that, we use an arrow plus n. Then we write the text that we need on the next line with your ability, something like that. So that's our text. So our text is starting from the left. So we need to add text align. So we say text align, text align. And here we're going to align our text to the center so that we can have our stable yourself on top, and then the next line with your abilities right at the bottom. So these are the texts. You can change to whatever you want your text to be, but mine is going to remain the same. Okay, so even the size and the size and the font weight is going to remain the same. So I'm going to leave it like that. But here, let's see, we're going to have symmetric. We might need to, horizontal is okay. So everything is okay for page 2. We can move on to page 3. So in our page 3, we're going to do the same, but our page 3 has more properties as compared to page 1 and page 2. Okay. So we're going to require the same container. So we can go to page 3. In our page 3, replace this container with a scaffold first. And inside of our scaffold, we require a body. And we paste the container. Let's get rid of the extra comma. And in here, we need to import our constants. And we need to change this color to K light blue. Something like that. So let's save. Here, we need to go ahead and remove this column. Okay. So we're going to get rid of this column like that. So if we move, that's our page. So here we need to change this image to page 3, then we save. So that's going to be the image that we're going to use. So after this image, we need to utilize the size box because we need to add a little bit of space between this image and the next image that we're going to have. But we need to remove this size box right on top because everything has to start from the top. And let's get rid of this extra space that we have here. Let's change this from 40. Let's make it 20. After making it 20, right at the bottom, we need to go ahead and have a text widget. We're going to have a text. So our text requires a text. So we're going to give it a text. Welcome to, let's just give our name Job Hub. Let's give it a capital H over here. Something like that. So we need to manipulate the style of our text. So here we're going to have the style property, and for style property we're going to use our app style. We need to give it a size. So our size is going to be a little bit bigger, so we need to give it a size of 30. And for the color, it's going to be white, so we're going to use K light, and we need to add dot value. It's supposed to be value over here. And our font weight is going to be a little bit dense as compared to the other ones. So we're going to use font weight dot W600, something like that. Then we save. So that's our text. Right below our text, we need to go ahead and add another text. So for this one, for welcome, what we can do, we can change it to reusable text. Either way, it's okay. So if we change it to reusable text, now we need to provide the text property like that. So underneath this, we need to add a little bit of space. Okay, we paste this. Let's add a comma at the end of the reusable text widget so that we can get rid of our error. And let's make this size box 15. Format our code. Add a little bit of space so that our code can be visible. So right underneath, we're going to have another text widget. So our text widget takes a string. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to copy the text that we have here. Before I start, paste it here. So we have a text here, and we need to add style to it. Okay, so here we're going to have the style property. So for style, we're going to use app style. So here it has to be normal, like that. Let's add another brace. another bracket, not a brace. Okay, let's bring this a little bit inside. So we have this text. So we need to align this text. So we are going to use the same properties that we used before. So we are going to use text align and text align, text align, and we have to place it to the center, something like that. But we need to change this size to a smaller size. So we're going to give it a size of 14, something like that. So our text is touching our bezels and we don't want that. So to change that, we need to add padding. So we've added a padding, and here we have to utilize screen utils just like what we did before, and we need to get rid of this constant and save. So our error is gone. Next, we're going to put a button right at the bottom so that we can continue to the next page, which is going to be the onboarding, which is going to be our main screen. Okay. So in order for us to do that, we are going to just add a little bit of space. So let's take this, paste it down. So now we have a little bit of space. Right now, we need to go ahead and put a button. So we're going to use a custom outline button. So this one is a custom button from our common. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to visit it. Okay, so once we visit, we can see the properties that are required for this button. We require width, height, the text of the button, the function, like what will happen if you click on the button, and the colors. We have two colors. One is for the background of the button, and the other one is for the border of the button. Okay. So in here, it's just a gesture detector, and our gesture detector takes in on tab function, which is this function that we have here. And here, our gesture detector also takes in a child property, which is a widget. We can see it here. So the widget that we're going to use is a container. And this container takes in the height and the width, which is the height and the width that we're going to provide here. And for the decoration, we're going to add a little bit of border radius of 9 so that we can have corner edges. And for our border, we're going to have a width of 1, and it's going to take in a color. So this color is going to be for the border, and color 2 is going to be for the button itself. Okay. And right inside this container, we're going to require a text. And this text, we need to provide it from our parent component. So let's go ahead to page 3 and manipulate. So first we need to provide the text. Okay, so our text is going to be continuous guest, like that. And here we have to provide a border color. Okay, so our border color is going to be K-light, like that. So we need to provide a little bit of height, okay, and width so that we can manipulate how it looks. So first we add the height. So we're going to give it a height of, let's just say height here multiplied by 0.06. Okay, let's save. We can make it smaller a little. 0.5 will do. And we need to provide the width. So for width, we use the width from our constants, and we multiply it by 0.9. Okay, that will do. So we need to do something when we press on this button. We need to go on to the next page. So to do that, we have to provide onTap function. So here on tap, we are going to navigate to the main screen. So we said for navigation, we're going to be using getX. So in order for us to navigate in getX with getX, then we have to say get.to. Okay. So let's import get first. Okay. After importing, say dot to. So in here, we have to provide the name of the page that we want to navigate to. But before, we need to add brackets and we have to say main. Okay, like that. So that's going to be the next page, but we're going to play around with it a little. So what's left is to play around with our positioned widgets. Now that we're done creating our pages 1 to 3, we can close them. We need to focus on something else. We need to focus on this onboarding screen. So the first thing that we need to do in our onboarding screen is to create a provider that we're going to use to wrap around this widget, because we need to manipulate how we scroll. Because if we reach to index 2 here, we are not supposed to go to index 3. We're not supposed to go back to index 1. So we need to set some values in our providers so that we can facilitate that kind of functionality. So we need to go to our controllers. In our controllers, we open onboarding. So here we're going to have a boolean. So this boolean, it should have a name, is last page. Okay. So if it is last page, first is going to be false. So we need to trigger this boolean to true whenever we reach the last page. That's something that we're going to do. So here, so for our provider, we need a getter and a setter. So a getter, we use it to get the value so that we can use it in our code, and a setter is the one that we use to set the value. Okay. So here, the first thing, we need the type, and we need to mention the method, and here we need to give the name. So our name is last page. That's our getter. So each and every time that we call this, like onboarding notifier dot is last, then we are going to get this private value that we have in our class, which is this value. Okay. We're not going to access this value directly, but we're going to access it through a getter. So below, we're going to require a set. So here, that's going to be the name of our function. So here, we are going to require the type of the value that we need to set. So our type is going to be a boolean. So here we have to give it a new name. So here, let's call it new state, and we need to set the new state inside. Okay, so here we're going to have is last page is equals to new state, and we need to have notifier listener. Okay, so notifier listener is the one that is going to be triggered each and every time that there's a change in our value, and it notifies the object that we are going to be consuming here that there is a change, and that is going to help us to trigger the state of our application here, whether to reload or to remain is the to whether to just leave the state as it is. Okay, so what we're going to do here, we're just going to come to this part, cut this stack. So to use it, we need to have a consumer. Okay, so we're going to wrap our widget, our stack widget, with a consumer widget. So the first thing, we need to provide the object that we need to consume. So here we're going to consume onboard notifier, and let's paste our border here, our stack, and we need to import provider. Okay, so here we need to change the name. We need to give it a similar name. Okay, and it has to be onboarding here, like that. So now that we have our object, now we can use it in here. So let's go back to our page and see how best we can use it. So here our page view comes with another property with the name on page changed. Okay, so on page changed, if we hover over, it's a function that takes an integer. Okay, so we need to provide a value here. So what we're going to do, we are going to go ahead and have the braces. Inside the braces, we're going to have our onboard notifier dot is last. So this value, we have to change it to page. Okay, so this page is the count, like which page are we on if we're scrolling. Okay, so if our page is equals to page 2, that's index 2, that means we have to trigger that boolean to true to tell us like, okay, now we're on the last page, we shouldn't be able to scroll back. Okay, so we need to set it to true here. After setting it to true, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and change how we are going to scroll. But before we do that, we're just going to go ahead right on top. Before we're returning the stack, we're going to print the value. Okay, so this is the value that we want to print. So we want to check whether we are doing the right thing or not. So here we're going to save. So we have to open. Okay, we have to reset this. Okay, so right now our value is false. It's false. So if we scroll, it's still false. And if we scroll, then it should be triggered to true. So here, instead of true, we have to use a number. Okay, so let's reset it again. False, true. Okay, so here we don't have to set it to true. If page is equals to true, is equals to 2, then this is going to be true. Okay, so now that we have this value as true, we can go ahead, remove this. After removing, now we need to manipulate how we are going to scroll. Okay, so here we're going to use this value is last. Okay, is last. So if it is true, then we're going to go ahead and use never scroll physics, because we don't want to scroll to backwards. We want to just go forward. We want to continue to the next page. So here, let's bring this down and let's add consts everywhere in the file like that. So our error is gone. So right now we can't scroll back. We cannot scroll back. Okay. So that part we are done, but we are going to disable it for a little bit so that we can focus on creating our positioned widgets. So if we finish, then we can set it back to the correct state. Okay, so let's reset our application. So now we can just scroll. But once we are done with our positioned widget, then we need to come back here and uncomment so that our application can function as we plan. Let's go ahead and work on our positioned widget. So a positioned widget works in a way that we can be able to position the widget anywhere on the screen according to the value that we give to that widget. So let's take, for example, we want this at the bottom of the screen. So here we're going to use height times 0.12. So we have to remove this constant. Okay, so we need to have this positioned widget in the center. Okay, so for us to have it in the center, we have to have left and right is 0. Okay, so we're going to have our left and we're going to give it a value of 0, and we're going to have right. Okay, that's wrong. We are going to have right afterwards. That's going to be right, and it's going to have a value of 0. So right now we have nothing to show for because we don't have anything visible. So here, what we're going to show, we're going to show something inside of our center widget. So inside of our center widget, we're going to require a child. And for a child, we're going to use SmoothPageIndicator. So let's see whether we have it. It seems like it's not showing. So what we should do here, we should go to our pubspec YAML and check whether we have the package or not. If we don't have the package, then we have to install the package. Okay, we have the package here, so we should be able to import our SmoothPageIndicator. Okay, so let's try again. Okay, so it's not coming. So what we need to do, we need to import it manually right on top. So here we just have to write import. So we're going to import a package and we have to provide the name of the package. So the name is going to be SmoothPage_Indicator. Okay, like that. So this is, it also requires a parameter. It requires our controller. So we're going to use the same controller that we use for the page view, because we need to show the difference in pages. We need to show an indicator with a different color, so we need a controller. So here our controller is going to be our page controller, and right at the bottom we require the number, the count, the number of pages that we have. Count is equal to the number of pages that we have. So here our count is going to be 3, since we have 3 widgets in our page view. After that, let's add a comma, and we need effects. That's effects. And for effect, we're going to use worm effect. Okay, and for our worm effect, we're going to take dot size, dot height first, and we have to give it a height of 12. And we have to take dot width, and we're going to give it a width of 12 also. We're also going to have spacing, so we're going to have a spacing of 10. Let's save that first. So we have our dots. So as I was saying before, like, we don't have to show these dots on this last page. So if we don't want that to happen, then we should be using this. Okay, so if this is true, okay, like this, then we're going to show a sizebox.shrink. Okay, here we're supposed to shrink. Else, if it is false, then we're going to show the position widget. So let's format the code here. Let's add consts. So this will become effective whenever we uncomment this line. So for now, it won't be effective. So here, let's go ahead and add a little bit of more properties. So we need to manipulate the colors of the dots. Okay, so it's only right if we make our dot color white. Okay, dot color. So here we're going to have our color. So here we're going to use klight dot value. So our dots are going to be white. And for our active dot color, we're going to use AK orange color. Okay, like that. Okay, so we are done with this part. We can close it. Next, we're going to focus on this positioned widget, which is way below. So for that one, we're going to go ahead and have a child, and our child is going to be a little bit different. We're not going to use a center, but we're going to have an align. Okay, an align widget. We need to align whatever we are going to have at the bottom center. Okay, so align takes alignment, and for our alignment, we're going to have bottom center, and afterwards we require a child, and for our child we're going to have a padding. So our padding takes padding. So here we're going to have edge inserts dot symmetric. We want to manipulate the both horizontal and the vertical. Okay, so here let's have symmetric. So first we're going to have horizontal. For horizontal, we're going to give it a 20. It's going to be .w, and we need to get rid of const here so that our error can disappear. And we also need to manipulate the vertical side. Okay, so for vertical, we need to give it a 30. So since it's vertical, we can use .h since we need to manipulate the height. Okay, so our padding also takes a child, so we need to use the child, and our child is a widget. So down here we are going to have a widget. So since we are going to have text, like we are going to have text buttons for skipping and next, here we're going to have a row, and for our row we're going to use main axis alignment, and it's going to be main axis alignment space between, because they have to be on the, like they have to be end to end, one on the left and one on the right. Okay, so our raw text children. So for these children, we're going to use a reusable text widget first. Okay, so here we need to give it a name, not a name, but a string. So here it's supposed to be skip, and we have to give it an app style. So our app style here, we're going to give it a size of 16. And for the color, it has to be white. So we're going to use the colors from our constants. So here we're going to use KLight, and we have to add the dot value. And for font weight, we're going to go with normal. Now let's go with normal first. It's supposed to be font weight dot normal. If we see how it looks, so that's going to be our widget. So let's bring our style down so that we can have everything on our page. Okay, so what we can do now, we can copy this, add a comma, and paste it below, something like that. So we have two texts, like end to end. So this one is supposed to be next, like that. So you can either skip will take you to the last page, and then next will take you to the next page. So since we have 3 pages, that is something that we can do. So here we have to wrap this text in a gesture detector, because we need to use the on press. We need to listen to every like on press event. So like if we press on the text, then we're supposed to trigger something, trigger a function. So here we are going to use our controller, our page controller, right? So we have our page controller. If it is skip, then we're going to jump to index 2, since index 2 is our last page. So let's take, for example, here, let's see, let's hot reset the application. What we can do, we can print something tabbed. So if we tap here, okay, I made a mistake. So I was debugging this button while I put the code here. So that's my fault. So here we're supposed to have a gesture detector also for the first button. So I've already removed the code from here. So let's just put the right code for this one, page controller dot. We need to go to the next page. So for next, we use next page. So we have to specify the duration and the curve. So for our duration, we're going to use duration, and our duration is going to be in milliseconds, and we have to have 300 milliseconds. And as for our curve, we're going to use is, okay, not bounds, but let's just say curve dots. Let's see. Okay, it's not supposed to be curve, but it's supposed to be curves dots is. Okay, like that. And we add a comma here. And for our duration, we have to add consts. So we are done with that. So like if we scroll back, if we press next, we are taken to the second page. And if you press, we're taken to the last page. That's exactly what we need. So we can close this. Then we can deal with the first one. So here, first we just need a gesture detector. So let's wrap it in a gesture detector. So we need our on tap. Then we can paste the code that we cut. Okay. So here, let's say we're on the first page. If we tap here, then this tab is supposed to be printed, and we're supposed to jump to the last page. Okay, so let's remove the print statement. We don't need it. So we are done with that. So what we need to do, we need to just copy this, and let's paste it here. Let's bring this down like that. Let's save, and let's uncomment this. And let's save. Here we need to restart our application. So if we skip, then we won't see buttons here. So let's reset. If we press next page, if we go to the third page, we won't see the buttons. That's exactly what we need. So we are done with our onboarding screen. Next, we're going to focus on our main screen, and we're going to hook it up to this page, to this button, not page. Right now, we need to go ahead and work on our main screen. So we've already hooked our main to this button. So if we visit widgets in onboarding, we go to page 3. So in page 3, when you press the button, we're supposed to be redirected to our main. So let's add const to get rid of the complaining lint. If we press this button, we're supposed to be taken to the main. Okay, so right now we need to open this main, and then we can work on it, add a little bit of functionalities, because what we need is our onboarding screen can only show up on the first time a user opens the application. If the user is opening for the second time, then we should redirect them to the main screen straight. Okay, so let's go ahead and open our main screen. So that's in our lib folder. Inside our lib folder, we need to go to views, screens, and outside of all the folders, we have our main screen. We're going to open our main screen, and in our main screen, we're going to go ahead and remove whatever we have in here. Okay, so we're going to remove whatever we have. So the first thing that we need to have a consumer. Okay, so our consumer is going to consume a Zoom notifier. So our Zoom notifier, here we have to change the name. We have to make everything uniform. It's supposed to be Zoom, and we need to import provider. So we already have our Zoom notifier. Okay, so if we go ahead and open this Zoom notifier, we have our provider in here. So our provider is an int, is of type int with the name current index. Initially is going to be 0, and we have our getter. So our getter is getting the current index from the private variable that we have on top. And if we're setting the current index, and we're providing the value that we want to set to this value in here, and then we notify our UI that there's a change in the current index, and then the behavior of our application will change according to the index. Okay, so let's go back to our main screen .dart. So here we have to return something. So we are going to return a Zoom drawer. Okay, so a Zoom drawer takes in a menu and the main screen. Okay, so here we're going to have a draw screen. So this draw screen is already provided in the starter code. So here is supposed to be draw screen. So for draw screen, we have a value setter, a function with the name index setter. Okay, so we have to set the index. That's when this Zoom notifier comes in, because we're supposed to use this to set the index we are on. Okay, so let's bring this down. So since this is a function, we have to go ahead and have our function. So our function here, it takes a dynamic, but we want to provide an int, an index. Okay, that's going to be the name of our value. So here we're going to have our Zoom notifier dots, and we need to set the current index to the index that we click in our Zoom drawer. Okay, so if you open our Zoom notifier here we are setting current index. Okay, so here it's supposed to be dots current index, and we have to provide the current index. So the current index is going to be equal to this index that we have here. So let's paste it here and let's close it. So now we have to provide the main screen. Okay, so for our main screen, we have to create this main screen. So we have to create a widget. We're going to call it current screen. So we have to create this widget down below. So in here, we're supposed to have a switch statement. So we are going to be switching pages. So before we even write the cases, we need to have our indexes. Okay, for our cases. So we need to have our variable of our Zoom notifier or object. Okay, of our provider is equals to supposed to be provider of. So here is supposed to be Zoom notifier, and we have to close it here. Okay, so for our case, our first case for switch, we're going to use Zoom notifier dots current index, and we have to have our cases here. So it seems like we have an error. Let's see. Okay, this widget is supposed to be inside, not outside. So we have to take it inside our inside this main screen. It's supposed to be inside this class. Okay, so let's have our cases. So for case 0, Okay, I'm just going to do that, and I'm going to just change the pages. We don't have pages as yet. So what we're going to do, we're going to create the pages. So the first one, we're going to create a home page. We come to our lib folder, screens, view, create a new file in home, and we're going to call it homepage. Let's have it as a lowercase, and it has to be a dot file like that. So it has to be a stateful widget, and let's give it a name, homepage, like that. And we have to import material. After importing material, then we can have a scaffold. We can have a scaffold, and our scaffold, we can have a body here. So for our body, we are just going to return a center. So let's leave it like this. And here we're going to go ahead. First, let's go ahead and save this page. After saving, we're going to import our home page here. Okay, so before we even create, we can get rid of the errors by just doing that. Okay, our cases, we're going to have about 5 cases. So that's from case 0 to case 4. So what we can do, we can just copy these 2 cases and we paste them down here. Let's format the code. So this is going to be case 3, and this is going to be case 4. And we need to create the pages for case 1 to case 4. And our default is going to be the home page. So here we can add const everywhere so that we can get rid of the complaining lint. So first, let's go to auth. In auth, let's create a new file. We're going to have a profile page, and it's going to be a dot file. So it's going to be a stateful widget, and let's give it a name. And we have to import material. So here we're just going to return a scaffold, and let's give it a body. So in our body, we're going to return a center. So inside of our center, let's put a child. So for our child, we're going to use a reusable text widget. We want to just show which page are we on. So here it's supposed to be profile page, and let's give it a style. So for our style, we're going to be using our app style. So our size has to be a little bit bigger to make it visible. And for color, we're going to go with the dark color. So we're going to go with K dark, and let's give it a font weight. So for font weight, we're going to go with bold. So let's save. So we've saved that one. So what we can do, we can just copy this widget so that we can reuse it in the other files that we're going to create. So if we go back to profile, not to profile, but to main screen. So our profile is going to be the last. That's case 4. So we need to hook it up here. It's supposed to be profile page. So our profile page is going to require a value. So we need to go back to our profile. So right here on top, we need to declare a final, and it's going to be a boolean, and we have to give it a name drawer. Okay, and we have to add it to our final field. Okay, like that. So here we have to pass our drawer, and when it's here, it's going to be true. So I'll explain a little bit further when we are working on our profile inside of our home, because if we take a look, okay, the screen is not there. So we're going to have a profile here. So this profile, it won't be hooked to the zoom drawer. So if we don't define this variable, then we're bound to run into an error. But it's best for us to explain it while we are doing it. For now, we just keep in mind that we have a parameter that we declared in here. So let's create the other pages. Let's go to the second page, which is going to be our chat list. So here we need to create the page. It's going to be chat list. Just go with the same pattern with underscores, and it's going to be a dot file. So here, same, we're going to need a stateful widget, and we have to give it a name, chat list. And we need to import material, not widget, but material. And down here, we have to return a scaffold, and inside of our scaffold, since we copied the other widget, we can just paste it here and import these. Okay, so we need to import our app style as well. So we're done with that page. Now let's move on to our bookmarks. Okay, so here we have a bookmarks folder. We need to create a file, and we're going to call it bookmarks. We're going to do the same, create a stateful widget, and we give it a name, bookmarks. import material right at the top, and then we're going to replace this, and then we import this too. Still need to import our app style. So we're done with our page. Let's go ahead and create the last one, which is going to be applied jobs. So for applied, we're going to go and put it in applications, create a new page, new file. In this file, we're going to call it applied_jobs, and it has to be a .dot file, and it has to be a stateful widget. Let's give it a name, applied jobs, and let's go ahead and import our material, replace the widget, import reusable text widget, import constants, and import our app style. So we are done. So we need to hook these pages up to our main screen, so we can close them for now. So for our home, we need to, let's do the same, but we are going to be designing our home page first. So this, we might get rid of it a little bit earlier, but just for visibility, when we're testing our drawer, that's something that's mandatory, something that we need to do. So let's close it. So the page that we need to focus on is this one. So on index 3, we're going to have applied jobs. Okay, like that. That's index 3. Index 2, we're going to have bookmarks. And for index 1, we're going to have a chat list like that. So for our drawer to be visible, okay, we need to revisit our home page. And in our home page here, instead of showing profile, then we have to change it to home. Okay, so we can just increase the size a little bit so that everything can be visible. So in our home page, in order for us to have our drawer, we should have an appBar. So we already have a custom appBar. That's the one that we're going to use in our home page. So our scaffold comes with the property appBar. So we're going to be using a custom appBar. So we need to have our appBar here, and we're going to wrap it around preferred size. Okay, so for preferred size, it takes in preferred size and then a child. So our child is going to be the widget that we're going to hook it up to, which is our custom widget. And our preferred size is going to be size from height, and we're going to give it a size of 50. And we need to include our screen utils. So now we focus on our child. So this child is of property widget. So we need to have a widget here. So our widget is going to be a custom appBar. Okay, so our custom appBar takes a child. So as we said before, if you're using a widget for the first time, then we'll visit it and try to explain what's in it a little bit before we proceed. So here we just have a widget that's returning an appBar. So the icon theme is the theme data. So that's system theme data, and the background color is going to be white. Elevation is going to be 0, and automatic imply leading is going to be false. The width of our leading is going to be 70, and the leading is going to require a child. So this child is going to be a widget. And for actions, it's the same. It's going to require a list of widgets, and our title is going to be at the center, since we set this boolean to true. And for our title, we are going to use a reusable text widget, and we need to provide the text. And even if we don't provide the text, we're going to be showing an empty string, and this is the size of the text that we provide. Okay, so let's go back to our home. We need to hook our drawer here, our drawer widget. So that's going to be our child. So we're going to have a drawer widget. So our drawer widget requires a color. So since we have a white background, we are going to give it a darker color. But when we have a darker background, then we have to give it a light color. So here we're going to use our colors. So here we're going to use kdark like that. So that's our drawer. So what we need to do, we need to make it a little bit smaller, but if we click on it, this is what we're supposed to get. Okay, so we have to add a little bit of padding around our drawer widget. So we're going to give it a padding of 12 around all the edges, and don't forget to add screen utils. After you add after you've added screen you choose, you remove the const. So it's a little bit smaller now. And one other thing, right before this, we're going to require actions. Okay, so for actions, we're going to have a clip rect. So inside this clip rect, we have to use border radius, not border, but border radius. And for border radius, we're going to use border radius dot all. And here it has to be radius dot circular, and we have to give it a radius of 50, because whatever we want to put inside, we want to put an image, it has to be circular. So our clip rect takes a child, and for a child, we're going to use a cached image, a cached network image. It's supposed to show, but it's not. So we need to import that manually. Okay, so right on top, we're going to import. It's going to be package. Okay, so we have our cached network image. So our cached network image takes in some properties, the height and the width, and then the image URL. So first, we're going to give it a height, and we're going to give it a height of 25, and let's give it a width of the same size of 25, and we need to provide an image URL. So for the URL, I'm just going to copy a random URL from the list of URLs that I have. Okay, I'm going to pick this one, go back to the project. So what we can do, we can come right here on top, declare a string, and I'm going to give it a name, image URL, and then we paste the URL in here, we close it. So here we have to pass the image URL. So if we save, something should show up here. So that's our image. So our image is kind of a square right at the moment. So what we can do, we can use the fit property. So our box fit, it has to be fill, not fill, but cover. Okay, probably the image that we chose besides. Okay, let's give it a padding first, and we're going to give it a padding of 12. Let's remove the const here. Okay, so we just need to add a little bit of padding to make it circular. So if we click here, we're supposed to be redirected to the profile page of the logged in user. Okay, so we have to wrap this padding, not padding per se, but let's wrap this clip rect with the gesture detect. So here in our gesture detector, we're going to use on tap. So on tap, we're supposed to navigate to the profile page. So we're going to use getX. So it's supposed to be get.to, but we need to import get first. Okay, so it's supposed to be get2. Here it's supposed to be profile, because we need to redirect it to the profile page. And for a drawer here, we need to set it to false and add const here. So if you press, we're just going to be redirected to the profile page, and we're not going to have a drawer here. So let's go back. So here, if you click, it's different. Okay, so we are done with that part. Next, we're going to be working on our home page and try to see whether we can do more here. Try to add some rounded corners on our pages. So let's go back to our main screen. In our main screen, we've finished with this current screen. We need to add a little bit of more properties to this zoom drawer so that we can manipulate how our zoom drawer looks when it's opened. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to require is border radius. So we're going to give it a border radius of 30. So if you give it a border radius of 30, it's going to be a little bit rounded. So here we have to give a menu background color. So for menu background color, we're going to use colors. So for this one, we're going to use K-Light Blue. We have to use the same color as the one that we're using here so that we can have a different view. Okay, so here, so we are going to have K-Light Blue. So if we save, now we can see. Okay, and we can also manipulate how our page is tilted, like the point with which our page is tilted, the degrees. Okay, so for that, we are going to use the angle. So for angle here, if we put 90, we're bound to have an error because angle should be at least 0 to minus 30. So let's refresh here, and our angle here, we're going to put it to 0. Okay, So if we go back, so that's our zoom drawer. So here, let's have slide width and let's make it 200. So if we make it 200, we're going to bounce, we're going to get into an error. So we have to make it a little bit more. Okay, to 250 will do, 230, something like that. So 230 is okay. We close, we open. So that's exactly what we need. So now we can focus on our home page. We are done with our zoom drawer. Proceed working on our home page. We need to go ahead and put the menu, the hamburger menu over here on all the pages that we have, because if we just leave it like this, then we won't be able to go back. Okay, so let's start with the profile. So our profile is in auth. First, we can just come to a home page. From our home page, we need to go ahead and copy the appBar. Let's close it here. So we're going to copy from here to the appBar. After we copy, we just open one of these pages. So first, we're going to start with apply jobs. So for apply jobs, we're just going to paste the code. So this part, the actions for this page, we have to get rid of them. So we're going to get rid of that part, and let's import the draw widget. Let's import screen utils. Let's import our appBar. So if we save here, everything is okay. So we're going to do the same for our other pages. Let's format our code. Now we have a minimal appBar. We can just copy this minimal appBar. We go to our profile and we do the same. We just import and we save. So we have our menu. So it's easier to go back. So let's go to our bookmarks. We import screen utils or draw widget. Then we import our custom appBar like that. So let's go to our chat list. We import all the required packages, and then we can go on to do some other things. Okay, so we have to visit each and every page. So here, that's our application page, but the name here is a little bit off. It's okay since we're going to be removing it a little bit later. Bookmarks is the same, chat list is the same, and our home page. Okay, so we are done with that part. Next, we're going to focus on our home page. So here, we can go ahead and just close all the pages that we have here. Okay, and we want to just open the home page because that's the page that we want to focus on. So in our home page, so here we said if we click on this button, the profile, we are directed to the profile page. But if we click here on the hamburger menu, we are bound to run into an error. So I'm going to click, and then you'll see the error because we don't have the index. Okay, we're not going to take the index into consideration. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and visit our profile page. Okay, so in our profile page, we have this value, the boolean. Okay, so this boolean, we're passing it from our main. Here we have true, and if we come to our home page, we're passing it as false. So we need to differentiate. So if we're using the zoom drawer to navigate, then it is true. And if we're using the profile page to the profile picture to navigate to the profile page, then it is going to be false. So we can use this value to manipulate how we want to handle this page when we're in it. So what we need to do, we need to get rid of this hamburger menu. We need to set a condition, like if this is false, then we need to have a back button. But if it is true, then we're going to have a hamburger menu. So here we have to go to our profile. In our profile, here we have our drawer, right? So we're going to have widget.draw. Okay, so if widget.draw is equals to false, then we're going to go ahead and display a back button. Okay, not back button per se, but we have back btn. Okay, the back btn is here. Okay, so now we have the back btn. Okay, so if we come to our back btn, it's just a gesture detector, an icon wrapped around a gesture detector, and if we tap on it, we go back. So here, if we tap on it, we go back to the home page. So our error is solved. So here, if we use the profile, we have our hamburger, But if we use our profile picture, then we have the back button. So we got that out of the way. Now we can focus on our home page. We have to focus on our home page. We can close the back btn. We don't need it. We can close the profile for now. So let's focus on this home page. So we need to focus on our body. So here, our body, we're going to return a safe area. So our safe area takes a child. So the child that we're going to use is single child scroll view, because we want to make it scrollable. Inside of our single child scroll view, we're going to have a child. In this child, we're going to have a padding widget first. So padding, text padding. So our padding, we need to manipulate the horizontal sides. We need to leave a little bit of space so that it can be, our page can be aligned with these icons. Okay, it can start from where these icons are starting from. Okay, so we're going to have edge instance.symmetric. So here we need to manipulate the horizontal side, and we need to give it a horizontal of 20, like that. So let's save. After that, we're going to go ahead and have another child, because our padding widget takes a child, and this child is a widget. So for a child, we're going to have a column. So our column takes children. So here we have to give our column cross-axis alignment. It's supposed to be cross-axis alignment with the lowercase, not an uppercase. Okay, and it's supposed to be outside of the children, not inside, like that. And here, cross-axis alignment, and here it's supposed to be cross-axis alignment dot start, like that. So inside of our children, the first child that we're going to take is a text. So we're going to have a text widget. Inside of our text widget, we require a string. So for a string, we're going to say search. Then we jump to the next line. Suppose we find and apply. Something like that. So that's our text. So right here, we need to go ahead and give it a size. Not a size per se, but we need to give it an app style. So let's go ahead and have our style. For our style, we're going to have app style 38. That's going to be our size, and our color is going to be black. So here we're going to utilize the colors that we have in our constants. So our color is supposed to be K dark. And we have to give it a font weight. Okay, like that. So that's going to be our text. Right at the bottom, we need to add a size box. But before we continue, let's go ahead and add consts. Okay, after adding consts, we add a comma, and after the comma, we're going to have a size box, and we have to give it a height of 20. So here, if you're using screen utils, then we need to get rid of the constant. So after giving it a size, we need to work on a search widget. Okay. So this widget is going to be in this folder, not a new file. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it widget. So in this folder, we're going to create a new file. So our file is going to be search widget underscore widget, and it's going to be a dot file like that. So here our search is going to be a stateless widget. So what we are going to do, we're going to create a stateless widget, and we're going to give it a name, search widget, like that. And we need to import material, and inside, instead of returning a container, we're going to return a gesture detector. After the gesture detector, we're going to require onTap. So this onTap, we're supposed to provide it from the parent component, parent page that we're going to use it in. So it's going to be onTap like that. Now let's capitalize the T. And we need to create a value right on top. So we need to create a final field here. So we're going to have final. Then we need to go ahead and add a comma. We need to add this to our formal parameters. So we are done with that part. Next, we're going to have a fitted box. Okay, so a fitted box will help us to curb overflow issues when we switch devices. Fitted box. Okay, so the fitted box is supposed to be a child. So inside of the fitted box, we're going to have another child. And this child is going to be a container. Like that, let's close it. So after having our container, we need to add a little bit of padding to our container. And we need to give it a padding, edge insights.all, and we have to give it a padding of 10. So in here, we haven't imported our screen utils, so we need to go ahead and do that. After finishing, we are going to have a child. So for a child, it is a widget. So for this widget, we're going to have a row. So before we proceed to the row, let's add more properties to our appBar. So first, we just need to give it a box decoration, because we need to have border radius and the color. Okay. So right now, we need to continue with our search widget. Here, for our padding, we have to add a padding of 10, and we need to add a little bit of decoration. So let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, we should have decoration. In our decoration text box decoration, inside of our box decoration, we require color. That's the first thing. And then we are going to need a border radius. So we have the color. We're going to use the colors from our constants. So for this one, we're going to use a light gray color. So our light gray color is light gray. Right after that, we need to add a comma, and then we put a border radius, and our border radius is going to be 10. So it's going to be border radius, not circular. So we need to get rid of this part. It's going to be border radius.all, and here it's supposed to be radius.secular. So here it's supposed to be radius typo like that. So what we can do, we can hook it up and then we work seeing the changes that we are making. So we go back to our home page. After this size box, we can go ahead and hook our search widget like that. Oh, we already have the search widget, but we created another one. So let's see. So we have the search widget inside of our common here. Okay, so let me just explain. Okay, so we are here. Okay, so inside of the row, we should have a size box, right? So the size box, we should give it a width. And after giving the size box a width, inside we need a container. Inside of our row, because we need the size box here, give the size box a width, and then inside of the size box, we need a row. And this row is the one that we're going to put these elements. So we have icon, text, and then this filter icon. Okay, so here, this container is this container here. Okay, 30 by 30, 30 width, 30 height, and decoration. In box decoration, we put color in the radius. As for the child, we're going to require an icon, and for the icon, we're going to use feather, and the icon that we're going to use is search, and we need to give it a lighter color since we have an orange background, and we need to give this icon a size, and we add a little bit of width between this and the next widget. So for this text widget, we're going to use a reusable text, and we just put the text since our reusable text requires text, and then we put the app style. Okay, so 16 in size, the color dark gray, and then the font weight W400. And on the other end, so that's right outside of this size box, we put another icon from Font Awesome, and the name is sliders. We just give it a dark color in the size. And if we come right here at the top, the child of this gesture detector is a fitted box. So a fitted box will help us to also curb overflow issues. So this widget will be resized according to the size of the screen. No matter which device you put it in, you put the application on. If the widgets are wrapped in a fitted box, then they'll be resized according to the provided screen dimensions. Okay, and right on top we have a gesture detector, because if we click, we're supposed to be redirected to the search page itself. So that's why we have a function here on tap, and it's taking on tap. On tap is a function here. So if we're using this in a home page, so let's take for example here where we're using it. So here, if you write on tap, then we can go ahead and write our function in here like that. So we're going to leave it as empty since we don't have our pages yet. But once we have our page, then it will be a little bit easier for us. So that's all for this part. So what we need to do now, we need to go ahead and let's check whether we have a heading. Okay, so we have a heading widget already in our common. Okay, so common, here we have a heading widget. So a heading widget is a stateless widget. It requires a string and on-tap function. So inside is going to return a row, and we have main axis alignment. The main axis alignment is space between, and cross-axis alignment is dot center, like it's center. Then the children is going to be the text, the heading text, and an icon on the other end. But the icon is wrapped around a gesture detector, because if you click on the icon, we're supposed to be redirected to the page where we see all the content related to that particular section that we are on. So let's take for example here, we want to have a heading for the popular jobs, supposed to be a heading widget. So first we need to provide the text. So our text is going to be popular jobs, right? So that's our text. And right on the other end, we have this icon. So this is the icon that we are talking about here. So if we click on this icon, then we're supposed to be redirected to the page where we can see all popular jobs. So in our home page, if we go back to our home page, we need to add a little bit of space between this search bar and the next icon. Okay. So here we're going to just copy this size box and we're going to paste it down. After pasting it down, we can format the code. And here we're going to have consts, supposed to be const, and we're supposed to change the size from 20 to 30, like that. So it's going to be a little bit below. Okay. And right at the bottom, we need to do the same as well. We're going to add another size box and we need to add another heading. Okay, so we need to add a comma first. So in between, that's where we are going to put the widget that we are going to, like, widgets that we're going to use to render data from our backend. So as soon as we finish this section, we're going to head straight up to our backend and start developing our backend, because we want to develop our product section before anything else. Once we are done with our product section, then we can move on to do some other things. Okay, so here it's supposed to be recently posted jobs. So we can just call them recently posted in short, like that. And here, let's change this to a 15. That's okay. So in between here, we're going to have our popular jobs, and here we're going to have our recently posted jobs. So that's all that we need to do for our homepage before we head to our backend. To focus on our backend, create our product section in our backend, and then we host our backend. We come back to our front end and implement our backend. We integrate our API to our Flutter application. So first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a new folder. Okay, so we have to give this folder a name. So I'm going to call it Job Hub PV2. So that's like version 2, something like that, because I might have one in my GitHub, so I don't want them to conflict. So after opening this folder, not opening the folder, but after creating, what we need to do, we need to create a new window in VS Code and then drag and drop the folder that we just created. So here we need our terminal. So after we open our terminal, the next thing that we're going to do is to run the command npm init -y. So we've initialized our server here with our package.json. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to just change this to start before I even install the package. And here I'm going to have nodemon index.js. Okay, so we're going to be using nodemon to hot reset our server each and every time that we make a change to it. So let's clear our terminal. After clearing our terminal, we can save this one. We need to install the packages that we're going to use. So we're going to run the command npm I. The first one that we're going to use is .env. After .env, we need mongoose. We also require nodemon. We also need Firebase admin. So we're going to be using Firebase admin to create a Firebase user from our backend. We're not going to create a Firebase user from our frontend. Okay, so let's continue. Right here, we need Express. We're going to require Crypto.js as well for our password encryption and decryption. Let's have JSON Web Token, like that. Okay, so I think we can install these ones. Okay, we made a typo. We can install these ones and then we can add more if we need them. Okay, so it's supposed to be npm I or npm install, then the names of the packages. So while these packages are installing, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and create a new file, and I'm going to call it index.js. It's supposed to be index. So this is the file, like the entry file of our saver. And let's create our folder structure. So we're going to require controllers. That's the first. We're also going to require our routers, and they have to be in our root directory. So let's have routes. After routes, we also require models in our root directory. So we're going to have models like that. So now that we're done installing, we can clear the terminal. Let's create a .env file. and a .getignore file. So in our .getignore, we're going to ignore node modules. We want to exclude node modules for from the folders that we're going to push to GitHub. So here we have our node modules, and we're also going to go ahead and get rid of the package lock.json like that. So we need to exclude these files. We're not going to push them to GitHub. So that's all that we need to do. So let's open our .env file. So in our .env file, we have to write the variables that we need to store secretly, that we need to secure. Okay. So the first one is going to be our port number. So it has to be capitalized. So we have our port. Next, we're going to have our Mongo URL. Since we're going to be using MongoDB, we need to protect our URL. Next, we're going to have our JWT secret. So this one, we're going to be using it to encrypt a JWT token. And we also need a secret, which is the one that we're going to be using to encrypt and decrypt passwords with crypto.js. So these are the variables that we need in here. So what's left is to just add values to them. So first, we are going to add for our port, then we tackle each and every one. So here, the one that might take us time is Mongo URL, because we have to go to our Atlas dashboard and create a database for ourselves, come back and then put the URL over there. So here we can just put the port. We're going to use 5003, and for our JWT secret, we can say we can put anything. We can put anything for these ones. You don't need to, like, you can put anything for these ones. You don't need to even remember them. Okay, so I'm going to go with those ones. But for best practices, you can just put something in base 64. Okay, so that's all that we need to do here. So next, we are going to go ahead and go to MongoDB, create our database, and we hook our database to our application, to our server. But before we go to MongoDB, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and create our server. Okay, so here I'm going to write the command node express, just to not mount, but node express, like that, to create a server quickly. So here we require express. And we're using express to create our application. And we are running our application here on this provided port. This port is the port that we have here, which is port 3000. Okay, we're going to keep this port, but at the same time, we're going to be using the port from our .env file. So what we need to do, we need to add an extra statement add here. So before, we need to access our .env file. Okay, so we need to initialize our .env right on top. So to do that, we are going to have const.env is equals to require.env, like that. Once we have that, now we can say .env.config. Now we are able to access our .env file. So here we are going to access our .env, and to access our .env, we use a certain syntax. We use process.env, then we write the name of the variable. In this instance, we want to access our port, like that. So it's either when we are running this application, we are going to first look for the port inside of our .env. If we cannot find this port, then we can go on to run our server on this provided port, which is port 3000. Okay, so here we need to add or, and here we need to copy this port number, and that's the one that we're going to display here. Okay, like that. Okay, so we can change, we can say the hub is listing on ports, then we say the port number. So here, even if we run our server now, we can actually see something. So to run our server, let's go ahead and run the command npm start, like that. So this is the statement that we just wrote. The hub is supposed to be the hub, so I made a typo. So it's supposed to be the hub is running on port 5003. Okay, we might need to change the server a little bit. not the server, but the port number, we should run this on 5002 so that we won't make changes to our Postman collection. Okay, so even if we run a GET request on our browser, we can get this text. Okay, so we're going to do that at the same time. We go ahead and create our MongoDB. So we're going to go ahead and just leave our server running, go to our browser, run a few tests, then we can create our database. To go ahead and create our database, so if you don't have an account, you should just go ahead and sign up. But if you do have an account, then you can just log in with the option that you signed up with, whether Google, GitHub, or email. So for me, I'm going to use Google. It might take a few, depending on the network speed. So we're just going to wait patiently. So I'm signed in into my account. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a new project. Okay, so after creating a new project, then that's when we are going to create our database, but we should go through some certain steps before we even create our database. It's taking a little bit longer, so let's wait for it. Okay, so right here you should put the project name. So my project name is going to be JobHub V2. Press next. And here you can invite someone who you're working with, but if you're alone, then you can just leave it like this. You create the project. After creating the project, then you are directed to this page, and from this page you need to create a deployment. Okay, so you just need to create this button. After clicking the button, we're going to go ahead and use the free tier. And down below, I'm going to use AWS, and here I'm going to choose a region which is closer to me. So I'm going to go ahead and use Hong Kong. And for the cluster name, I'm going to use the same name as the project name. So it's going to be JobHub V2, like that. So everything else can remain the same, and we create our cluster. So we might need to fill in the reCAPTCHA. After finishing the reCAPTCHA, we just verify, and then our cluster has been created, but we need an account and to set up our IP address so that we can use our database. So here, this is our username and this is our password. So what you can do, you can copy these two, just the password. For me, I'm just going to copy the password, go back to the project. Let me make it a little bit bigger. I'm going to paste the password here and comment it out. Do the same for the username, because we're going to require them in a little bit. So here you can just hit create if you fill in your credentials. And now we need to configure our IP address down here. But before we proceed to that part, we're going to use a cloud environment. So you need to choose cloud environment here. And for our IP address, this is the current IP address, but we don't want to use that. We want to make our database accessible from anywhere else in the world. We don't want to just use one IP address to access our database. So here we're going to use 0.0.0.0/0, and we need to give it description. So here I'm going to call it universal, like that, and we need to add an entry. After adding an entry, this is the IP address that we have here. So we can remove the first one. So we only have one IP address, and we can hit finish and go to review. So we've successfully created our database. So what we need to do now is to connect to our database. So we can hit connect. So this window, if this window shows up, then we need to go to option 3. Okay, click on option 3, and then we copy this URI, and then we go back to our project. Okay, let's make our project bigger. We're done creating our database. So we can paste it here, and after this slash, that's where we are going to write the database name. So it's supposed to be JobHub V2, and here we just need to put the password. So the username is already there, so we need to just replace this text with the password, like that, and we can get rid of that, and then we can save. So this is all that we need to do. Now we need to go ahead and configure our database, connect to our database. What we need to do, we need to have an instance of Mongoose. So right on top, we're going to have const mongoose is equals to require mongoose, like that. So now we can use this mongoose instance to connect to our database. So we have to connect to our database right underneath this .env.config, because if we put it on top, we won't be able to access our .env. So we should do it below. So it's supposed to be mongoose.connect. So here we need to provide the URI. So our URI is coming from our .env file. So it's supposed to be process.env .mongo underscore URL. And then we need to print something if our database is connected. So here we're going to log a message. Okay, so we're going to say connected to v2. So here we might run into an error. Let's say the password is wrong, so we might run into an error. So we want to log the error in our console. So let's bring this down. Okay, like that. And here we're going to catch the error. After we catch the error, we're supposed to log the error. Okay, so here after catching the error, we're going to log the error. So that's all that we need to do, and we need to just close it here. Okay, so we're already connected to v2, so we can just say v2db here. So that's all that we need to do to connect to our database. So we are done with that part. Next, we are going to go ahead, focus on creating our models. Then we can move on to controllers, routes, and then we can run our tests in Postman. So since we are done connecting to our database, we can go on to create our models. So the first model that we're going to create is for the jobs. So we go to our models folder. In our models folder, we create a new file, and we're going to call it job, and it's supposed to be a JS file. So in this file, we're going to require mongoose. So here, const mongoose, the require mongoose, like that, and then we close. So right at the bottom, we want to create our schema. And so here, the schema name is going to be JobSchema, new mongoose schema. So inside, that's where we are going to put all the schema information. Okay, but before we put the information, we need to go and export this schema. So to export the schema, we're going to use the syntax module.export. Supposed to be module.exports, not children, but exports. And here we are exporting a mongoose model, mongoose.model, and we have to provide the model name and the schema name. So first, we're going to have the model name, which is job, and then we add a comma. After the comma, we want to provide the schema name, which is job schema. So we are done exporting. Let's close it here, save it, and we need to enable timestamps for this schema. So here we are going to add braces, and we are going to have timestamps, and we are going to set them to true. So whenever we are creating a job, we should put the dates when that job was created, just for later use. Okay, so let's get inside our model. So in our model, we are going to have a title that's going to be our first value. So we need to provide the type. So our title is going to be of type string, and it is required. So we need to set the required parameter to true, like that. Next, we need a location. So we can copy paste the title, and we can just change the value to location. Right underneath, we're going to require a description, like that. And description is of type string and is required as well. On here, we're going to require an agent name. It's going to be of type string and is required as well. Let's have our salary. So our salary is going to be of type string, and every field of this schema is required. You cannot create a job without filling all the information that is required. Okay, so we're also going to have a period, whether the salary is monthly, yearly, or weekly, something like that. Right at the bottom, we are going to have hiring. Okay, so this is the status, whether the job is being like the agent or the company that posted that job is still hiring or not. So this one, it has to be of type boolean and is required. and we have to set a default value. By default, when a job is being uploaded, then that means they're already hiring. So default has to be true. Here, we're going to need a contract to mention, like, okay, whether it's going to be a full-time job, part-time job, or a contract itself. Like, it's just a contract of this certain period. And for each and every job that is going to be uploaded, we need requirements. Okay, it's supposed to be requirements, and our requirements of type array. So this one has to be a list type array. Required is equals to true, and we are not going to set a default for this value. So let's move on to the next one. For each and every job that's being uploaded, we're going to require an image URL. That's the logo of the company or the person who uploaded. So this one is going to be of type string. Okay, we forgot to mention the type. The type is going to be string with a capital letter. So don't make the same mistake as I did. Required is equals to true. So each and every job that's being uploaded, it has to be attached to a certain person. Okay, so that person is the agent or the admin, but still we require their ID here. So we're going to have agent ID and agent name. The reason why we have an agent name here is because when we are creating our chart on this job, we require the name. That's why we're including the name here. Okay, so we are done creating our model. The next thing, we're going to focus on our controller. Create our first controller. So we need to create a new file in controllers, and we have to give it a name. So this one is going to be job controller, and it has to be a JS file. So in here, we require the model that we just created to create a job, edit a job, update a job, something like that. So in here, we're going to have our model first, so which is job is equals to require 3 but 2. We need to access our models. From our models, we need to, okay, it has to be a string. So we need to access our models, and our models, we need to access job like that. So that's our model. So next, we need to go ahead and make these functions that we are going to create accessible to other functions outside of this file. So we need to go ahead and have module.exports is equals to, then we add braces, we can close it. So the first one that we're going to create is going to be for creating a job. Okay, so it's going to be create job, and it has to be asynchronous. So we're going to put async, and it's going to take a request and a response, and we need to add braces. So let's add a comma after this brace right below. So the first thing that we need to create a new job. So when we are creating a new job, we are getting the information from our request body. So right at the top, we need to create a new variable const. It's supposed to be new job is equals to new job. So this job that we have here, that's the model. So we're using whatever we have from our response body, map it to our model, and then we store the data in here. So we need to add a brace and specify where the data is coming from. So the data is coming from our request body. So once we have this instance, now we can go ahead and save the instance. So we need to access our database. So when we're accessing our database, we need to have a try catch block. So in our try, we're just going to do two things. We are going to await for this data to be provided, and we save it here. Okay, so once this step is done, we are going to get this data, and then we save it to our database. And then after we save the data to our database, we need to send a response. So our response is going to be a response.status. Since we are creating something, our status code is going to be 2011, and then we need to send a JSON response. But here we're not going to send the job back, because if you create something, we just need to signify the user that, okay, the job has been created. So we're going to have a status, and this status is going to be a boolean, so it's going to be true. And we also going to send a message to the user, like your job has been successfully created, and this is going to be a string, job created successfully. Now we can run with that. That is okay. So these are the two things that we need to do. If we do have an error, we want to catch that error and send back a response.status. Status is going to be 500. Then we need to send back a JSON response, and our JSON response is going to be the error that we caught. So we are done with this part of creating a job. So what we can do, we can just go ahead and create other functions. And then once we are done, we go to Postman, test everything, then we can go to our application. But in between, when we are testing our endpoints, we are going to just have a short session on how to create the models that we're going to use in our front end. Okay, so let's continue. The next is like when we need to update a job. Okay, we need a function for that. So we're just going to create the function down here. So the function is going to be almost the same. So I'm going to copy this part from above and paste it here. And we need to close it here. Add a comma, and right inside, that's when we are going to write our code. So to update a job, we need to know, like, which job are we updating. So we are going to require an ID. Okay, so we need to have a variable here with the name job ID. And this job ID is going to come from our request params, request.params.id. Okay, then we need to have an instance of the data that we're going to use to update our job. So here we're going to have updated is equals to a request button, like that. So down below, we need to have a try catch block because we want to communicate with our database. So once we get this data, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a variable with the name updated job. Here is equals to await. We are going to wait for our job, and here we are going to find one and update. Find one by ID and update. So we need to provide the ID. Okay, so the ID is going to be the job ID, and the data that we want to send to update is the one that we have here. Okay, so we can copy, paste the data, and we set this property to true, new, true, and it has to be in braces. So this is our job. What we need to do next, we need to have a condition, if not job updated. So if the job is not updated, then, okay, let's say we provide a wrong ID. So this value won't have anything. So we want to address that case before we send a response. Okay, so here we're supposed to return something. So it's supposed to be response.status 404, not 4004 dots, and we send JSON. So for JSON, we're going to have our status, and our status is going to be false, and then the job is not found. Okay, it's supposed to be status false, and message is supposed to be job not found, something like that. So we are done with that part. Next, let's focus on an updated job. So if the job is updated, then we need to send back the response to the user. So job.status here is supposed to be 200, and then we need to send a JSON response like that. So our JSON response is going to be status, and here is supposed to be true. And the message that we're going to send, we're going to say job updated successfully. So we are done with this. Next, we're going to focus on deleting a job, get a job, get all jobs, search for jobs. Okay, so let's go ahead and save, and then we can continue to our next. Here, before we continue, we need to send back a response with the error. So we can just copy whatever we have on top and we can paste it down here. So right at the bottom, we need to go ahead and focus on delete a job. Okay, so here we're going to have another function with the name delete job. It's asynchronous, and it takes a request and a response. So we need to close this brace, add a comma, and inside we need to go ahead and have a variable where we are going to store our job ID. job ID is equals to request.params.id. Okay, and then we need to close it. So right underneath, we need to have a try catch block. So in our try, we are going to go ahead and await job.find1 and delete. Find one by ID and delete. And then we need to provide the job ID. Okay, so here inside, we're going to put a job ID. So once we delete, then we're supposed to send back a response. Like, okay, response.status 200. And the JSON that we're going to send is the status with the value true, and the message is going to be job deleted successfully. Okay. And if we have an error, we're going to catch that error and we're going to send it back to the user like that. So we're done with deleting. Next, let's focus on getting a job. So here we're going to say get job. So for get job, it's going to be asynchronous, and it's going to take the same parameters, the request and the response. So inside, we're going to have the same job ID. We need an ID if you're getting a particular job, because we're not getting all the jobs here. So we need a particular ID, an ID for a particular job in order for us to get that job. So the first thing that we need to do in our try catch block, we need to have a variable with the name job, and this variable is going to await our job, and we are going to find by ID. Find by ID. So in here, we're going to have underscore ID, and the ID, we map it to the job ID that we have on top, and we add a comma because we want to exclude some properties from the data that we are getting. So we're excluding created date. So to exclude created date, we add 0, and we're excluding updated date, add 0, as well as underscore v, we add another 0. So we're not getting those ones. We're just going to get whatever we get, but those 3, we're not supposed to receive them in our JSON. Okay, so once we are done with this part, now we need to send back a response with this data. Okay, so our response status is going to be 200. Response.status is going to be 200, and we need to send back a JSON response. So in our response, we're just going to send back the job. We're not going to send back the status. So the job, that's what we're going to send, and we're going to catch an error if you have one, and then we're going to send back the error to the user. So we are done with that part. Next, we're going to have another function to get all the jobs. Okay, proceed to the next function. We want to push this code to GitHub, and then we can just save the changes that we're making to GitHub as we go. So coming to our terminal, you can create a new terminal side by side. That's okay. And we're going to run the command git init, and then just press enter. Let's see, initialized. Okay, everything is okay. So now we have our files here. So we need to push this. We need to commit first, and then we can push it to our GitHub. Let's say first commit. First, not first. Like that. Then we commit. We want to publish this. So we are going to publish it under the same name, and then I'm going to make mine private. You can choose whether to make yours private or public. It's a personal choice. Okay, so we are done pushing the code to GitHub. And if you've noticed one thing, okay, like let's see if we can visit GitHub. And search for the repository. So here we have controllers models.env.gitignore, but we don't have modules. So dot getignore file ignored this folder and this file, so we don't have them in our GitHub. So that's what we need. We don't want to send 60 megabytes of data, while ListView just requires 60 kilobytes. Okay, so far so good. We're done with that part. Next, we are going to go ahead and focus on getting all the jobs. Right now, let's move on. We want to go ahead and create a function to get all jobs. And at the same time, we want to see whether we can get a list of recently posted jobs as well as just get all the jobs. Okay, so here we're going to have a function with the name getAllJobs. So it has to be asynchronous and is going to take a request and a response. Here we need an R function. Let's close it. So the first thing that we need to pass some queries. So here on top, we are going to have our query with the name recent. Okay, so request recent is equals to request query dot. Here we are not going to use recent, but we're going to use new. Okay, so once we get the query, we're going to have a try catch block. So in our try catch block, we're going to have to deal with our try first, and then we can move on to our catch. But our catch is something that we can do now, since we have the code right on top. We can just copy, paste it here, and we have to remove this from the top. So here in our try catch block, we are going to use let job, okay, is equals to here we are going to await all the jobs in our database. So we are going to have job.find like that. So we're going to find all the jobs, and we're going to exclude some certain properties from the jobs that we're getting. So we want to exclude created it and updated it. So we have to mention the property, and we add 0 here. Same as for this. So this line is the same as the line that we used here. We don't want these 3 properties to be sent back when we're getting a job. So we paste it here. So once we get these, then we're going to go ahead and sort. So to sort, we are going to use the date. Okay, so if you're using the date, we add braces, and we're going to use created at, supposed to be created at. Then here we're going to say -1. So that's it, and we limit. We pass the limit method, so we just want to return 2. So this one is for recent jobs. So we might need to we need to add a condition first. Okay, we need to add a condition. So here, let's just give it a limit of 2. Okay, so this is not supposed to be here. So we need to cut this line of code. Once we cut it, we need to close this. So down below, so if we have a query, so if recent, then that's when we need to send back this. Okay, that's when we need this. So we're going to say, we're going to assign whatever we are getting here to this jobs. Okay, so we're going to say jobs is equals to await, not find by ID, but it's supposed to be find here. Okay, since we're getting all the products, not just one product. So if this is true, then we just send back the response. Else, if we don't have queries, then we're just going to have this up until this point, like that. So if this is false, we're going to jump to this. If this condition is met, then we're going to get whatever we get here, put it in here, and then we send it as our response. But if this condition is not met, we're going to jump to this line, and then we're going to get all the jobs, put them here, and this is the job, the data that we're going to send back along with our response. So down here we need response. So it's supposed to be response.status, and our status is going to be 200, and we need to pass back a JSON data, something like that. So if you're passing JSON data here, we already have the value right on top, so we can as well just pass the value down here. Okay, so we're passing jobs. So that's all that we need to do for this function. So let's check whether we didn't make any errors. Okay, let's make our try let jobs. If recent, then we're going to get the jobs, 2 jobs, and we're going to put them here. Else we're going to get all the jobs and we're going to send back the response. So that's okay. So we are done with that part. Next, we're going to focus on search. So for search, we need to do like queries in our database dashboard. So we are going to visit our Atlas dashboard, make search indices, and then we come back to our project, and then we can just finish off. But before we even go back to MongoDB, what we need to do, let's just create the function right here. So it's supposed to be search jobs. Okay, this is going to be asynchronous and it's going to take a request and a response. We need to close it here. So here we're going to require a try catch block. So in our try, we need to create a value for the results. Okay, so if you're searching, whatever we get is being stored in these results. So these results are waits for our jobs job. Okay, dot. Here we need to use aggregate because we want to search our database, like throughout our database. So in here, the code that we're going to put in here, we're going to get it from our Atlas dashboard. But let's just send a response like that. 8 indices, we should at least have some product in our database. So we haven't used our databases yet. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a new folder here in our root directory, and we're going to call it, oh, we have the folder already, routes, and in this folder we want to create a new file, and we're going to call it job, and the name is going to be a job. It's going to be a JS file, so it's going to be job.js, something like that. So right at the top we need to go ahead and import a router. So here we need const router is equals to require. So here we need express dot router, like that. So we have our router. Next we need our controller. So we are going to create an instance of our controller, and our controller is going to be a job controller is equals to require. Then we need brackets. Inside the brackets we need a string. So we need to access our controller. Our controller is in controllers. Inside the controllers folder we need job controller. Okay, like that. So first we need to, let's go ahead and export a router first. So here we need to have a router.export, not router.export, but it's supposed to be module.export. So here we're exporting the router like that, so we can go ahead and create our routers without worrying about exporting. So first we need a post request. So in the beginning we're going to make it an open. Okay, it's supposed to be a protected route. We're supposed to have a middleware to protect our routes, because only an agent or an administrator should post a job, not a regular user. But for now we're going to use it as an open. Okay, and we need to map it to our controller, to our function, but our function we need to access it through our controller like that. And so this error is caused by the absence of a comma. So if we do it like this, then our router will be working. So right at the bottom, let's paste one more time, paste them a couple of times, and then we can just add this. So here we need to have get. If you're getting one product, we need an ID. So it's supposed to be get job here, like that. And if you're updating, we need an ID also. So here it's supposed to be put. If you're updating, we use the put method, and here it's supposed to be mapped to update job. So if you have over, let's save. Okay, so we need an ID. So to delete a job as well, we need an ID. So we need to pass an ID here. So this is our param when we say request.param. So let's take, for example, here when you're updating a job, we require an ID from from our parameters, from our params. So this is the ID that we are getting from our params, and we're using it here. So let's, if we hover over and come here, whatever value that we are receiving in the request params, okay, which is this ID, that's the one that we're going to store in here. After we store that value, it's the same value that we're going to use here to find a job, and then we update the job. Okay, so the explanation is the same even for get a job. Let's see. Okay, we can leave it like that. For the last one, we're going to have a get. So it's supposed to be get our jobs. Okay, so here, so the only route that is going to be protected around here is going to be this route. This one is going to be open. This one is going to be protected. This one is going to be protected, but this one is going to be open. So we can order them by that same logic. Okay, so all open routes on top and protected routes are going to come at the bottom. And we're going to go ahead and have more routes later. But for now, this is okay. So let's just save. And we need to go ahead and hook our router to our index.js. So first we need to create an instance of our router right on top. So here we're going to have const. It's supposed to be job router. Job route is equals to require. We need to access the file. So in here, what we need to go ahead and access our routes. Okay, so in here it's supposed to be a string routes, and from our route we need to access this. Let's see. Okay, let's get rid of this. We do have an error. Okay, it's supposed to be required here. Okay, so we are connected. And one other thing that we need to do here, we're going to be using body parser. So we haven't installed body parser as yet. So what we can do, we can run a command npm I, then here we need to have our body parser. Okay, so we have our body parser. So right on top of this, we need to go ahead and use our body parser. But before we use our body parser, we need to go ahead and initialize it. Body parser requires body parser. So we have our instance of our body parser. So right at the bottom, we're going to say app.use bodyparser.json. So we need this if you want to use JSON data to get requests or send requests, something like that. Right at the bottom, we're going to have also bodyparser dot URL encode, and we need to set the extended to true. So inside here, we're going to have the extended property, and we're going to set it to true like that. And we need to get rid of this. So just in order for us to process JSON, these lines should be there. So it's either you can use body parser or you can use express. Okay, so you can just replace this with express JSON or express dot URL encoded. Then you set the property to true. Either way, it's okay. So let's go ahead and create our endpoint. So here we're going to have app.use. So we're going to start by API. So that's going to be our endpoint. Okay, so localhost API, then we mention the endpoint. So here it's supposed to be jobs like that. Then here our jobs is going to be mapped to our jobs router. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to go to our Postman, create a job. Once you create a job, and then we can go ahead and work on our search, because we need the job to be in our database to be able to create some indices. Even to test a search, we need jobs to be there in our database. We need to go ahead and create some jobs in Postman. But the first thing that we need to do, there's going to be a file provided for you, a Postman file, Postman JSON file that you can open. Then we have the same setup as the one that I'm going to be using. So I'm going to show you the process how to use Postman JSON, and then we can do the process from then. Okay, so we are going to minimize this. I have my Postman open, but first you just go to the link below, download the Postman JSON file. once you download the Postman JSON file, then you're going to have a file like this, the Postman JSON. Okay, so I'm going to drag and drop this file to my desktop and go ahead and open Postman. Okay, so in Postman, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to import, right? So on import, I have to go to the directory where that file is, or you can just drag and drop. Either way, either of the two can work. So I'm going to select a file, desktop, and this is the collection that I'm looking for. So I'm going to open the collection. So the collection is existent already in my Postman. So I'm just going to import as a copy. Okay. So after importing as a copy, I'll have this setup. So this is the same setup that you have if you import this JSON file, the Postman collection. Okay. So our main focus is job for now. We need to create a job, but we say these are going to be protected routes. But for now, we don't have our middleware, so our route is not protected. So we need to go through some steps to remove the authorization, and then we can go ahead to post a job. Once we have our middleware, we come back, then we implement authorization. That means we'll be making requests using token. Okay, so first we need to go to authorization. So here we have bearer, so we need to just change the option to no auth. Okay, and we save. So that means we can post the job without being authenticated. Okay, so we go to the body. So the settings are always going to be like this, so don't change anything. You can just change this. For now, we're going to change it back when we have our middleware. So we go to the body. So in the body, I have this job already. And if we hover over to URL, probably you don't have an environment. You don't have an environment. So if you don't have an environment, what you can do here, the endpoint is going to be like this. Okay, so this is going to be our endpoint. So we can leave it like this since our server is running on 5002. So it's localhost 5002 API jobs. That's going to be our endpoint, and then we can send a request. But if we want to use an environment, what you need to do, you need to come here, okay? And then you can set up your environment, okay? But I'm not going to do that here, so I'm just going to go ahead with the URL as it is. So here, our job will require a title, location, company, description, salary, contract, hiring, period, image URL, agent, and requirements. So as for requirements, it's an array. That's why we have an array here. So this is just a dummy job that we're going to upload so that we can go ahead and process our indices. So I'm just going to try to post this job. Okay, so it seems like we do have an error. So here, agent name is required. So if we take a look at this body that we have, we don't have an agent name. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and add it here. Okay, so it has to be a string, and we can just put a name. So I'm just going to say Dre, Dr. Dre, like Dr. Dre, like that, and save. After saving, I'm going to make the same request. Okay, so this job has been successfully created. So just to take a peek, we want to take a peek at our database to see whether this job has been created or not. So we're going to go to our browser, and in our browser, we're going to visit our MongoDB. So this is our database. So this is our database. We need to come and click here. After clicking our database, we need to go to browse collections. Okay, so we have the database name. That's the name that we set. The name that we set when we're creating our database. That's, let's go to our .env file. That's the name that we put here. Okay, so this is the name, and this is the name of the collection, and this is the job that we just created with this agent by the name Dr. Dre. So now we have a job in our database. So what we can do, we can go to search on this menu. We can go to search and go to Atlas search. So we should wait for it a little bit. Create a search in this index. Okay. We're going to use a visual editor. We press next, and the name of the index here, you can put whatever you want, but the name, just take note. You need to remember the name because we need to use it in a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to give this a name, like job search in lowercase, like this. Okay, so this is our database. We need to select the database and the collection that we need to search through. So we're going to search for jobs in this collection, and then we press next. Then we create the index. So our index has been created. We need to close this. If we come here, we need to click on this and then edit with Visual Editor. Then we come to Search Tester. Okay. And here we need to come and click this button. So this is what we need to copy, right? So we can just copy this, and then we go back to our backend. In our backend, we need to go back to our controllers. In our controllers, we need to go to our search function. Okay. So in here, we have this list. So we need to just replace everything inside this aggregate, and we paste the code. Okay, so we're going to search through everything. That's why we're using the wildcard here, and we need to provide a query. So our query is going to come from request params. So here is supposed to be request.params, and here we have to provide the name of the param. Okay, so I'm just going to call it key. Okay, we're going to use a key. Let's save. So if we go to our router, okay, so let's say here we visit our routes, our router, we need to create another get. So this one is going to be open. Let's add a little bit of space, get, and here we need to go to our postman first. We go to search. So it's supposed to be localhost 5002 API jobs search, and then we search what we put in the key. This is the key, the job that we'll be looking for. Okay, so here we have to add search to our endpoint. We go back to our VS Code. Here we add search, and then we include our parameter. So our parameter is going to have the name key, and we need to map it to the correct function, which is search jobs, like that. So if we hover over, we can see here, this is the name of the key of the param. This is the param that we are providing here. So right now, if we go back to our postman, in our postman, we need to go ahead and just search for the job that we just posted. Okay. So if we go back to our database, browse collections, and we open this collection, so the name is going to be senior Java developer. So we're going to just search using one of the words here. I'm just going to use Java. Okay. We send the request. We need to go back to our project. In our project, we forgot one thing. We forgot to send back the response. So this line is missing. So you need to send back the response, because if this line is missing, let's save it like this, and we send the response, send the request here, then this is what we are going to get. We're not going to get anything. It's just keep on sending the request, because we are not sending back the response. So we need to have this line and send back the results as soon as the item is found here. So let's save. If we go back and send back this response, the request, this is what we get. So we just searched using Java here, the word Java, and we got something. If we use the city, the location, so let's say Miami, then we'll get a response. If we search using, okay, let's say full-time, we'll get the job as well. So our search is working. We are done with that part. So we need to go ahead and test other endpoints. So this is our job. So if we get the ID and paste the ID here and send this request, we'll get our job back here. So that means everything that we've done is correct. We didn't make any error. And if we send this request, get all jobs, then we should get everything that we have. So far we have one job. So this is the job that we can get. So for, let's see, no, we don't have that part. So for updating, so let's go ahead and try to update a job. So we just paste the ID here. We go to headers, no auth. We go to the body. So if we send this request, we need to add agent name first. Okay. So let's copy this and paste it down. And we're going to have agent name. Supposed to be agent name. And we say the best tech. Something like this. So if we update the job, now our job has been updated. So now if we search for a Flutter developer job, we're supposed to get one, since we've updated the job that we once have the Java job to a Flutter job. Okay, so this is what we see here. So we are done with our job section. Deleting, we can delete as well, but we don't want to delete the job that we have. But if you want to go ahead and test delete, then you can go ahead and do it. So we are done testing our job. The next thing that we're going to do, we're going to push the server to Railway. Then we get the URL. The URL is the one that we're going to use in our application to get the data. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Progress to our Flutter application. Not Flutter per se, but before we even host the server to GitHub, let's address one thing, which is how to create models for our Flutter application. Okay, so now that we have the JSON data that we're getting when we send a request, like here, if we send a request, we are bound to, okay, what we can do here, we can get our jobs first. Okay, and once we get our jobs, to create a model using this data, we just need to copy the data here. Okay, once we have the data, we go to our browser. So in our browser, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and type QuickType. Okay, so we're going to be using QuickType to create models. Okay, so you can paste the data that you just copy from Postman here, like this, and then you add the name of your model. So let's say, for example, this one is for all the jobs, right? So we can say all job here. As we write the name changes here. So this is our model. So you can just copy this model, go to your Flutter application, create a new file, and you paste the code. Now you have your model. Okay, so we might need to address one more thing before we proceed, because we don't need to send back this required this v. It's something that we need to get rid of when we're sending our data. We might leave it like that, but in the near future we might need to remove it. Okay, but this is how we can create a model quick and easy in less than a minute. So this is the method that we used in the application to create the models. You have the models inside the data code, so we don't need to go through this process each and every time that we need to create a model. But just to have the knowledge, that's something okay, because if you make some changes, you might need to know how to create your own models. So this is how you do it. Okay, so now that we got this out of the way, let's go ahead and try to host our server. So to host our server, we need to go to Railway website. That's something that we're going to do in a minute. We need to go ahead and host our server. Though we haven't done much, we need to use the hosted server to get the products so that we can display the products in our Flutter application. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and visit Railway. Okay, so if you don't have an account, you can sign up. If you do, then you can just go to your account and then you can start a new project. Okay, so we are deploying from okay, let's go back, go to the dashboard. Okay, so I'm supposed to use this account. I have two accounts, I'm sorry for that. So I need to create a new project. and you need to deploy from GitHub. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to configure a Git application. So if you're new to Railway, that's what you're supposed to do. So I'm just going to show you the process, then we can go ahead and host our server. So configure GitHub app. So I'm going to use the top account, and then you need to verify if you have a two-factor validation, but if you don't, that's okay. So I need to get the code on my phone, and then we can continue. Okay, so this might take a minute. So we are successfully verified. So what you need to do in here, you need to select the repository that you need to host, or you need to give Railway permissions to access all your repositories. So to select one repository, you just come here and just select the repository that you want to host, but I'm going to go with all repositories and then save. Okay, after saving, we are redirected to this page, so we have to click this option again, and the name of our backend was Job Hub VV2. Okay, this one here, and press deploy now. So this is going to take a few seconds, most probably a minute. If it's done, then we need to copy the URL. That's the URL that we're going to use in our application to make API calls. Okay, so we have to wait a little bit while it's waiting. After it's done, then we need to go ahead and create a domain. So the domain that we're going to be using, it's a provided domain by Railway, but if you have your own custom domain that you want to use for your project, you can do that as well. So here we are done. We're going to go to view logs first. Okay, so this is our application. As you see, this is the statement that we are printing, and printing if our server is running, and this is what we are printing if our database is connected. So everything is fine on this end. We need to close this. After this, we need to go to settings. So in settings, we need to go to networking. So in networking, we need to generate a domain. Okay, after generating a domain, this is the domain that we are given. Okay, so here we just need to copy the domain, or you can just click on it, then you're sent to this page. Okay, but we already have our domain, so far so good. What we can do to test whether our application is working, we can go to Postman. So in Postman here, we can just replace this with the newly hosted server. Okay, we need to include HTTPS. So let me get this one, paste it here, /API/jobs. Okay, so I have a couple of jobs in my database. We press send. Okay, so we're getting a response. That means our server is working fine. To continue with our Flutter application, so you need to open the projects and the simulator somehow, but the project is fine. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to work in services. We need to get the jobs so that we can display them here in Popular. So we need to work on the jobs helper inside this jobs helper. But first, before we do that, we still need to have our URL here, our base URL in our config file. So we need to go to Postman, and in Postman, we're going to copy this URL from here up until app. Okay, then we need to go back to our VS Code, and we need to paste the URL. So we are done with that part. We have our endpoints already, so we're not going to touch that. So down here, let's go to Jobs Helper. In Jobs Helper, we need to create a function that we're going to use to get the data from our backend. So let's go ahead and do that. The first one that we're going to create is to get all the jobs, and followed by getting a single job. Okay, so first we need to have a static. So when we're getting the data from a REST API, our response is going to be a future. In this case, we are going to have a list of products, a list of jobs from our backend. So in here, we're going to have a list, and this list is of type job response. This is the name of the model that we are going to use to map our jobs data. So if we click it here, you can see it has the ID, title, location, agent name, company, hiring, description, salary, period, contract, requirements, image URL, as well as the agent ID. Okay, so this is the data that we require. Okay, so let's go ahead and close it. But before we close it, we can find it in response, because this is a response model. The data that we're getting from the REST API, it's not a request model. Okay, so it's in here, models, response, and then jobs. You can find it here. Okay, so let's close this, and let's close this, and let's continue to create our function. So here, our function, we have to give it a name. So here it's supposed to be GetJobs, since we're getting a list of jobs, and our function is going to be asynchronous, since we're going to make a call to our backend. So inside, we need to have a map with our headers. Okay, so it's supposed to be map string. So in here, text in string, and the name is supposed to be headers, but I'm going to go with request headers like that, and we need to go ahead and close it. Let's see. Yes, so it's closed already, but let's bring this up. So inside, we're going to just take in content type, and our content type is going to be application/JSON. So we are done with this part. Okay, we have a brace missing, so we need to add another brace way below. So we are done with that part. Let's move on. So now we need to have our URL. So our URL is going to be URI parse. We're passing our URI, not parse. That's not the method that we're using. So here, since we're going to be using HTTPS, it's supposed to be .https, and then we put in our URI, our base URL, and our endpoint. Okay, so these two are going to come from our config file. So we need to mention the file. So here we have config.api URL, which is our base URL. That's the first one that we need. We put a comma, and the endpoint is going to be config.jobs, like that, and we close it. So that's our URL. So just to make sure that we're doing the right thing, what we're going to do, we're going to print the URL down here. Okay, so when we make the call to our backend, we're going to print this so that we can check whether our URL is correct or not. If it is correct, then probably we'll get the response. If it is wrong, then we can go ahead and rectify it. So we are going to just be debugging as we make the code. Okay, so right at the bottom, we're going to have another variable for our response. So our response is going to use the client that we created on top, okay, which is mapped to this function, like https.client. Okay, so that's the one that we're going to use here. Await client dots, and we want to use the get method to get the data from our backend. So here our client takes in the URL, and it takes in headers. So here we're supposed to have URL, comma, and headers. So our headers are going to be our request headers. Okay, so here we have to map our headers to this value that we created right on top. And that's all that we need to do here. And now that we have our response, we can use it to process the data that we're getting from our backend. So here we need to have a statement. So if we get the response and the response status is 200, then we need to do something. Okay, status code is 200, and then we need to go ahead and process the data that we get. Okay, so we're going to have a variable with the name job lists. This one is going to be mapped to job response, which is a method in our model from JSON. And here we need to provide the string that we get from our backend. Okay, so this string is going to be in our response body, response.body, like this, and then we close it. So we still have an error here because we are not returning anything as yet. So what we need to do, we need to return something after this inside the if statement. Okay, but this error still remains there because we just handle one case. So outside we're going to have else, and then if we have another error, we're just going to throw exception like that. Throw exceptions, failed to get jobs. That's correct. So let's save that. So we are done with that one. So next up, we can try to hook it up. So to hook it up, we need to design the widgets that we're going to use here. Okay, so let's do that and get that out of the way. Another function here to get a single job. So to do that, we're just going to copy the one that we created right on top. We paste it down, and we're going to change the name to get job. And here it's not supposed to be a list, but it's going to be a get job response. So get job response, we can find it in our response folder inside of our models, which is this one. So this is the data that we require from our backend. So let's close it. Here we need to go ahead and handle this endpoint, because the endpoint is different. We require an ID from our params. Yes. So if we come to Postman, if you're getting a single job here, we require an ID. So we need to set it up in a way that we are sending an ID alongside with our URL. So here we need to go ahead, say job/$ job ID. Okay, but we need to come here, edit into, make it into a string, add some braces, and we're going to add a $sign here. So we don't have this ID as yet. Okay, so here when we call this function, we're going to require a string, and the string name, it has to be a job ID like that. So if we have this, then that's the one that we're going to use here. Okay, but we still do have an error, so let's figure it out. Here we are supposed to close it here. Okay, so a brace is going to just be for this config.jobs, then this other part is going to be outside of the brace. So we are done with that part. Next, we're going to go ahead and change this part, because we are not getting from response from this method, because it's of type list job response. We need something that's related to get job response. Okay, so here it's supposed to be get job response from JSON, and then we send the job. So we need to change the name of this variable to job like this. So we are done, and it's going to be a get request. It's going to take a URL and headers. So far so good. We are done creating these two functions. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go to our controllers, and we need to visit jobs controller. So you have to go to lib controllers, open jobs controller. So in here, the first thing that we need to create one for, because we need to get the list first before we get a single job. So here we are returning a future list of job response. Okay, so we need to copy this. This is the type that we want to use. We go back to jobs provider, and we're going to declare a let future lists job response, and we give it a name. So we're going to give it a name job list like that, and we're going to close it. So in here, we want to call our function. Okay, we want to call our function. So we need to return the type. So it's supposed to be future lists job response. Then we create a function. Okay, so here it's supposed to be get jobs. So if you see we have an error, so this error is because we don't have a return value as yet. So here we want to create, this is correct, but let's just write the code. We don't want to just automatically put the code. So we have to store whatever we get from our REST API in this value. Okay, so here we have our job lists is equals to, then we have to call our job helper, right? And from our job helper, we didn't import. We have to call job helper, and we have to get jobs, and we have to close it here. So whenever this function is called, then we're going to store whatever we get in this value that we have here, and then we're going to return this value that we have here. Okay, so we're going to return jobs lists, and then we close. So this is the function that we're going to use, because we're going to call our REST API from our provider, not straight from the helper. Okay, so now that we get this, we can go on to create our job list here. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to this page, which is the home page. So home page, we have to visit lib, views, screens, and then home page. Okay, so this one has to come here, but we need to create a widget that we're going to put here. So inside of our home directory, we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it widgets with the lowercase w, like that. And inside, we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it PopularJobs, like that. And it has to be a .dat file. So in here, we need to create a stateless widget, and we have to give it a name. So it has to be PopularJobs. It's supposed to be PopularJobs here. And we have to import material. So our area is gone. Next, we want to go ahead and design whatever we are going to have here. So first we need to have a future builder, but the future builder is going to be wrapped around a consumer widget, because we want to access our provider so that we can call this function that we created here. Okay, so let's go back to our list. So in our list, the first thing that we need is to remove this container. Okay, after removing this container, we need to have a consumer, and here we are consuming a jobs notifier object, and we have to import provider here. So our area is gone, and we have to change here in the middle. Okay, so we have to give it a name similar to whatever we have on top, like that. So right below, we're going to return a container, a styled container. So I have already styled a container with the name build style container. This one, it takes the context of this container and the child. So our future builder is going to be the child of this container. So we have to visit this widget. Okay, so this widget is just a container that we are going to be using in our application repeatedly. Okay, so it has a decoration image here, and the image that we have is like the fit is cover, and then the opacity is 0.5. And here we have a border radius around the container. Then we are going to have a child. So this child is where we are supposed to put whatever widget we want to display after this container. So let's go back. Here we have our context, the context of this container, of the widget per se. Then we need to take care of the child. So let's bring this down. Context, let's bring the child down. So our child is going to be a future builder. So we have to replace this with future builder. It's supposed to be future here, future builder. So a future builder takes a future and a builder. Okay, so our future is going to be the data that we are going to get from the function that we just created in our provider. So to call our function, we are going to call it after this line, before we return something. So it has to be in between. Okay, so we're going to access our jobs notifier, and then we're going to get jobs lists. So if we get jobs list here, that means whatever we get here is going to be stored in the value that we created in our provider. So let's go ahead and open our provider so that we can have a clear explanation. It's going to be stored in this value. Okay, this value that we have here. So we need to access that value, or we can just create a new value here. Okay, like var. What's wiser is to access it. So since we have our notifier here, we have to access this jobs list. So that's our future. So our area is gone. Now we need to handle our builder. So for our builder, we're going to take a context and snapshot. And one other thing that we need to do here, we need to specify the model that we're going to use, or the type. Okay, so here this future builder is going to be of type list job response, like that. As for builder, we're going to take the context, and we're also going to take the snapshot. It's supposed to be snapshot. So we still have an error. This error is because we have to return something below. Okay, so down here we're going to have conditions. So first we're going to have if our snapshot's connection state is equals to waiting, then we have to show something. So that's the first condition that we have to deal with. Dot connection state is equals to connection state dot waiting here. Then we need to do something. Okay, so if it is waiting, then we need to return. And what we're going to return, we're going to return a page loader. So that's one of the widgets that we have. Okay, so we need to go ahead and visit this page loader to see what it looks like, because we can't just use something without explaining. So our page loader is just a scaffold, a widget that returns a scaffold, and the background is going to be white. The border is just a center. In the center, we're going to have an image. The image is going to be a GIF file. So that's going to be our page loader. Okay, so let's close this. And to find this page loader, you can find it in common pages loader. Okay, so we're done handling our first condition. Now we need to move on to our second condition. So we need to have else if snapshot has error, then we need to do something, because we might run into an error. Snapshot dot has error. If we have an error, then we're just going to print the error, not to print in console, but we're going to show it in a text widget. Text widget, we need to have braces, and we're going to have our error here, and we need to print the error. Okay, like that. We need to print the error itself. So we're done handling our second condition. Let's move on to our third condition, which is if the snapshot is empty. Okay, snapshot.data is empty, then we need to show something. .data is empty. If it is empty, then we need to do something. But here, if we need to have a now checker to get rid of this error. Okay, so if it is empty, then we're going to return another widget. So here we need to have a no search results. We're going to use the same as the one that we're going to use for search results. Okay, so here it requires a text. So our text is going to be a string, no jobs found, like that. So let's visit this widget. Okay, so it's quite similar to the page loader, but it's going to be a column, and our main axis alignment is going to be center. Okay, so the children of our column, we're going to have an image. This image is inside of our images. Okay, so you can view what the image looks like, and we're going to have a width spacer. So a width spacer is the same as a size box. So if we just replace with the size box, it's the same. So let's come here. So here our width spacer is just a size box. It's a stateless widget that returns a size box, and inside the size box we require width, and here we have to provide width from the parent widget that we are using, this component, this widget. Okay, so last but not least, if our snapshot has data, we need to return that data. So we're going to have else. In our else here, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a final instance of our job. So we're going to call it a job. Is equals to snapshot.data, like that. And we need to close it here. So this is what we are going to use in our widget, the widget that we're going to create, that we're going to show in our page here. Okay, so down here we need to return a ListView builder. It's supposed to be return ListView.builder. So our ListView.builder takes in a item builder and item count. So first we need to handle our item count. So item count is going to be this job that we have on top, the length of the job. and we need to put a null checker here. So for our builder, we're going to take the context and the index like that, and we need to return something. So our return is going to be the widget that we're going to be showing on the screen. Okay, so for now, let's just return an empty container, because we need to go ahead and design the widget that we are going to be displaying here. Let's close this one here. But before, we need to do the same that we did here. Okay, so we need to access. Okay, so this is supposed to be jobs, not job, because it's a list of jobs. Okay, and down here we're going to return a single job. So we're going to have a variable with the name job, and is equals to jobs.index jobs, then array, then we put the index. So we are going to access each and every job from the response that we get, and then we're going to store it in here. Okay, so we need to hook this popular job to our home page. So if we go back to our home page and just write popular jobs, then we are okay. Save our job here. If we add a comma, save, then we're bound to run into an error. So let's visit our widget. So in our widget, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and get rid of this. We cannot get rid of it. So let's close this, the future builder. We need to cut the future builder, and our return here is going to be the future builder itself. So we don't have an error. So we need to wrap this future builder inside of a container, not a container, but a size box. And we need to give this size box a height. Okay, so our height is going to be the height that we have in our constants times 0.28.28. So here, since our widget is going to be a little bit smaller, if we put a page loader, it won't help, because the page loader covers the whole screen. So what we can do, first we can just have a center, and then the child of our center is going to be a progress indicator, circular progress indicator, like that. And here, let's just have a text, and let's say empty, no jobs found available. But probably this one, we won't use it. So let's save, press continue. Okay, we need to reload the application. Okay, so here our widget is showing, but we don't have anything to display as yet. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and design the widget that we're going to be showing here. Okay, to replace this container. So for now, let's go ahead and visit our home page, and we need to add a little bit of space between this heading and this popular jobs. So we're going to copy this size box from here, and then we're going to paste it in between, and we need to change the size from 30 to 15, like that. So let's visit our popular jobs. In our popular jobs, we need to go ahead and design our other widget. So this widget, we're going to call it JobsHorizontal Tile. We need to create it inside of our, okay, so this widget is not supposed to be in here. It's supposed to be within this folder. Okay, so we can just drag and drop here like that. So inside of this directory, we need to create a new file, and we need to call it jobs horizontal tile. It's not a list, horizontal tile, and it has to be a .dat file like that. So for our .dat file, we're going to create a stateless widget, and we're going to give it the same name that we gave the widget, JobsHorizontal Tile, and we have to import material here. So we're going to return a gesture detector first, because we need to tap it. If we tap it, we should be redirected to the job details page. And here on tap, we want to have a function with the same name on tap. So we need to provide this on tap on top. So let's hover over, copy the type, go on top, create a final, and then we close it. So our array is gone here, but we still need to add it to our formal parameters. And our gesture detector takes in a child. So our child is going to be a padding. So for padding, takes in padding and a child. So let's handle our padding first. So here we're going to have, no, not const, but we're going to have edge inserts dot only. We want to push our widget to the right, and we give it a padding of 12. Let's add a comma here. After adding a comma, we're going to require a child. So for a child, we're going to have a clip rect. We need to add a little bit of border radius around our widget border radius. And for border radius, we're going to use border radius.all. And our radius is going to be radius.circular. And we have to give it a radius of 12, like that. So let's go ahead, add a comma. After adding a comma, we need to return a child. After returning the child, now we need a container. And let's see. So this child is supposed to be outside here, not inside. So let's just format the code a little bit. So we have to give our container height and width. So for our height, we're going to use the height that we have in our constants, and we're going to multiply it by 0.27. That's supposed to be 0. And let's give it a width. As for our width, we're going to use our width from our constants and multiplied by 0.7, like that. Now we want to add decoration because we need to style our container a little bit. So here we're going to have box decoration. And as for box decoration, the first thing that we need to consider is the color. So we're going to have a color property, and we're going to use the colors from our constants. So here we're going to use K-light gray. So if we save, we should have something displayed, but we didn't hook this widget as yet. So it's supposed to be horizontal. Okay, so let's just select like that, horizontal tile. If you go back to our popular jobs, we need to replace this container with our job horizontal list, horizontal tile. Okay, so here, if you see, we're still scrolling. We're scrolling vertically. We need to scroll horizontally. Okay, so that's something that we need to fix here in our popular jobs. We come to our list view. So we need to add a property, scroll direction. So here it's supposed to be axis dot horizontal, like that. So we'll be scrolling like this. So now we just need to add a little bit more information inside, and we'll be okay. So inside we have onTap function. So we can call that onTap function. And then here we're just going to make it an empty function. And one other thing, we need to send this job to this tile. Okay. So if we open our tile right on top, we're going to have another final value here, and it's going to be of type job response, and we have to give it a name, job. If we edit here, then we're bound to run into an error. So we need to provide the job here. We need to pass the job. So the job is equals to the job. We save, we don't have an error. So let's go ahead and fill in the other widgets that we need inside. Let's go back to our jobs horizontal tile. Let's see whether we have the horizontal tile somewhere. No way. Okay, so let's visit this one. After visiting it, the first thing that we need to do, we still need to add something to our decoration. So our decoration is ending up here. We need to add a comma. Let's format the code. So right underneath, we're going to require an image. So for image, it's going to be a decoration image, and we need to provide the image. And this image is an asset image. So we need to provide the path. So our path is going to be assets, images, then the name of the image. So this is not the correct name. It's supposed to be jobs.png. And for this image, we need to provide the fit and the opacity. So for fit, it's going to be boxfit.contain, like that. So if we save, we're supposed to see something. Okay, so it's supposed to be like that. So we need to add a little bit of opacity to our image. So we're going to use the opacity property, and we need to give it an opacity of let's give it an opacity of 0.5 first. Then we can change that a little later, seeing the visibility of whatever text that we're going to put right on top of it. So let's add const here and format the code a little so that it can be visible. So we have everything that we need here. Now we need to go ahead and have the child of this container because we don't have the child as yet. So let's add a comma March. So here we have our decoration and we have our container. So our child has to come in between the decoration and the last bracket of the container. So we're going to return a column. As for our column, we're going to use cross-axis alignment. So our cross-axis alignment is going to be .start, and our column takes in children. So for our children, we're going to require a row first. Okay, so we're going to have a row in here. And for our row, we're going to require children as well. Inside of our children, our first child is going to be a circular aperture. And let's give it a radius. We're going to give it a radius of 25, and we need to give it a background image. Here it's supposed to be 25 at a comma, enter, and we're going to require a background image. So for the image, we're going to access the job that we pass to this widget. So we're supposed to say job.image URL. So this is a network image. So that's why we are having this error. So we need to mention another widget. Okay, so let's paste the code that we just cut. So the network image, inside the network image, then we are putting this URL that we are getting from our job. If we save, then it might take a little bit. So it's here. So these are the logos of our jobs. Next, we're going to put in a width spacer. We need to have a little bit of width. So we're going to call our width spacer. So first, let's add cons width spacer, and we're going to give it a space of 15. Right after that, we're going to require a container. In this container, we're going to require width, and we have to give it a width of 160. Let's give our container a little bit of padding. So here it's supposed to be edge inserts dot all only, not all. So we're going to go with only, and here we need to manipulate the left side and the right side. So since they're going to be equal, the left and the right, what we can do, instead of using only here, we can use symmetric. For the symmetric, then we use the horizontal property. Okay, so here it's supposed to be 20.w, and here it's supposed to be horizontal, like that. So we're going to require decoration text box decoration. In our box decoration, we're going to require a color. So for color, we're going to use a white color. Okay, so we can just use the colors from our constants, and here we have to use klight.value. So we have a white widget here. Let's add a little bit of border radius. Okay, we need to add a comma right on top. After adding the comma, border radius. For border radius, we're going to take in border radius. It's supposed to be border radius.all. And for radius, we're going to use radius.circular, and we have to give it a radius of 20. So our child is going to be a text widget. So this child is supposed to be right outside of this box decoration. So we're going to use our reusable text widget. So here we require a text. Okay, so for this text, there's no need for us to put a string, since we're going to use the data that we have from our job. So here it's supposed to be a job.company. So we have to display the company name first, and then we add a little bit of style. So for our style, is going to come from our app style. So we need to add the size first. So we're going to give it a size of 22, and we need to give it a color. So our color is going to be K dot. It's going to be K dark. Okay, so it's supposed to be K dark here dot value, and for font weight is going to be a little bit thicker, so it's supposed to be 600. Okay, like that. Our widgets are attached to the edges of this parent widget that we have here, so we need to push them a little bit inside. So we need to visit the container, this container that is not this container but the first container. Okay, we need to add a little bit of padding on this container. So here we're going to have edge inserts dot symmetric. We want to have a horizontal padding of 20, and we need to have a vertical padding of 20, like that, and save. So if we save, then our widgets will be inside like that. So that's exactly what we need. So let's continue. We need to close this row, and then after this row, we want to have a height spacer. So it's either you can use a height spacer or you can use a size box to create a little bit of height between this widget and the next widget that we're going to have down below. So we're going to give it a height of 15, and don't forget to add consts. So let's focus on the next widget. So our next widget is going to be a text widget. So we're going to use the reusable text widget. So our text here is supposed to be job.title. We need the title of the job, and we need to add a little bit of style to it. So let's push this a little bit in. So as for style, we're going to utilize our app style as always. We need to provide the size, and the size is going to be 20. And for color, this one is going to be black. So we're going to use the same kdark. And as for font weight, this one is going to take the same weight as the one that we have on top. So we're going to use W600 like that. So we are done with this one. Let's save. Okay, so we have our title here. So it's either you can make it big or make it smaller. That's all up to you. If you want to make it 18, it'll be a little bit smaller. I'm going to go with 18, but 20 is the most viable one. So let's go below. We want to have another reusable text widget. And here we want to have the location of the job. Okay, so we have our location. And as for location, we have to reduce the size to 16, and we have to change the color to light gray. It has to be grayish. Okay, like that. So let's add a little bit of space between this widget that we just created, this widget, and this widget. Add a little bit of space here. So let's paste. Okay, like that. Add a little bit of space of 5. So right underneath, we are going to have another row widget. So that's after this text widget that we have here. So let's see whether we closed it. So we closed it here. So we can just go ahead and create our row. We need a row. So for this row, it's going to have the main axis alignment. We need it to have main axis alignment dot start, and it takes in children. So each and every time that we mention a row takes in children. So the first thing that we need inside of this row is another text widget. So we are going to copy this widget that we have here and paste it inside. Then we can make some changes to it. So first, we're going to require the salary. That's 25K. And then right after that, we need another widget. So for this one is going to be the period. So it's supposed to be job.period. Before, we are going to add a slash like that. Let's change this from dark gray to dark like that. And for the sizes, we want to make this a little bit bigger, and then we're going to make this a little bit bigger but smaller than the first one. So it's going to be like this. So after this row, we can just close this row, add a comma first, and we can close it. We're going to require a circular avatar. So for a circular avatar, we're going to require the radius, like how big the circular avatar is going to be. So we're going to make it 18. After that, we need a background color. So, okay, so here it's supposed to be 18 first, add a comma, and here we're going to have a background color. So for background color, it's going to be K light, like that. So we need to have a child inside of this widget. So our child is going to be an icon. So we need to have an icon here, and our icon is going to come from Aeon icons. So here we need chevron. First, let's go ahead and import the Flutter vector icons. So here we need chevron forward. Okay, let's just write underscore forward like that. So this one is supposed to be this end. It's supposed to be on this end. So let's see what we can do to make it appear on the other end. Let's just cut it from here. We need to put it inside of this row. So what we need to do, we need to select the widgets that we have in here, and we need to just put them in another row. Okay, so here we wrap them in a row. So this row is the one that we want to use so that we can push this here. Okay, so after this row, we're going to paste this and save. So here, let's have space between, like that. continue, we want to focus on our job details page. But the first thing that we need to take a look at is this URL that we are printing here. So we said whenever we are making a call to our backend, we are going to be printing the URL to see whether it's correct or not. So this is the URL that we are printing. So if we visit our helper function, our helper class, we are printing this URL. So this is the URL that we're getting here. So we're getting our data with no problem. So we can just remove the print statement. So right now, let's go ahead and close it. After closing, we need to go to not horizontal. We need to close this horizontal. We're done with it. We might visit a little bit later, but for now, we're done. So the next thing is to visit these popular jobs. So from popular jobs, we have on tap function. So if we tap, we're supposed to be redirected to our jobs details page. So we want to create the page first, right? So we are going to create it outside of this folder. We don't want it to be inside the widgets folder. Okay. So it's supposed to be job details page dart. It's supposed to be a dot file. So in here, it's supposed to be a stateful widget. Let's give it a name, job details, like that. And we need to import material. After importing material, then we can go ahead and do whatever we do in here. So first, let's go back to our popular. So in our popular, we want to navigate. So to navigate, we're using getX. So here it's supposed to be get dots. Okay. And then we mentioned the page that we want to go to. So here we need to import get first. And we're going to a particular page, and the name of the page that we're going to is going to be job details. Okay, so in job details, we are going to display the details about the job, all the details about the job. So right now we can add cons here. That's okay. And if we click, we're supposed to be redirected to our page, but this is what we have now. So it's something that I have to address. So let's visit this page. So if we have a container here, if you're returning a container, this is what the page will look like. So let's just change it to a scaffold. So if you just have a scaffold there, then this is what we will see. So that's what we need. So here we can go back. That's okay. So next, when we come back, we want to just get finished with this page, and then we can handle our recently posted jobs here. Get a single job. So if we click, we are redirected to our job details page. But what we want to do, we want to define like an init state right here. Okay. So we want to have init state. We want to get our job here. So what we're going to do, we're going to have final values here. Okay, so first we're going to have a final string. So our string is going to be, our first string is going to be our title. We need our title and we need our ID. So ID being the most important because it's the one that we're going to use to get all the job details. Okay, and we need the agent name. The agent name, we're going to use it a little bit later when we are dealing with our chart. Okay. So we need to add them to our formal parameters. So we add them here. So after doing this, you see we have an error here. So we have to go ahead and rectify the error. So first, I'm going to deal with the ID, and the ID is going to come from job.id. Next, we're going to have the title, and the title is going to come from job.title. After that, we're going to have our agent name. Our agent name is coming from job.agentName, like that. So we still do have an error here. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and remove this constant. Okay, so we are done with this part. So if we go to our job details page, in our job details page, we're receiving these values. So if we come right here and print, we want to print widget.id. Okay, we want to just print the ID just to show you that we are getting the ID. Let's see. So if we click here, then our ID is going to be printed, and it's the same for the other parameters that we are receiving from popular jobs. Okay, get rid of this init state. Why are we getting rid of the init state? We don't want to get our job from here. So if we visit our provider, jobs notifier, here we're just getting all the jobs, right? So we can define another one to get a single job. Okay, so we can just copy this, paste it down below. So here it's supposed to be get job, and this is going to require a string job ID. Okay, and here we need to change the type. It's going to be of future get job response, like that. And here the function that we're calling from our helper function is going to be get job. Okay, we have our ID, but we still do have an error. So our error is coming from here. Okay, because we're storing this value in here, and here it's a list. So we need to create another value, and this one is going to be a future get job response, and the name is going to be job. So here we just need to get rid of this, then our error is gone. Okay, so we save, we go back to our job details page. So in our job details page, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and work inside of our scaffold. So inside of our scaffold, the first thing that we require, we're going to require an appBar. So our appBar, we're going to use our custom appBar. So we're going to require preferred size. So we need the preferred size. So we're going to use the same size that we used before from height, and we have to give it a size of 15. And as for our child, that's where we are going to put our custom appBar. So our custom appBar takes in a child. So here we're going to have both our actions and our child. So first we need to define our actions. So we're going to leave our actions as empty now, but we will handle them a little bit later. Let's handle the child. So for the child, we're going to have a back button. Okay, so here it's supposed to be back btn, like that. So if we save, we have a back button, and if we click on it, we are redirected back. Okay, so let's deal with our actions. In our actions, we're going to require a gesture detector. Inside of our gesture detector, we're going to require on tap. Let's put it as an empty function for now. And then as for the child, we want to have an icon. Okay, so for this icon, we're going to add padding first, and we give it a padding of 12 to the right. So here we need to have edge inserts dot only. So here it's supposed to be right, and to the right we are going to have a padding of 12. So our padding takes in a child. So for a child, we're going to put one icon, but we're going to handle it somehow when we write the bookmarks functions in our backend. So here we're going to have an icon. We just want to display an icon, and for this icon, it's going to come from Fontisto. So it's supposed to be Fontisto.bookmarks outer. We can just pick one. So this one is for a bookmark which is inside of our backend, and for the bookmark only is the one for a bookmark, like a job which is not in our bookmark. Okay, so we can put this one first, and whenever we put our logic, then we can come back and see whether we can make them alternate. Okay, so here we're just going to put consts, and let's display a title. So this title is going to be the job title. We can either display it or just leave it, because we are going to have a job title inside of our page, so we don't want to repeat. So we can just close the appBar for now. We are done with that part. Let's move on to the body. So as for our body, we're going to have a consumer widget first. A consumer, it's either we can have a consumer, not a consumer, but let's have build container style. So in our build consumer, we're going to build style container. That's where we are going to put a future builder. So for now, let's try to just comment it out and comment. Let's cut it. That's the most simplest thing that we can do. Okay, probably not feasible. So what we can do, we can wrap this scaffold inside of a consumer widget, because our bookmarks are on the appBar, and we also need to get the job from our, and to call the function inside of our provider, and to get the job that we stored in our provider to display it in here in the page. So the best way is to just come here, cut this, and we're going to have a consumer. So we're going to consume a jobs notifier object. But first, let's import our provider. After importing provider, here we need to have a similar name to the name that we have here, and we can paste our scaffold here. We need to go ahead, let's see whether that's the right place, or we need to edit here. Not really. A scaffold consumer, so the consumer is starting with this bracket, so this bracket is supposed to be here. Okay, then we close it here. For this one, we just leave it like this. So now we have only 3 errors, so we need to handle this child. So this child is going to be a future builder. So let's bring this child down, and we have to replace it with a future builder. So as we said before, our future builder takes in a future and a builder. So what we can do, we can just go to PopularJobs and then just take this future builder. Okay, make some changes to it. So let's take this future builder and then we alter it to the way that we want it to be. We can paste it here, right? So here we don't require this ListView builder. Let's just return a container here so that we can get rid of the error. Let's close it. So here it's supposed to be job, and we need to change the type here to get job response. Okay, so we need to get rid of this part like that. And here, since we have a full page, that's when we can use our page loader here instead of using a circular progress indicator like that. So here it's supposed to be job. Let's see other changes that we can make. We need to call the function to get the job right on top. Let's format the code. The code is already formatted, but I just want to make everything visible. Let's bring the builder down. So here, before we return anything, we want to access this job notifier and we want to get a job. So when we're getting a job, we should provide the ID. So it's supposed to be widget.id. Okay, so our page is loading fine. And here we have this field. We are not returning it from our backend. So that's why we do have the error. So you can just comment it out, and we are not using it. So it's best if we just remove it somehow. So let's get rid of it. Once we get rid of it, we can just reload the page. Continuous guests, click on a job. So this is what we have now. So we have to design our page, like whatever we are going to put inside here. But so far so good. Value, we need to get rid of this container. We need to have a padding. So our padding, we're going to have edge-insets dot symmetric. Okay, made a typo. Edge-insets dot symmetric. We want to manipulate the horizontal side. So for horizontal, we're going to have 20.w, and we need to add a child. So for a child, we're going to have a stack. It's supposed to be a stack widget here. So inside of our stack, we're going to have children. So our first child is going to be a ListView, and ListView takes in children as well, right? So we have this ListView inside of our stack. So this is going to be behind. So we need to place another widget right on top of this ListView. So that's the widget that we want to handle first, and then we can handle whatever we are going to have inside of these children. Okay. So here we're going to have align and align widget. It's supposed to be align. So we have to set our alignment to, okay, let's see, bring this down. Alignment is supposed to be alignment.bottom center. And here our alignment is going to take a child. Our child is going to be a custom outline button. Custom outline button. So our custom outline button requires text and a color. So here we're going to put a text. So we have different types of text that we're going to put here, but these texts are going to require us to have some certain functionalities. So for now, we're just going to put something that we know, okay, like this, we're going to use for now and change it a little bit later. Okay, so first, let's say, please log in, since we are not logged in. Okay, and as for color, we are not going to use this color. Our priority is to have another color, which is color 2. Okay, so for color 2, we're going to use our colors, and here we need to make it K orange, like that. And for this color, it has to be the same as this one. We paste this one here, we save. So we need to add width. We need to add height, not width. We need to give our button a height. So height, we're going to give it a height of height times 0.06. Okay, so it's going to be like that. And let's wrap this button around a padding widget. So we're going to have padding, and here we need to manipulate only the bottom part. So we're going to have bottom. We're not going to have a bottom of 8, but we're going to have a bottom of 20. And we need to get rid of the const since we are going to be utilizing screen utils like that. But our text is not showing. So let's see. Let's visit this color. Okay, so this color is for our text and this border. So we have to make it white. So we have to make this K light like that. So we have our text and we have our border here. So let's go ahead and just close this alignment. And then we want to deal with our ListView children. So the first child that we're going to have in our ListView is going to be a container. But right outside, we want to add padding to our ListView. It comes with a padding property. So here we want to have a padding of 0 right at the top, like that. And inside, let's go ahead and put our container. So inside of our container, we are going to require width, and the width is going to be width. We're also going to require height. And as for height, we're going to utilize the height that we have in our constants, and we're going to multiply it by 0.27, like that. So next, we need to add decoration. So for decoration, we require box decoration. So inside of our box decoration, the first thing that we need to take care of is the color. So here we need to mention the color, and we have to give it a color. So for our color, we're going to use the color from our constants, and our color is going to be K light gray, like that, and save. So we should have something here. So we have our container. So we need to add a little bit of radius around the edges. So we're going to have border radius. Let's add a comma right on top. So it's supposed to be border radius dot all, and our radius is going to be radius dot circular, and we have to give it a radius of 9. Okay, so here it's supposed to be 9.w. So we're okay. So if we save, this is what we have. So we need to go ahead and have an image, the same image as the one that we have here. So we're going to have image. So our image is supposed to be a decoration image since we're in a container, and then we map it to an asset image since we're going to use an image inside of our assets. So let's bring this down, and we need to provide a path over here. Okay, so our path is going to be assets images / job.png, like that. Okay, so the image is not found. So it's supposed to be jobs here, jobs, and then we save, we reload the page, and we can add const over here. So one thing that we need to do here, okay, we will set the logic to just get rid of the onboarding screen whenever, okay, because this is no longer the first opening of our application, so we need to get rid of the onboarding screen. We'll do that a little bit later. Let's finish up with this first. So here we have our image, and we need to add opacity. Let's give it an opacity of 0.35. So we need to make it a little bit faint, just like that. So right outside of our box decoration, we're going to require a child. And as for a child, we're going to have a column. And our column, we're going to give it a main axis alignment. And we need to put everything to the center. And our column requires children. So our first child is going to be a secular avatar. Okay, so for a secular avatar, we've used it before. The first thing that we require the radius. So the radius, like if we define a radius, we are defining the size we want our secular avatar to be. So we want it to be like 30. So here we have our radius, and we're going to make it 30 here. So let's add a comma and then we need to have a background image. So this background image is going to be our logo, the logo of the company or the person of the company that's related to the job that we are getting. So here, let's have our background image, and our background image, we're going to require another widget. Since it's a network image here, we're going to have network image, and we need to provide the URL. So the URL is coming from this job that we defined here. So we have to just copy, come here, paste. So it's supposed to be job.image URL. Okay, so we need to add a null checker here. Okay, so we have our image right on the center. So we are done with this circular avatar. Let's close it. But before we close it, let's just add a comma here and then go ahead to close it. After closing it, we're going to have our next widget. So first we need to have a height spacer, and we need to give it a height of 10. So we need a little bit of height between this widget, the circular avatar, and our next widget, which is going to be a reusable text widget. So down below here, we're going to have a reusable text widget. So in our reusable text widget, the first thing that we require is text. So for our text is going to be the title of the job. So it's going to be job.title. And for the style, we need to go ahead and have our app style here. We need to give it a size. We're going to give it a size of 16. And for the color, we have to make it dark. So we're going to use kdark. So here it's supposed to be color kdark.value. As for our font weight, we're going to give it a font weight of W600, like that. So let's save, add consts. Right underneath, we need to add another height spacer. So we need to give it a height of 5. We need to create a little bit of space between the text widget that we put right here and the next widget. So let's give it a 5 here, and let's copy this reusable text widget that we have here, and we need to paste it down. After pasting it down, we need to change whatever we're displaying here. So here we're supposed to display the location like that. And let's save. And as for our location, everything is going to remain the same except for the color. We are going to go with dark gray, and let's save that. So that's what our location is going to look like. So right underneath, we're going to require another height spacer, and we need to put it below the text. Okay, so for height spacer, we're going to give it a space of 15. After giving it a space, we need another widget. So we're going to have a padding widget. So in our padding widget, we need to have padding. So our padding is going to be symmetrical. So it's supposed to be agencies.symmetric. Here we need to manipulate the horizontal side. So we need to give it a horizontal of 50, like that. And our padding takes in a child. So we need to have a child inside of our padding widget. And our child is going to be a row widget. Inside of our row, we need to have main axis alignment, and we're going to space all the contents that we have in here with the space between property, and our row requires children. So as for our first child is going to be a custom outline button. It's supposed to be custom. Okay. So for custom outline button, we said we require text, color. So here we're going to have this color. That's the color of our text and our border. Okay. So for this color, we're going to use korange. So here it's supposed to be colors, korange.value, something like that. And as for text, here we need to get the period. Is it the period? But the contract. We need to get the contract, and we need to add a little bit of height and width. So first we're going to define our width, and our width is going to be width times 0.26, and let's have our height. As for our height, we're going to have the height from our constants, and we're going to multiply it by 0.04, like that. Okay, so we have our text here full time. On the other end, we're going to have another row. So we need to close this button. We're done with it. Let's close it, and let's have a row inside here. So for our row, we're going to have children. For our first child, we're going to, not first child, but all our children are going to be reusable text widgets. So let's just copy the ones that we have in here. Let's get rid of the complaining lint like that. Let's format the code, get this a little bit below. So we need to change this. So the first thing that we need the salary. Okay. After the salary, we need to, the text is okay, but the color, we need to make it K dark. So we need to remove the gray, and we need to copy it, and we need to paste it down as well. So for the next one, we're going to require the period. So for the period, we're going to concatenate it, since we're going to require a slash like that. Okay, let's go with this one. So it's supposed to be period. Okay, so it's going to be 25K per month, and the color, we can go with gray, okay, dark gray. Okay, so we are done with that part. So we need to go ahead and work outside of this container. So this container was our first widget inside of our list view. It's quite a huge container. So let's just close it here. And right below, we need to add a little bit of space. So we're going to call for our height spacer, and we need to give it a height of 20. Let's add const, save, add a comma, and then we're going to have another reusable text widget. Let's format the code. So here we're going to have our heading. Okay, so we need our description here, description, and it has to be a string. So don't forget, it has to be a string. Okay, so we have our description, and the size is going to be 16, and everything else is okay. So we are done with that part. Next, we're going to require a height spacer. We need to create a little bit of space between the description heading and the description itself. Okay, so down here, we need to paste. After pasting, we need to reduce this to 10. After reducing this to 10, we need to have a text widget. So we're not going to use reusable text since it's limited to one line. We need to display more lines. Okay, so in here, we're going to have the job.description. And as for our description, we're going to require text align. So we're going to align our text. So our alignment is supposed to be justify, not center. So we need to justify the text that we're going to display. So here, we're going to require style as well. As for style, we're going to utilize appStyle. Let's give it a size. We're going to give it a size of 12. It has to be a little bit smaller since we're going to have more lines, and color is supposed to be a little bit lighter as compared to the other colors that we have. It's supposed to be K dark gray. Let's go with K dark gray, and let's give it a font weight of W600. Okay, W600 here. It's supposed to be 600, W600. So let's save. Okay, that's what we have now. Okay, normal would do. Normal would do like that. And let's utilize a property with the name max lines. We want to limit the number of lines that we are going to display here. So let's go with 9 and see. Okay, 9 lines. 9 lines will do. So after these 9 lines, we're going to have requirements, the requirements of the job. So if someone posts a job, then a person should know the criteria, like, okay, what should I have? So that's why we have a requirement. So we need this heading. Let's add a comma here, and let's paste the heading and this height spacer. So between the description itself and this heading that we're going to have here for requirements, we need to set a little bit of space. Okay, so we want to give it a space of 20 like that. And down here, now we need to display our requirements. So our requirements are in an array. So we need to use a ListView builder. Okay, so first we need to wrap our ListView builder in a size box. And we need to give this size box a height. Otherwise, if you don't do that, then we are bound to run into an error. Okay, so as for height, we're going to have height, and we're going to multiply it by 0.6 like that. So let's have our child, and our child is going to be the ListView builder. So ListView builder takes item count and the builder. So item builder. So for item builder, we're going to take the context, and we're going to take the index as well. And we need to return something in here. But first, let's deal with our item count. So here we're going to have item count, and our item count is going to come from job.requirements.length. Okay, so that's going to be our item count. So here we need to handle the requirements. Okay, so we need to have a return value down here. Down here, we're going to return a padding. Okay, so we have to give it a padding. So here, like, the main goal is not to return a padding only, but we want to have a text, but we should have a little bit of space at the bottom of the text so that we can display another text. Okay, so here we're going to have bottom, and we're going to give it a padding of 20, not 20 per se, but 12. 20 is too much, of 12, like that. And let's have a child, and as for our child, we're going to use a text widget. So our text requires the data, so here what we need to do, we need to, since we are in a list, we need to get each and every item from that list and put it in a variable. So we're going to have var requirement. So that's for a single requirement is equals to job.requirements index. Okay, so this requirement is the one that we're going to be displaying here. And we need to add a few more parameters to our text to make it a little bit appealing, because if we display, that's what our requirements look like. So for now, what we need to do, we need to go ahead to our ListView builder. We need to disable the scroll, since we are in a scrollable widget already. So we're going to have physics, never scrollable physics here. So if we come here, we are scrolling the whole page. We are not scrolling the requirements only. Okay. And one other thing, right on top, we need to display a bullet. So for us to display a bullet in Flutter, we need to have some special characters. Okay, is equals to, we need to create a string here. So that's a bullet in Flutter, and we need to close it here. So if we come here, we want to display a bullet before the requirement. Okay, so here, let's go ahead, wrap this, and then add the $sign here. So that's for our first. Nah, it can just work like this, and we need to add a bullet first, like that. Our bullet here, but we need to add a little bit of style to our text. So let's add a comma, and right on top, we're going to have our style, and we're going to utilize appStyle. Let's give it a size of 20, and as for the color, we're going to use dark gray, the same color as the one that we used on top. It has to be uniform. Dot value is supposed to be value down here. And for the font weight, it has to be normal. Okay, so it's supposed to be normal. Okay, like that. So those are our requirements. So we are done with this part. The next time that we're going to visit this part is when we are fixing the bookmarks. So for bookmarks, we need to visit the backend first, make some changes to our backend, add the code, and then we can come and implement the bookmarks. And as well as for this button, because we need to have certain pages. If it is the person who uploaded the job who is on this page, they have to go ahead and edit the job. If it is just a regular user, then they have to apply for the job. So we'll handle that a little bit later, but for now, this is what we have. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and fix this part. We need to display recent jobs. So we need to go ahead, create the function inside of our helper, get the data and display the data here, as well as creating the horizontal tile that we're going to be displaying here. Okay, to go ahead and handle our recent jobs. So our recent jobs are going to be situated here underneath this heading. Okay, so we need to add a size box and give it a height of 15. So what we need to do first, we need to go to our jobs helper. So in our jobs helper, we need to copy the first function, the first code that we're making to our REST API, which is of a type list job response. Okay, we need to make some few changes to it so that we can have our list. So instead of having get jobs here, we're going to have get recent. Everything else remains the same except for this URL. Okay, so here in our URL, we have to add new, and we have to set new to true. Okay, so let's add a $sign here, and let's bring this here. So it's going to be like this. That's going to be our endpoint. So once we get the jobs, then we're going to put them in this list. We're going to have a list of 2 jobs. Okay, so we're done with that part. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a widget for our recent jobs. Okay, so here our recent jobs is going to be similar to this, but the list is going to be a vertical list, not a horizontal list. So what we can do, we can go to, let's see, we can go to our jobs widgets. Okay, let me visit this widget first, or just go to home. That's popular jobs. Let's wrap this widget in a clip rect, and let's give it a border radius of 12. Border radius dot all, and then radius dot circular, and we're going to give it a radius of 12, like that. Okay, because we want to have rounded corners here. So even if you're scrolling, we have rounded corners. Okay, so that's all that we need to do over there. So let's visit these popular jobs. So what we need to do, we need to just copy this widget as it is and make some changes to it. So we need to just copy this, go back to our widgets, create a new file, and we're going to call it recent jobs, recently posted, recent list. It is going to be a .dot file like that. So it's supposed to be a setless widget, and we have to give it a name. Okay, so the name that we're going to give it is recent jobs. After giving it a name, we need to import material, and we need to replace this widget with the one that we just copied. So here, let's just return a container. Okay, like that. And this one has to be vertical. Let's import our model, import our constants, import our jobs notifier, and import provider. Okay, so we're done importing those ones. So here, our size box, we'll deal with it a little bit later. But what we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a function inside of our jobs notifier. Okay, so we're going to come here, open it up. We're going to copy this, and we're going to paste it down here. So here we're getting recent. So we're going to call it get recent, and we map it to get recent. So here it's supposed to be job list, but we can just change the name to recent jobs. Okay, so let's select the 2, something like that. So we need to create this. So up on the top, we can copy paste, and we copy this name and we paste it down here, up, not down, and we save. Okay, so we need to access this function that we just created in our recent list. Okay, so here, instead of getting jobs, we are getting recent. After getting recent, now we have the data that we need. So here we need to have the recent jobs. Okay, and they're of the same type. So here everything else remains the same. So this container, let's just give it a height. Let's give it a height of, okay, like for now we give it a height of 90, and we just give it a color. Any color will do. So we need to hook it up to our page, to our home page. Okay, so here let's close this, go back to our home page, and here in our home page we're going to have recent, supposed to be recent jobs. Let's save. Here inside of our, after we hook this recent jobs to our home page, we still need to make some changes in order for us to to get our list here. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to go back to Jobs Helper. In Jobs Helper, we need to visit our URL. So here we don't need to concatenate. Okay, we need to add our parameters options here. So new being our query, not parameters, but our query, new being our query, and we set it to true. This is how we use it. And here, if we print the URL, this is what we get. Okay, so let's just copy this, paste it down, and comment it out. So here we're going to try to remove this. Okay, so if we remove it and try to use the other way, like this, and then we have our question mark here, and we set new is equals to true. If we save, right, we are bound to run into an error because our error is originating from here. We won't have a question mark. We have %3f. So we need to avoid this error. That's why we're using these options. Okay, so let's get rid of this. Let's close this so that our code can be visible, and uncomment this. Let's go ahead and refresh. So if you press, then this is our URL with a question mark, and this is the container that we are displaying. So we need to make this a little bit bigger, and we need to make this a little bit smaller. So what we need to do, go back to home. Inside of home, what we need to do, we need to visit PopularJobs. Okay, inside of our PopularJobs, we need to reduce this height. Let's reduce it to 5 or even smaller. Let's try 3, like that, so that we can display 2 jobs here. So this page is scrollable. We want to display, like not to display, but to disable the scroll for this list view that we have here. So let's close this and go back to our recent jobs. Our scroll is vertical, but the vertical is okay, but we need to have the physics. So we are going to use never scrollable physics. Okay, like that, and we have to wrap this container inside of a padding. So padding here, we're going to have padding.only, and we're going to manipulate only the bottom part. We need to add a little bit of space at the bottom, like that. Okay, so this is what we want to have. So we need to go ahead and design the return widget. Okay, but before we go, let's make sure that, let's make it a little bit bigger. We want to maintain the same size. Okay, so PopularJob, let's change this size to 5. Even 6 would do. Okay, so let's leave it like that. So right now, let's go ahead and design this vertical tile. So let's go back to, let's open our directories. In our directories, we need to visit our lib folder. In our lib folder, go to views. Inside of our views, we are going to go to our jobs widget, and then we're going to create a jobs vertical tile. It's supposed to be vertical tile here, and it has to be a .dot file like that. So we're going to have a stateless widget, and we're going to call it jobs vertical tile. Let's import material. After importing material, then we're going to deal with this container. Okay, so here we can visit our recent lists. We're just going to cut this. That's going to be our return in our vertical tile, and then we paste it here. Let's format the code, and we need to add a gesture detector. So let's wrap this around a gesture detector. So we're going to have on tap. Let's pass it as an empty function for now. Then we can decide what to do with the function a little bit later. So here we don't have a return, so we want to return the job vertical tile. Okay, here let's see what's the problem. So when you're returning, we're just returning this. We need to close it. Let's get rid of this. Okay, so our error is gone. Let's add consts and save. So we can get rid of the padding, and then we put the padding inside of the container. Let's see whether it'll work. Not really. Okay, so this is the way it's supposed to be. So right now, let's go ahead and give our container a decoration. So decoration text box decoration. Inside of our box decoration, we're going to paste the color, and we're going to give it a border radius. And let's give it a border radius of radius.all. and our radius is going to be radius.circular, and we have to give it a radius of 9. Okay, it's supposed to be 9.w here, like that. Let's save. Okay, so they're supposed to be like that. So here we need to change this color to be the same as the one that we used on top. So we need to get rid of this amber color, add some braces, and we're going to have light green dot value. Okay, so now we need to focus on designing whatever we're going to have inside here. We're going to wrap this widget in a fitted box because we don't want it to cause some overflow issues. So here we're going to have a fitted box. So that's all that we need to do. Afterwards, let's come to our container. We want to use height from our constants, and we need to multiply it by 0.1. Let's see, it might become a little bit smaller. Oh, okay, so we need width as well. So here, let's go ahead and add some width, and our width is going to be with the device width. So we're going to save, and we're going to reload our application. Okay, so it's okay. Okay, we have problem with images here, but it's okay. They're taking longer to load. My internet is probably slow, so okay. Hopefully, okay, because these images haven't loaded yet. It's okay. We can just close that one. We continue designing, and then we come back. We make necessary changes. So what we're going to do inside here, after our box decoration, we're going to require a child, and our child is going to be a column. Okay, so since we have a column here, we require children. So our first child is going to be a row widget. Instead of our row widget, we want to have another row. Okay, so this row, we have to put it inside the children. So we forgot. Let's come here, have children, paste the other child. So right at the top, let's have main axis alignment, and we're going to have main axis alignment space between. Same as for our column, we're going to have space between, and we are also going to have cross-axis alignment, and it has to be start like that. So inside of our second row, that's this row that we have inside of our row, we need to have children, and first we need to have a circular avatar. So for a circular avatar, we said we need radius, and our radius is going to be 30, and we need a background image because we need to display the logo. So here we need to put 30 comma, and then we need a background image. So for our image is going to be a network image. So here our URL is going to come from the jobs. So we need to pass the job from recent to this. Okay, we need to pass the job. So this job is of type job response. Okay, so we copy that, go to our list, and right on top we're going to have a final. And let's close it. Let's import the model, and let's add it to our formal parameters. After adding to our formal parameters, here we're going to have to access the job, and we are going to get the image URL. After getting the image URL, this widget is okay, but we need to come to our recent jobs, and we need to add that job, and the job is mapped to the job, and we need to remove this constant, and let's try to reset. Most probably we can load our image this time around. Still not loading. Loading fine. Now we have our two images, our two tiles. So what we need to do, we need to push this a little bit inside and a little bit down. So what we need to do, go to our container. Instead of our container, we're going to add a padding. So this is going to be agencies.symmetric. So horizontally, we're going to give it a 10, and vertically, we're going to also give it a 10. Okay, so it's a little bit okay now than before. So what we need to do here, since we have our first widget of this row, we need to display the title, the text. Okay, so our text is going to be in a column text in children. So our first child is going to be a reusable text widget, and here our text is going to be job.company. We need to display the company name. and we need to give it a style. So let's bring our style down so that we won't have any issues. So here it's supposed to be app style. So for our size, we're going to give it a size of 12. Let's start with 12. If it is too small, then we can nudge it up a bit, nudge it up a little. So we're going to give it kdark. It has to be a darker color. Kdark dot value, something like that. And we have to give it a font weight. So for a font weight, we're going to go with W500. Let's save. Okay, so we have our text here. So let's add two of these properties to our container. Main axis alignment and cross axis alignment. And we need to add a little bit of width between this and this, the column and the circular avatar. So in here, we're going to have a size box. Let's just have a size box of 10, but we could have used a height spacer. Either way, the difference is the same. So we're done with that part. Next, we need we need our job title. So we're going to copy this and we're going to paste it down, but we need to add a comma, paste it down. After pasting it, we need to change this to title like that. So we have our title. So we need to wrap this around a size box because we don't want it to overflow. So our size box, we have to give it a width, and we're going to give it a width of width times 0.5, not 0.05, like that. And the color, we have to change it to dark gray. And right at the bottom, we're going to require another reusable text widget. In this reusable text widget, we're going to display the salary and the period. So we need to go ahead, concatenate. So here it's supposed to be salary first. After the salary, then we're going to have pair. Here we're going to also access our job. And from our job, we're going to get the period. Okay, so like that. So here we can increase the size a little bit. Let's make it 16. Okay, that will do. So let's go ahead, close this. We're in a row. Let's open the row. Outside of the row here, we're going to have a circular avatar. Inside, we're going to add a radius. Let's give it a radius of 18 and 18. After the radius, we're going to give it a background color. We're going to give it a color of colors, klight dot value. It's supposed to be light here. And we want a child. So for our child, we're going to use an icon. And the icon that we're going to use is Fontisto. Okay, so that's the font that we're going to use. And here we're going to require chevron. Do we even have chevron? So we want chevron underscore forward. We want the forward one. It doesn't have to be iOS. It can be any. Okay, like that. And we don't need the color anyway. We don't need the color. So here, let's try to wrap it around the center and see what will happen. The difference is still the same. So let's put this to 15. Either way, let's leave it at 18. And we're going to remove this center since it doesn't make any difference. So we are done with that. So if we click on this, we should be able to be redirected to the jobs page. So let's see how best we can do it. It's here. So we're going to have our, supposed to be get to. We need to navigate to our page. Okay, job details page. So here we're going to have job details. So our title is going to come from job.title. So to make life easier, we can just copy this, paste it here, and we can paste it also here, and then we close it here and we save. So if we click, we're redirected to the job. Click, we're redirected to the job. Okay, so we are done with our home page. Next, we're going to be hooking these buttons to the correct pages. Okay, because if we click, we're supposed to be sent to a particular page where we view all the jobs, all the popular jobs, and here we should be redirected somewhere as well. So we're going to deal with that in a minute. We want to make a little bit of change to our vertical tile. So vertical tile, we have to increase the size of the fonts, because if they're smaller, they won't be uniform with the widget that we have on top. So we come to our column, the column that contains this text. Okay, these 3 widgets. Okay, so the first one we have to set it to 18. The second one we have to set the size to 16, and the third one we have to set the size to 16. But that's not all that we need to do in here. So we need to increase the size of the widget a little bit so that we won't have an overflow issue. So right on top, we come to this container. Okay, this container which is wrapped around this padding widget, and we have to increase the size a little bit. But as you see here, we want to make this a little bit smaller, the widget that we're displaying up here on top, so that we can have this widget inside, not being cut with our safe area. So what we need to do, we need to go to PopularJobs. So let's just decrease the size to 0.5. 0.5 won't cut it, so 0.4. Okay, we have to go down a little bit. Okay, so if we reduce it to 0.3, that's 0.23, then we have our widget inside. So that's exactly what we're looking for. So we're done with that part. Next, we want to focus on displaying all popular jobs here. So if we click on this icon, we're supposed to be redirected to a new page where we are going to see all the jobs that we have. Okay, so I'm going to do one thing. Okay, I'm going to bring this simulator up. I don't know whether it's running or not. It's not running, but eventually we need to run it so that we can take a look at the design before we get to this part. But for now, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and handle the press of this icon. So that's going to be okay. So we have our heading. So if you have all of our heading, we have a function here. But for now, we just have the text. Okay, so right here, we need to add a comma and add on tab. On tab, we have to do something. We have to navigate to our next page, and we have to get rid of this constant so that we will get rid of the error. So we have to navigate in here. So we're going to use get. Okay, popular jobs. So let's see. So this is not supposed to be popular jobs per se, but let's call it, let's give it a name. Okay, it's supposed to be jobs lists page. Okay, so we don't have the page as yet, so we need to create the page. Okay, so if we come to our jobs, right outside we have job details page. We need to create another page outside. So we'll click on our folder and then create a new file. So our file's name is going to be job list page. So I'm going to just maintain a little bit of uniformity by adding underscores and making the names lowercase. Okay, so it has to be a .dot file. We have to rename it. So we have to make sure that it's a .dot file here. My keyboard giving me a little bit of trouble, but it has to be .dot. So here we have to create a stateless widget. And in our stateless widget, we have to give it a name. That's job list page, and we have to import material. Okay, so far so good. Here we have to return a scaffold. Instead of our scaffold, we're going to require an appBar. Okay, and for our appBar, we're going to use our custom appBar. So the first widget that we are calling upon is going to be preferred size. And as for our preferred size, we're going to use preferred size from height, and we're going to use the same height. We are using 50, so 50.w, and we need to add a child. So the child is going to be our custom appBar. Okay, so here we're going to have our custom appBar. So our appBar takes a child and it takes a text as well. So we want to have a text. Our text has to be a string. So we're going to give it a name, jobs, like that. And as for our child, we're going to have a back button. So here we're going to just use the back btn. Okay, hopefully we're doing the right thing. So let's add const here and let's save. So if we come back to our home, we need to import this widget. Okay, so we've successfully imported the widget. So if we click here we are redirected to this page. And if you click back, we are redirected back. So that means whatever we did is working. So we need to work inside of this page. So inside of this page, we have to display a list of our jobs. Okay, so here we're going to go back to our jobs lists, and after our appBar, we're going to require a body. Okay, so our body is going to be another widget. So we need to create another widget here inside of our widgets. Okay, so we have to give it a name. Okay, so here we're just going to call it jobs list, popular jobs lists, like that, and it has to be a .dat file. So as we did before, stateless widget, we give it a name, popular jobs lists, and then we need to import material. After importing material, now we need to handle our return value here. Okay, so as for our return value, we're going to have a consumer first. So here, let's add a consumer, and we're going to consume jobs notifier object like that. We have to import it, and we have to import provider as well, and we have to give it the same name but with a lowercase like that. And in here, we're going to return a future builder, and the future builder is going to take in a list jobs response. So we have a widget which is similar to that, this one here. Okay, so what we're going to do here, we're going to just copy this, and we're going to paste it here. So as for our return value, we are going to remove it, and we need to pass an empty container. So let's remove the extra bracket. So here, since it's a page, we're dealing with a page, we have to use a page loader like that, and we have to add consts right before our page loader. Our scroll direction is going to be vertical. Here, everything else is going to remain the same, but we need to have this list. So to have this list, we say we're going to use our jobs notifier, and from our jobs notifier, we're going to call GetJobs like that. So let's give this a little bit of size, okay, and a width and height, something like that, so that it can be visible. Width, so our width is going to be width, and for our height, we're going to have a height of 90. Let's have a height of 90 for now, and we're going to have a color. So as for color, we're going to have any color because we want to just make it visible. Okay, so we need to hook it up to this page, to job list page. Okay, so that's the widget that we're going to return here. So here, the name of our widget is popular jobs list. So we can just copy the name, and then here, we can just write like that, and we have to add const before. Okay, so we have our jobs. So that's all of them, but we need to go ahead and do something. If we wrap this around a padding widget, then we'll see we have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 jobs. So that's exactly what we need. So here, what we're going to do, we're going to design. We're going to design the widget separately and come and hook it up. Our widget is going to be a little bit similar to this widget that we have here, but it's going to be a little bit smaller, and it's going to be reusable because we want to use it for other purposes as well. So the name of the widget, it doesn't matter, but we are going to give it a name, uploaded tile. Okay, we're going to use it also to display the uploaded jobs by a particular agent. So we can have a widget here, uploaded tile, and it's a .dat file. It's going to be a stateless widget. So let's give it a name. The name is supposed to be uploaded tile, and then we need to import material. That's the first thing. So right here on top, we're going to require a final. So the first final that we're going to have is not a string, but get job response job, and we're going to close it here. So we need to add it to our formal parameters. Let's save. So we're going to design our widget here. The best thing, okay, the easier way to design it is just copy this and make changes according to our needs. Okay, So we're going to do that, and then we can proceed to hook it up to our continue. We want to visit this widget. So this widget, we have this horizontal tile. So we're going to copy everything here. So from widget to up until the last brace, we come here and we're going to just paste everything. Okay, so we need to import whatever we have missing in here, but we need to get rid of this widget. We don't need it, the circular avatar. So let's import the missing imports. So our job here, we still have an error, but we'll handle it a little bit on tap. Yeah, so we need to have on tap function right on top. Let's hover over, copy the type. Or instead of just going to the other end, we can have our on tap function in here. It makes our life easier. So as for here, our padding, we're going to have only bottom. So bottom, we're going to give it 12. And here, let's change from W to H. And the size is going to change. We're going to change the height. Let's see whether it's the right widget or not. Probably. Okay. We need to visit our home page so that we can navigate from our home page without any problem. Okay. So we go to our home page. Popular, not popular. We're supposed to be in recent, vertical. Yeah, okay. We're supposed to copy this widget, not the one that we copy. So my mistake. So we're just going to copy this. Let's come here. Let's see. We copy from get overwrite. So we can just replace everything from here. So we still need to handle our imports. We need get and we need job details page. So our job here, we have a typo right on top. That's why. Okay, let's go ahead and view our response. Okay, let's see. Job response. Supposed to be jobs response here. So our error is gone. We had like the incorrect type here. Everything else remains the same, but we're going to get rid of the circular avatar. For the size, we have to give it 0.1. After that, we need to go ahead and change the sizes here. So we're going to go with smaller sizes, or for text, they're going to be 12. And here, it's supposed to be 12 as well. Let's save. So now we can make changes as we see our widget. So let's visit this page, visit this widget, and let's get rid of this. And here we're going to have uploaded tile, and we're passing the job. So if we click here, then this is what we have now. So we're supposed to have a button here, a view button or an agent button, and we want to change the color, the background color a little bit. So let's visit our widget, uploaded tile. So for the background color is within this container. So let's change it up a little bit. We're going to go with 0x09. I don't know how many zeros I'm supposed to put. 6 zeros, 2, 4, 6. Okay, let's add const. Okay, like that. So inside of our container, we have 10, 10. That's okay. Bottom here, it's okay. Jobs lists, popular. Let's go to popular lists. Let's try to give it a padding, symmetric. And we're going to manipulate the horizontal part. And the horizontal, we have to give it a 12. It's supposed to be 12.w. And we have to get rid of these consts like that. So we need to bring them inside a little bit like that. So that's exactly what we need. So our uploaded tile here. So let's just press command, click on it, and right on top we have to add another final value. Okay, so this one is supposed to be a string, and we're going to give it a name text. Okay, so this one we're just going to put it so that we can, like, we want to add a button here. So to change the name of the button each and every time. So let's say we are in a page, we are in a applied jobs page. We are going to display the same widget. So we have to show a different text to the button. So we need to have the text So if we go to our popular list here, we're just going to add text. So as for our text, here we're going to provide it as popular. Okay, you can write anything. This one is not that important, but for the agent, let's see. Okay, we didn't save here. So if we save, then our error is gone. So let's go back to our uploaded tile. In our uploaded tile, we need to go outside of this is the column. So outside of the column in our row. So here we're going to say text. Is it text? If text is equals to popular, not popular. Okay, let's just say popular here. If we need to change something, then we'll do it later. If it is popular, then we're going to display a custom outline button. Okay, so our custom outline button, we have to give it a text as well as the color. So we're going to add width and height. Okay, so here we're going to have width, and we're going to give it a width of 90, not a width of 90, but we're going to give, okay, let's give it a width of 90. And as for the height, we're going to give it a smaller height. Let's give it a height of 36. Okay, so here's supposed to be .h, and here it's supposed to be .w. So the text is coming from, it's not supposed to come from the parent widget. Here we have to just provide the text. Okay, so the text that we are providing inside, we are providing from our popular job is to just differentiate like which widget are we on. Okay, so here we can just say view. Okay, like that. And for the color, let's go with a different color. So let's go with K light blue. So we're supposed to have colors K light blue, like that. So we need to have another alternative. Let's bring this down a little, and let's paste it here. So here let's have apply. Okay, so that's exactly what we need. So if you press here, we're taken to the job. So we are done with this part. And for our recent is going to be the same. It's going to be the same. So we can just display the same. If you want to go ahead and take it an extra mile, then that's up to you. Like we have the code set up already. You just need to make a few changes to the code, and then you can have it the way that you want. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, close this popular. I'm going to close this as well. In our home here, I'm going to have the same on tape. In our on tape function, then we put our function, and we are going to remove const. Let's have the same widget here. So if we tap here, we are taken to the same page. That's okay, but you can display the jobs the way that you want. So we are done with our home page. Next, we are going to go ahead, focus on our search. Okay, so if we click on search, we're supposed to be taken to the search page, and then from our search page, we can search and then get the results. If we get the results, click on the results, then we are supposed to be taken to the job details page. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do with our search, we need to go ahead and create a file with the page. Okay, so our page here is supposed to be search page, and it has to be a dot. So this one is going to be a state for widgets, and let's give it a name, search page. And in here, we're going to import material, and down here, let's have our scaffold like that. Let's just leave it as an empty scaffold. So next, let's go to our home. In our home, we have our search widget here. So we need to navigate. If we click, we need to navigate to this page. Okay, so we're going to have our search page here like that, but I've made a typo here. So what we can do, Fn F2, and then we rename the page to the correct name. So if I click, we're taken to this page. Okay, on search. So here we have an empty scaffold. So in our empty scaffold, we want to put an appBar first before we handle our body. So first, let's go ahead and have our appBar. So here, we're not going to use the custom appBar. So we're going to have our appBar. So the first thing that we're going to require is our background color. So for the background color, we're going to use the light color. So we're going to say colors dots. Yeah, it's supposed to be K light like that. So we're going to have this kind of appBar. So we want to get rid of this elevation and get rid of this button as well. So let's go ahead and do that. So to get rid of this button, we're going to have this property automatically impelling leading. We have to set it to false like that. Let's save. If we save, the button is gone. The next thing that we need to do, we need to get rid of the elevation. So elevation is the shadow that we have right here. So we need to remove the elevation by setting it to 0 so we can't see anything. So that's exactly what we need. Next, we're going to go ahead and have our title. So our title takes in a widget here. If you take a look, it's a widget. So here we're going to have a clip rect. So for clip rect, we're going to take in border radius, and our border radius is going to be border radius.o. Here it's supposed to be radius.circular, and we have to give it a radius of 25. So here, let's use 25.w. Outside of our border radius, inside of our clip rect, we need to provide a child. So for a child, let's see. So it's not supposed to be in here. It's supposed to be outside of the border radius. We need a child. Our child is going to be a custom text field. A custom text field. So we need to create this custom text field. We already have one custom text field, but we're going to just make a little bit of changes to the one we have while we're creating a new one, custom field. So we need to create this one, the custom field, inside of our search, widgets, create a new file, and we're going to call it custom field like that. And it has to be a .dat file. So let's close it. So here we're going to have a stateful. Is it stateful or stateless? We're going to have a stateless widget. Okay, so we give it a name, custom field, and we import material here. So here we are returning a container, right? So we are going to leave it like that, and we need to give this container a width, and we're going to give it a width of width, and we need to give it a little bit of padding like that. So our padding is going to be agencies.only. We need to add a little bit of padding to the bottom. So here we're going to have our bottom, and our bottom is supposed to be 5 here. Okay, so let's save that. If we come here, we can go ahead and import. Okay, but we have nothing showing as yet. So let's continue working. So right at the top, let's give this container a height, and we're going to give it a height of 45. So here we need to give our container a little bit of color. Okay, we need to give it a little bit of color. So we're going to use the color property. We're not going to add a border decoration, box decoration, something like that, because here we wrap this title in a clip rect. Okay, so for the color, we're going to use the colors, and here it's supposed to be K light gray, some shit like it's going to be K light gray, and here we have to pass the value. So that's our field. Okay, the container that we just created. So this container takes in a child. So for a child, we're going to require a row widget. Inside of our row, we need to have children, and let's add main axis alignment here. So we're going to have main axis alignment space between. As for our children, our first child is going to be an icon, but this icon is going to be wrapped around a gesture detector like that. So we're going to have on tap first. On tap, then we need to do something, and let's go ahead, add a child. As for a child, our child is going to be an icon, and here our icon is going to be coming from Eon icons, and here it has to be chevron back. Okay, underscore circle. Instead of putting wrapping it around the circle, it's better if you just put it as a circle. And here we have to utilize the size property, and for size we're going to make it a little bit larger. So we're going to make it 30. So it's now a little bit larger. What we can do here, we can format the code first, and let's wrap this padding inside of let's wrap the icon inside of a padding widget. Okay, so that it can be inside a little bit. Okay, so just a detector here, we need to get back. So we need to go ahead and import the get package. Okay, so if you press back, we're taken to this page. Let's give our icon a color. So we need to give it an orange color. So it's supposed to be colors, okay, orange dot value. Okay, that's exactly what we need. So we're done with this part. So we need to handle our next widget. Our next widget, which is going to be a size box. Or let's put a container. We have an error, so we need to deal with the error. Let's just add a comma here to close the widget that we have on top. So inside of this container, we're going to have padding, and we're going to give this a padding of edge inserts dot only. Okay, we do have an error. Dot only, and from the top we need to have 20. So here is supposed to be dot h. So afterwards we need to have a width. Since we want to put a text field inside, we need to provide a width, otherwise we're going to run into an error since we are putting this text field inside of a row. Okay, so here we're going to have a width, and we want to multiply this width by 0.73. Okay, like that. And inside we need to have our child. So our child is going to be a text field. So here we can go ahead, we have the text field that's already made. Okay, here. So we can just copy the values of this text form field and we paste it here. So we need to go ahead and, okay, so here we have keyboard type. Okay, we can get rid of keyboard type. Obscure, we can get rid of it. Hint text, so we have to provide hint text. So here, since we're going to have it here, so we're going to say search for, not for, search and find a job. Suffix icon. So for a suffix icon, we might as well put it inside here. Okay, so let's see whether we want to have, yeah, we want to have a suffix icon. So for a suffix icon, we're going to use something. Let's see, what can we use? Okay, let's get rid of the suffix icon. Let's import this. For controller, we want to declare controller on top. So here is supposed to be final text editing controller. Controller with the name controller is equals to, okay, like that. So let's see, get rid of the const. Let's see the errors that we have. So we have validation. Okay, so for this one, we can get rid of the validation as well. Let's get rid of that. Dark gray. So let's go to our page. We've already hooked this one up. Okay, we have an error here. That's why our changes are not showing to this page. I was wondering what was happening. Okay, so here we need to take care of this space. Okay, let's go ahead and copy this. So right outside this container, we need to paste this icon again. The icon same as this one. So here we have an overflow issue. So what we need to do, we need to reduce the size here. Let's make it 7 for starters. Okay, that's not working. Let's see whether if we hot reset, we'll get a different result. We are not getting a different result. So let's see what can we do? Container with how many pixels? 3.9. Okay, try to remove the padding. Okay, so if we remove the padding on the other end, then we won't have an error, but that's not sustainable enough. Okay, so here, since it's space between, it's going to cause a little bit of a problem for us. So what we can do, we can have these two inside of a row like that. Then here, let's change this to main axis alignment dot start. Okay, so it's been pushed a little bit, so that's okay. So now we need to take care of this. Let me try to add the padding back. Okay, it's better for me to remove it. Remove the padding, and we might as well remove the padding from this gesture detect like that. So if we remove, what we need to do here, we need to create a little bit of space. So I'm going to use a width spacer. and let's give it a size of 5. Okay, that is sustainable. So let's add consts, and we are going to give another width spacer right after this. Okay, that won't be okay since we are in a space between. Okay, so we can leave it like that, but we have to change this to search. Try to increase the size a little bit. Okay, that would work. And we need to change this. So whenever we click on this, we're going to go ahead and set state. Okay, we're in a stateless widget, so we cannot set state. So what we can do now, we need to transfer this on tap to the other page. So we need to have this as a final parameter right on top. Okay, so right on top, we're going to have our final like that. So we need to add it here to our formal parameters. That's okay. So I think we are done with that part. So if you're searching, that's how we're going to search. And then our controller, we have to somehow provide it from our parent component. Because if we provide it from here, we won't be able to use the text because we are not searching from this widget, but we are searching from the other page. Okay. Okay. So let's go ahead and edit from here. So I'm going to get this, go to the search page. So inside of the search page, we're going to create this controller like that, and let's close it. So here we're going to require a controller. So this is our controller, and we're going to require on tap. So on tap, we need to do something like that. So I think we are done with that part. On tap, we need to set state. Okay, so let's just go ahead and set state here. So that's all that we need to do for this custom field. And let's try to add const back here. So if we add const, our lint is no longer complaining. So let's close this and let's close that. So we need to focus on this page. Since we are done with our appBar, we can go ahead and try to focus on our body. So let's make sure that we add a comma here. So we've added a comma, so we're going to have a body, and we're going to write everything. To require a ListView builder, a future builder, and then a ListView builder. But the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and check whether our controller.text is empty. If it is empty, then we're going to, if it is not empty, then that's when we're going to display something. Otherwise, we're going to display something else. So we have two widgets that we want to display. Either if we have text, if we have something that we're searching for, then we need to display the results. And if you're not searching for anything, let's say we just open the page, then we should just show a widget. Okay, so first we're going to have the one whereby we are literally like searching for something. So this widget is going to be wrapped around a padding, and we're going to give it a padding of agencies.symmetric. So we need to manipulate both horizontal and vertical, and we need to give it a horizontal of 12. And let's give it a vertical of 12 as well, like that. So we need to add a child. So our child is going to be a future builder. So we can visit one of the pages that we used a future builder. Let's see. We can visit widgets. Since it's a list, we're going to go ahead and copy this one. Okay, because it's going to be a little bit similar. Future builder. Okay, to here. So we're copying from PopularJobs, and then we're going to paste the code here. Here it's supposed to be vertical. So let's go with that vertical divider. What was the name of the widget that we used for recent jobs? Jobs vertical tile. That was the name of the widget that we need here. So we need to import it, and let's get rid of this ontap function here. So instead of adding closing, we're going to have else right at the bottom. So let's check and see what kind of errors do we have here. So we have our padding. Seems like we have a lot more than anticipated. ListView builder, and then we're going to close else. Okay, after closing else, let's see. Now we're going to have no search results here, no jobs found, something like that. But we still need to get rid of this error that we have here. So if this is our list view, we need to have else. Okay. So here we're supposed to have the one for the padding, the one for the scaffold. So here, this one is not supposed to be here. So that's my mistake. Let's get rid of that. Padding and scaffold. Let's try to add another one now. So FutureBuilder, let's see. So that's our padding. So we're going to bring this here and we're going to close it here. So it's a little bit tricky if you copy the code. You need to just be careful. Okay. So here we need to go ahead and have our future. So we haven't created the function to search for an object, so not an object, to search for a job. So let's go ahead and do that, and then we can come and hook it up here. We need to visit our jobs helper. Inside our jobs helper, we need to have something like this because we need to return a list. Okay, so we can copy the one for recent, paste it down. So here we're going to say search jobs. Okay, and for searching jobs, we're going to require a string. Okay, so this one we can call it a query, a search query. So let's just call it query. So we need to change this from find to configure jobs to search, and then we're going to add our query here. So we need to have some extra code. So it's going to be like that, and we need to we can print the URL here, and let's remove the print from the top. So it's supposed to be get. We're getting jobs by searching for them, and then we're just returning the list here. So let's save it. That's all that we need to do. So when we're calling the function, we need to call it here. Okay, helper.search. So we need the query. So the query is going to be controller.text, like that. So we don't have an error. Okay, let's see whether we can have a different outcome if we reload the page. Okay, it seems like we made a mistake somewhere. When we set this condition is empty, then we're displaying this. Here it's supposed to be is not empty. Okay, so if it is not empty, then we're displaying the FutureBuilder. If it is empty, then we're displaying this. Okay, so let's go ahead, continuous guests, press here. So this is what we get. So if we search for some like Java, okay, so this is what we can get for now. So this is okay, supposed to be horizontal, supposed to be vertical, not horizontal. So let's save. Okay, we have 2 Java jobs here. So our search is working fine. If we click, we are redirected to the job, and this is the URL that we are printing here. So we have our endpoint, and then we have our query here. So we are finished with our search. Next, we're going to focus on authentication. After authentication, we can come back and deal with our bookmarks. Then our chart is going to come last, since it requires us to have a profile and all that. We're almost done with our job section. Some of the stuff, they require authentication to be implemented first before we work on them. So what we are going to do is work on authentication, but the route that we're going to take is we're going to create the pages first, the UI part, go to the backend, create write the endpoints, the functions, and put everything in our backend. We come back and we integrate our backend to our front end. So let's get started with our front end. So here we need to create a new page. New pages per se, not just one page. So we need to come to our lib folder. In our lib folder, we need to visit views. Okay, so inside of views, we need to go to screens and then auth. So in auth, we need to create a new file. We're going to start with the login. So we have to create a file with the name login.dart. So it has to be a stateful widget, and we have to give it a name. So the name that we're going to give it is LoginPage, like that. And we have to import material here. After inputting material, we have to come down here and we have to return a scaffold instead of a container. And first, we are going to require an appBar. As for appBar, we're going to use a custom appBar. So we're required to use preferred size. So for size, it's going to be the same size from height, and we have to give it a size of 50 here. As for a child, we're going to use the back button, back button, like that. So let's format our code. After formatting our code, we need to include text over here. So we have a text prop, not that text. If we okay, we made a mistake somehow. So here we're not supposed to have the back button as yet, but we're supposed to have a custom appBar, right? So for custom appBar, the child is supposed to be a back button here, and we have to put in text, and the text is the title of that page, which is login. So let's save that, and right on top, we're just going to add consts. So we have to hook this page to somewhere so that we can design it while we are seeing it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to hook it to our home page. In our home page, we have, let's see, we have this profile. So I'm just going to copy this line, paste it down, comment out one of the lines, and here I'm going to replace this with login page and save. So we need to click on it. So we have our login over here. So we can continue working on our login. So since we have our custom appBar, our preferred size, we have to go on to deal with our body. So for our body, we're going to use a build style container first. And here we have a child. So our child is going to be a padding widget. Let's see, we do have an error. What kind of error do we have? Okay. So here we're going to give it a padding of edges is symmetric. We want to manipulate the horizontal part. So horizontally, we're going to give it a padding of 20, and it has to be .w here. After that, we're going to require a child. So we have to remove this constant from this scaffold to get rid of the error. So if we save, we're supposed to see something over here. So let's add a child to our padding. And here our child is going to be a form. Inside of our form, we're going to require a child again. So our child is going to be a ListView. So a ListView takes in children. So everything that we're going to put inside of our children. So this is our page right now. So we need to just style it a little bit, put the fields in the button. Okay, so everything is going to come inside this ListView. Let's add one more parameter to our ListView, which is padding. So we want to give it a padding of 0. So it has to be agencies.0. Let's go with the first option. So here, 0. Our first child here is supposed to be a text, but we need to add a little bit of height to the top. So we're going to use a height spacer, and we have to give it a size of 50, like that. So let's go ahead, use a reusable text widget. So in our reusable text widget, we want to show like a welcome text. So if a person is logging in, that means that person has an account. And so we can write something like welcome back, and we have to add style to our text. So we're going to use appStyle. As for appStyle, we're going to give it a size of 30. After giving it a size of 30, we have to set the color. So our color is going to be kdark.value. And the font weight here is going to be W600, like that. So we have our text here. Let's add consts everywhere. So right below this text, we need another text. So let's go ahead, copy this text, add a comma, and we paste it down. So after pasting it down, we need to replace this, and we need to change the size here. So for size, right underneath is going to be 16, and for color is going to be kdark gray. And we have to pass, it's like a message. We have to pass a message, like fill the details to continue. Fill in the details to log in to your account, something like that. Okay, so here, as for the font weight, so let's try to go with normal first, see how it looks, if it is good enough. Okay, I think that's good enough. That's good enough. We can try one of the W's, W400. 400 will do. It's a little bit thinner. Okay, so make this a little bit smaller. 14 will do us justice. So right now we need to go ahead and have our text fields. But before we have our text fields, we need to add a little bit of space between our texts, which is this text, and the fields that we're going to have underneath. So we're going to have two fields, one for the email and one for the password. And right after that, we're going to have a button. But first, let's have our custom text field. So our text field takes in a controller, a hint, keyboard type. So here our keyboard type is going to be text input dot since email address, since it's the first one. Hint text, we're going to say enter your email with a capital letter. This one is supposed to be a text editing controller, so we have to come to the top, and it has to be email is equals to text editing controller, and let's close it here. So we have to map this to the text field, and here we have to create another one for the password. So we have our two text fields. Let's copy the name for the email and replace it here. Okay, so that's our text field, our first text field. Right underneath, we're going to have another one for the password, and then we can continue to even have validators and some other stuff. So let's try to reduce the size a little bit here. Let's make it 40, bring it up a little. That's okay. Let's copy this custom text field that we have, add a comma, paste it down, format the code. So in between this text field, we need to add a little bit of space. So we're going to use height spacer, and here our height, we give it a height of about 20. 20 will do, like that. So here it's supposed to be password. Okay, like that. That's our hint text. Our controller is going to be a password controller, and here we can just put text. So now we're left with a button here in our first text field, the email text field. What we need to do, we need to have a validator. So our validator takes in, okay, so we're going to have a text, and let's just give it a name, email. And down here, we have to have a condition to validate our email. Okay, so here, if email is empty, or we're going to have to doesn't contain it, then we're going to return this message. Otherwise, we're going to proceed. So that's going to be our validation for the email. And for the password, we need to add the secure text. So we need to create this value inside of our controllers because it's a Boolean value. Okay, the Boolean value that we're going to use to trigger the secure, like to hide or to show the password. So here, if we come to our controllers, login controller, we don't have anything as yet. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a Boolean with the name of secure text. So here to just have information, I'm going to copy this name. So initially is going to be true. The next thing that we need to do, we need to have a setter and a getter. Okay, we need to have a setter and a getter. Okay, so here made a typo. It's a mistake, not a typo, but we need to make this private. So here we're supposed to get obscure text. Let's just copy the name, paste the name here. Yeah, okay. So it's supposed to be like this. So we are going to use this value to get whatever we have in this private value. And to set, we're going to have a setter, set obscure text. So in here, we're going to take a Boolean and we have to give it a name. So the name that I'm going to go with is new state. After we get the new state, here we need to set it to our private variable here. Okay, so like that. And then we need to have our notify listener. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, so let's just run it down. So this is our initial value. So our text, obscure text is going to be true in the beginning. So we're going to use a getter to get this value from our provider to our page. Okay, And to set the value, we're going to, like, let's take for example, if you click the button, then we are setting the value, right? If you set the value, we're going to go ahead and take in the new state and set it to this value, which is our private value. And then we're going to trigger notify listener. So notify listener will help us to rebuild our UI according to the changes that are being rendered, like the changes that have occurred in our state. Okay, so that's all for this one. Here we need to go ahead and access our login notifier, and then we can use the value. So to make our life a little bit easier, what we're going to do, we're going to just come here, cut this scaffold, because probably we want to use that object a little bit more. And down here, we're going to paste the scaffold again. Okay, let's remove the dead code from the bottom, and let's close this here. Let's give them the proper names and import the correct packages. So here we are consuming a login notifier. So here it's supposed to be a login notifier like that. So we're going to use this login notifier to access our obscure text. Obscure text, that's going to be our value. So we need to go ahead and work on displaying our obscure text here. So our obscure text is going to come as a suffix icon, if I'm not mistaken. So let's add a comma, and down here we're going to have a suffix icon. So our suffix icon is going to be a gesture detector. It's going to be wrapped around a gesture detector. Inside of our gesture detector, we're going to have on tap, and we're going to have a child here. So our child is going to be an icon. Okay. So here we're going to use the native icons. Okay. So it's supposed to be icons dot visibility. Okay. I like that. So we have to set a condition in here. We're going to say login notifier dot obscure text. Then we're going to display this, else we're going to display an icon with visibility off. Okay, so on tap we should change the state. So here login notifier dot obscure text is equals to not obscure text. So we're triggering from true to false. Let's see here. Yes, yeah, our password is obscure. Okay, so obscure text is working fine. So we are done with that part. Next, we want to have a validator. Right now, we need to go ahead and add the validator to our custom text, our password custom text, because here we've already validated our input. So we might as well just copy the validator that we have on top, and right at the bottom, after the gesture detector, we're going to paste the validator. And here we're going to give it a name password, or like that. So if the password is empty, then we're going to return a message like please enter a valid email, a valid password, not an email. That's supposed to be a password here. And here we should have a condition. We have to check the length of the password. So if password.length is less than 8, then we're going to show this message, else we're going to return no. Okay, and then we proceed. So that's all that we need to do. So we are done with that custom field. Right below, we're going to have another height spacer. So we need to go ahead and add a button. So if we have entered all the details, then we should have a button to press on so that we can proceed to log in, right? So that's the button that we need. But first we need to add the height spacer, give it a height of 10. After that height spacer, we're going to have a text to go to the registration page first, and then we can have our button. So here we're going to require an alignment, not alignment, but align widget. So inside of our align widget, we're going to take alignment. So alignment takes in alignment. So here we're going to have alignment center right, like that. And we need to use the child property in here. So for our child property, we're going to use a gesture detector. Inside of our gesture detector, we're going to have on tap, and let's pass an empty function first. Okay, so here we need to mention the page that we want to go to. So we don't have the pages yet because we're supposed to be redirected to our registration page. So still in auth, what we can do, we can create a new file. After creating a new file, we need to give it a name. The name is registration or sign up. Either way, the difference is the same. So here it's going to be a .dat file, and let's create a stateful widget. Okay, and we have to give it a name. So we're going to call it registration, like that. And here let's import material. So we're going to leave it like this for now. Here we can just add a scaffold like that. And that's the same page that we want to use here. It's supposed to be single R registration page, and let's close it here. So here we're just going to opt to add const everywhere in the file. Looks like we do have an error, but I don't know where it is coming from. Okay, so let's go ahead. Okay, let's add a child here first, because we can't have a gesture detector without a child. It's like adding a gesture detector in the thin air. So for our child, we're going to use a reusable text widget. So the text here is supposed to be register, like that, and we're going to keep these sizes. Okay, let's close this a little bit so that our text can be visible. Let's just try to save it, and here let's try to hot reload our application, and then we can go back, continue, click our profile. So here we have our registration text. So let's reduce the size a little bit to 12. It has to be a little bit smaller. So that's it. So here we're not going to use dark gray, but we're just going to go with dark, so it's way more visible. And if we click, we redirect it to our page. So let's go back. Let's close this. After closing, right underneath, we're going to have a height spacer, and our height spacer, we're going to give it a size of 50. So we need to have this height spacer before the button. So let's add const. So here, our button, we're going to wrap it around a consumer. Okay, and here we're going to consume zoom notifier. Let's give our provider a name here. So we are done. We have to import provider here. Okay, so let's just return something first, then we can handle our import. So we're going to have a custom button. Custom button requires text. So here we're going to say sign in or login. So let's go with login first, and let's just try to, it's weird, we cannot import. Okay, it's because of the comma here. So okay, so we have our button here, but it seems like our space is just way too much. So let's give it a space of 30. Okay, that will do. So here, our custom button comes with the on press function, right? So on tap, not on press. So it's supposed to be a gesture detector under the hood. So if we introduce on tap, then we have to remove the constant here. So on tap, we're supposed to do something. So here we're going to handle it later once we have our data. But for now, that's all that we need to do in here. So we are done with this page. Let's see whether we have anything that we need to do. Okay, so that one is working fine. For password, okay, it's working fine. Register, working fine. Okay, so everything is okay. We can even try to just print tab. Okay, if we press the button, then we're supposed to, okay, so everything is working fine. So we are done with designing this page. The next thing that we're going to do, we're going to design our registration page, and then we can go ahead and work on our backend. We come back and we can integrate our backend to our frontend. Created our login page, we need to move on to our registration page. So the pages are quite similar. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and copy everything from the text editing controllers to the last line. Okay, go to our registration page, and we're going to replace everything from override to the last closing bracket. So here, let's just import these imports, and then we can try to make some changes to our page. So here we need to add an additional field for a full name per se. So here secure texts, we can use the same Zoom notifier. So, but we need to go ahead and change. We might need to change this from login to sign in notifier, because you don't want to put them in one. So let's see, we do have an error over here. Let's import and put const back. Okay, so our error is gone. So we have one error now. So we have to import get. So we have our get here. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create one field for our username, right? And then we save. So our username is going to be underneath, not underneath, on top of everything, on top of the email. So we copy the email, and right here we're going to paste this code, and we're going to format this. So here, instead of email on hint text, we're going to say full name, and here we're going to say username, and here it's supposed to be text. Let's just call it username. And for validation, we are just going to check whether it's empty or not. A person is allowed to put the username they want to attach to their account. So if we click here, we're taken to this page, our login page, and this is our sign up page. So here we need to change the text from register, since we're in the registration page. But before we go there, let's come right here on top. We're going to say sign up. That's going to be our title on top. And the other thing, we need to change the message, okay? Instead of welcome back, so we're just going to say welcome. Fill in the details to sign up for a new account, like that. And then we save. So these are the details that we require. So we need to change this to login, okay? So if you're changing it to login, what we need to do, let's see. Okay, it's supposed to be login here. So for these ones, when we're navigating to the page, we're not going to use get to, but we're going to use get of all, okay? Because when we are using our form validator, then this becomes handy. Same as for login. When you're going to registration, we need to clear everything so that we can go with an empty page. Okay, so here it's supposed to be get off all. So registration, we change this to login. Okay, so if we click, we're taken to the login page. Something is off. Login. Let's go to the login page. Why am I still? Oh, okay. So in the registration page, we're supposed to go to the login page. I didn't change the page. Okay. Okay. But we cannot use this button. We cannot get back. So we can only use this. If we want to use the button, then we have to go ahead and have a different button here. Okay. So let's take, for example, we want to get back. Okay. What we can do is to go ahead, open this btn, just copy this gesture detector, close it, go to our registration, and for our child here, we're going to replace this widget that we have with the gesture detector. So we need to get rid of this const, and we need to import this icon. After importing the icon, let's format the code so that it can be visible. Yeah, okay. So here we are getting back. So we don't need to get back. It depends with the page that we're in. So we're going to say get off all, and we have to name the page that we want to get to, which is the login page. And down here, we have to add const everywhere to get rid of the complaining lint. So we're in the sign up page. So if you press back, then we're taken to the login page. So we have to do the same. If you're in the login page, we have to get back to the main screen, okay? Because we have to give a user like the opportunity to go back. We don't want them to be logged inside of a login page, even if they don't wanna log in. So what we're going to do here, we're going to copy this gesture detector from our registration, and we go to our login, and in our login, let's go ahead and change this child. But first we have to bring it down so that everything that we're going to do can be visible. Remove consts, and then we're going to import. Okay, so here we're going to go to main screen. So let's see. Okay, so everything is working fine. So let's go to our registration page. So we are done with this. So we just need to change the title over here. Okay, we need to change the title. Oh, that's in registration. Login. From login, we're going to use sign up like that. So here we can have something like already have an account. Pardon me, my spelling is kind of off. Something like that. We can do the same for login. For registration, I mean, do not have an account. Register. Okay. Okay, so we're done with this part. So we're going to leave it like this, go back to our backend, then we can create our sign up functions and then our sign up endpoints, and then we can come back to implement it. At the same time, we're going to need to go ahead and create more for our providers when we come back. We want to work on our backend so that we can, like, authentication in general, everything that's related to authentication. So the first thing that we need to do, let's create our model. After creating our model, then we can go on to connect our backend to Firebase. Okay, so here in models, we want to create a new file and we want to call it user. It has to be a JS file. So what we can do, we can just go ahead, copy this schema that we have here, and we paste it in here. We want to change this name from JobSchema to UserSchema, like that. And we need to change this model name from job to user. So we are done with that part. The next thing that we need to do, we need to take care of our fields, of our variables that we're going to have inside. So we can just, let's go ahead and remove these ones. We're going to leave the boolean and we're going to go ahead. Okay, so we're going to leave these three, but we need to rename them. So the first thing that we require when we are setting up a user, we're going to require a username. That's the first thing. After that, we're going to require an email. So for our email, it has to be unique. Okay, so here we have to set the property unique to true. So we're going to do the same for our username and our email. They have to be unique somehow. So we're using unique, this unique property, in order for us to manage. Like, we don't want the same user to create multiple accounts with the same email. Okay, so we want to have one user, one account kind of setup. We're also going to require a password. After our password, we have to remove the default here. Oh, that's a boolean. So let's copy a string and we give it a name, password, and we have to remove this unique property from here. Here, we're going to add an extra field, location. So for location, you can go ahead and use this field if you want. I'm going to use it, but I'm not sure that I'm going to put it here, but I'm not sure that I'm going to use it. So we need to set required to false. So you can either leave this one in your process, either way it's okay, but it's going to be there in the backend. If you want to use it, you can just use it. Right after that, we're going to have a phone. So a phone, we're going to treat a phone the same way that we're going to treat our location. So we need to have a boolean value with the name updated. So for this one, we're going to get into it a little bit later, explain, front end. That's the best way that we can explain this one. So required, not required. So we're going to remove this. Default is going to be false. So whenever we create an account, this value is going to be set to false. So the logic is whenever a user updates their skills, because we are going to put our skills separately, whenever a user updates their skills, then we're going to trigger this and set it to true. Once this is true, then we're able to get their skills from a collection they're in and display it in our profile page. Because without this, then we are not going to be getting the skills from our backend. So that means that user hasn't updated their profile as yet. Okay, so that's all that we need to do here. And we need to have some other properties, like is admin. Default, by default, is going to be false. and we're going to have is agent by default is going to be false. And for our skills, we're going to have a boolean. Probably I gave the wrong explanation. So for skills, this is the boolean that we're going to use. But if a person like this one is for a person who is going to apply from being a regular user to an agent. So if you apply, then we're going to trigger this to true, and then you have a different profile from a regular user. Okay, so for skills, it's the same. If you update skills, then this one is going to be triggered to true, and then we're going to render the data from our skills. Default is equals to false, required is equals to false, like that. And we're also going to have our profile being the image that we want to use. So here, our profile is going to be a string, required is going to be true, but we are not going to get into details of like how we can upload an image and stuff. So we're going to set a default string here. So here I'm going to open my notes, just copy a random one. I'm going to copy this URL. That's the URL that we're going to use as our default profile. So each and every time that a user creates an account, then this is going to be their profile image. So that's all that we need to do. In here, we are done creating our user schema. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go to Firebase console and create an account. After creating an account, we get the JSON file that we're going to be using in here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so you have to go to Firebase, firebase.google.com. Here you have to go to console. So there are two options. It's either you can create a new project or you can use an old project. Okay, so creating a project is not that difficult. You just need to press next until you get to the designated page. So what I can do here, I can create a new project. Let me add a new project so that it can be easier for all of us. So let's call this job search. Okay, like that. Continue. I'm going to disable analytics, press continue. So it's going to take a little bit, but we have to wait for it. Okay, it might take a little bit. Okay, so our project is ready. So we have to press continue. So we are going to be redirected to our project. This is our project. So the first thing that we need to do here, I'm going to go to build authentication. So in authentication, I'm going to go to get started. After getting started, I have to add a new provider here. So I'm going to go with email that I'm going to save. Okay, so that's all that we need to do here. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go to project settings. Okay, and we go to account service accounts. So in service accounts, we're going to pick Nodejs here. Okay, after picking Nodejs, what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and generate a private key. So the private key is going to be downloaded to our downloads. Okay, so we have a JSON file downloaded here. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go back to our project, and then we can hook this file that we have here to our project. We need to initialize Firebase in our project. Okay, so let's go back to our project. But this is how easy it is to just hook our application to Firebase. The process of creating the project in Firebase is so easy. Okay, so going back to our VS Code project, we have to go to index first. Okay, so in index, right on top after config, we have to go ahead and initialize admin, Firebase admin. So here we're going to have const admin is equals to require Firebase admin. We already have Firebase admin installed, so we don't need to install again. After initializing, we're going to go ahead to the folder that we downloaded the key to, and then we're going to copy it and put it in our root directory. Okay, so here we need to just go ahead, go to downloads, So this is the file. This is the file, but I'm not going to use the same file. I'm going to use this one that I've renamed to services account key. So you can rename yours to services account key. So this is my key right here. Dragged and dropped it in our project. The next thing that we need to do, we're going to create another variable with the name service account. So service account requires us to point to our service account key in our root directory. So require, and then here we need to provide the path. So we need to point to the key that we just dragged and dropped, which is this key. So now we have our service account. The next thing that we need to do now is to initialize our Firebase. Okay, so to initialize our Firebase, we're going to use this admin that we have right here on top. So we're going to say admin dot initialize app. Okay, so let's just close it here. Right inside, we're going to require credentials. Okay, we are not going to connect to the database. We're just going to deal with our credentials here because we just need to create a user, get the UDI, and then we can use that UDI to send we can use the UDI to we can get the UDI and use it in our process to create a user in MongoDB. That's what we want to do. I know it's a lot to comprehend, but you will see when we start doing it, it's a little bit easy. So here, we need admin.credentials. So here we need the certificate. So our certificate is going to be the service account. Okay, this file that we have here, and we need to get rid of this. We don't need that. So by doing this, we are already connected to our Firebase, and we are connected to our database at the same time. Okay, so next we're going to work on our controllers. So in our controllers, we have to create a new file, and we have to call it auth controller, and it has to be a JS file. So let's leave it like that for now. So right here in our auth controller, we're going to require some packages, and first of all, we're going to require the user model. So first, let's import our user model. Is equals to require. Here we need to specify the path to our model. So our model is in models, and from models we want to get the user. Okay, the user model. So that's the model. So next we need JWT as well as our crypto.js. Okay, so let's go to our package.json first. So in package.json, we've installed our JSON Web Token, and we've installed our crypto.js here. So these are the two that we want to use inside of our auth controller. So first, we're going to create an instance for our crypto.js. It's supposed to be crypto.js with a P. Crypto.js is equals to require crypto.js. Okay, like that. So next, we want to create an instance for our JWT. Is equals to require JSON Web Token. So we are done with that. And the other thing that we need our Firebase. So we're going to have const admin is equals to require Firebase admin, like that. So we are done with this. The next thing that we need to do, we need to export all the functions that we're going to create. So we are done exporting. The next thing that we are going to take care of is to create our functions. So our first function is going to be create user function, create user. Okay, so as we did before in our jobs controller, our function has to be asynchronous, and it's going to take in request and response. So inside, we're going to have a value for our user. So this is our user. So our user is equals to request.body. So after that, we need to have a try catch block. Okay, so in our try, we're going to use our admin. We want to check whether we have a user with the same email. If we don't, then we are going to go ahead and create an account. Okay, so here we are going to await, supposed to be await admin.auth.getUser. get user by email, right? So if we're getting a user by email, we need to provide our email. So our email is going to be in this instance that we create here of our user. So here we're going to pass user.email. So that's the first. So if there's a user already existent, then we have to pass back a response 400 saying that, okay, user already exists. You have to log in if you have an account. So here we are going to return response status 400. Then we pass a JSON message, not a method. JSON message, user already exists. Okay, so that's okay. But if the user isn't existent, so we are going to use our catch here to create our user. Okay, so in our catch we have to have a condition. So here Firebase like returns an error, right? So if our error.code is equals to auth user not found, so this is correct, then we're going to go ahead and have another try catch block inside here. So inside of our try, we're going to create a user. We're going to store the data related to our user. Okay, we're going to just create a Firebase user. Okay, once we create a Firebase user, we are going to get back the UID, and the UID we're going to use it to create another account in our MongoDB. That's going to be the account that we're going to be using in our front end. Okay, so here we're going to have a variable with the name user response is equals to await. Here we are going to await admin.auth.create user. It's supposed to be create user here. So when we're creating a user, we are going to require some values. So the first one that we're going to require is the email. So our email is coming from the variable that we created right on top, this variable. Okay, so from that user, we're going to get the email. Password, we're going to get it from the same user again. And here, email verified, we're going to set it to true. Not to true, but to false. Let's set it to false. Disabled, we're going to set it to false. We want our account to be activated as soon as we create it. So here we have our response, user response. Okay, so what we're going to do here, we're going to log something from our response. So here we're going to have log, and we're going to have user response dot UID. So I'm just going to create the whole function, and then we can go ahead and test and run tests in Postman using Postman. If we do have any errors, then we come back, rectify the errors, and then we move on. Okay, so here, since we have this UID, now we can go ahead and create a user that we're going to store in our Mongo database. Okay, so here we're going to have const new user is equals to await. Now we have to use our model new user, and we have to add braces. So for this new user, we're going to require 4 things. We're going to require the username, email, UDI, and the password. Okay, so here first our UID, not UDI, it's supposed to be UID, my bad. UID is equals to user response dot UID. That's correct. User response dot UID. Next, we're going to have a username. Username is going to come from the user that we've created right on top. We're going to have our email as well. It's going to come from the user. And for our password, when we're storing our password in our database, then it's a different case. We need to encrypt this password first before we store it in our database. So that's when our crypto.js comes in play. So here we're going to call our crypto.js crypto.js.encrypt. So we need to encrypt. What are we encrypting? We're encrypting the password. So this password is going to come from a request body.password, or we can just use user.password. Either way. Then we need to access our .env to get the secret code that we use to encrypt our password. Okay, so here we need to have process.env Then let's open our .env. Okay, .secret. We paste it here, and we need to convert it to string like that. So we have our password. So we're just going to store our password as encrypted password. We don't want to store it as a text form, like the text that we get from the user. That's something that we have to avoid. So after getting this new user, we can go ahead and save that user. So here, await this new user is the instance of this user that we created here. And then we're going to save to our Mongo database, MongoDB. And if we have saved this data, then we're going to send back a response. So here, our response is going to be response.status to 201. Since we are creating something, then we have to pass a status, a JSON. So in our JSON, we're going to have a status and we're going to set it to true, like that. Let's save. If we have an error, we're going to go ahead and send a JSON response with the status 500 JSON. And in here, we need to pass an error. And then we can just say to pass a string, an error occurred while saving, or not saving, but this is creating account, like that. Then we save. So we're done with creating our user. What we can do here, we can go ahead and create the login function. But the login function requires us to have a JW token. It requires us to have a middleware. So what we're going to do, we're going to create our token. A middleware, we are going to use it a little bit later to decrypt our middleware so that we can get the data. Okay, so we're done with this create user. Next, we're going to go ahead and log in a user. Okay, that's going to be our next function. So let's save it like that, and then we can continue in a little bit. Seed to login user. When we're logging in a user, we need to go ahead and find a user by email. So let's take, for example, a user is logging in. So if a user is logging in, they'll provide their email. So let's come to our Postman login user. So they provide an email here. So this is the email that we're going to use to find whether that user is existent in our database or not. If that user is existent, and then we can go on to do some extra check before we allow them to access the application. Okay, so the first thing that we need to create an instance. We need the try-catch block first before we even create an instance of our user. So inside of our try, we need to create an instance of our user. So we're going to get this user from our DB. So we're going to await user.find1 by .find1. So we're going to find one by email. Okay, so our email is going to come from our request body .email. Once we find this user, we want to get rid of some other parameters that we don't want to show. So in here, we're going to get rid of the underscore v. It's supposed to be v lowercase. That one has to be 0, and created it has to be 0, as well as updated it. So these 3, and we need to add a little bit more. So let's bring this down so that it can be visible. So when we are logging a user, we are not going to require skills and the email itself. We are not going to send it back. Okay, so here for our skills, we're going to set it to 0. Email, we're going to set it to 0, but our password, we require it because we want to cross-check our email before to cross-check whether the email that's provided by the user is the same email as the one that we have in our database. But for these ones, we don't need them. Okay, so we're done getting our user. The next thing that we need to do, we need to send a response. Okay, if not user, we have to send back a response, something like that. If not user, then we return a status 400 with the JSON method, with the JSON message, user.found. Okay, forgive me for that. Keep on saying method instead of a message. If the user is found, then we need to go ahead and process our data a little bit further. So what we need to do, we need to go ahead and decrypt the password that we have in this instance and compare it to the password that we're getting from our input from our request body. So we're going to create a variable with the name decrypted password. Okay, so here we're going to use crypto.js.aes.decrypt. So we're going to decrypt user.password. Supposed to be user, not user.password. Once we decrypt this password, to decrypt it, we need our secret key. So we are going to call process.env. And from our env, we want to get this variable with the name secret. It has to be uppercase if I'm not mistaken. So let's visit our .env. So this is the variable. It's in uppercase and we need to paste it here. So here we do have an error because we didn't add a comma here. So our error is gone. After that, we need to go ahead and just convert this password to string. Okay, so we're going to have const deep password. So that's short for decrypted password. 1W here is equals to the decrypted password. This decrypted password is the one that we have here, and we have to convert it to string. So inside here, we're going to use crypto.js enc utf8. Okay, so we have our password. So now we need to check whether this password that we got from our backend is the same as the password that we are getting from our request body. We need to check these two. If they are the same, then we can let the user log in. If they're not, then we can tell the user that, okay, your credentials are invalid. So here we are going to have an if statement. If decrypted pass is not equal to requests.body.password, then we're going to return a response. Okay, so here we need to have a status, and our status is going to be 400, and we need to pass a JSON. Okay, so our JSON, we're going to pass a similar message as the one that we did on top, but here we're going to just say invalid password. Okay, so I'm just going to use that. Let's save. So this is for when we have the user and we have the password, but the passwords don't match. So if the passwords match, we want to go ahead and create our token. Okay, so to create our token, we want to create a variable with the name token. Okay, let's call it user token here so that we won't have a conflict. Okay, so to create a token, we're going to require the JWT that we initialized on top, and we need to use the sign method. So in here, inside of our braces, we need to mention the values that we need to sign. Okay, so here we're going to sign the ID, which is going to come from our user.id, user._id. Okay, and the next thing that we are going to require, we're going to check whether this user is admin or not. Is admin is going to come from user.isAdmin, and same here, we're going to have is agent like that. So I'm going to take it an extra step ahead. So here, let's just put UID, user.uid, something like that. So these 4 values are going to be encrypted in our token. So once we have our token, we need to go ahead and use the secret key to process our token. So here we want to have process.env, and we're going to put JWT_secret. Okay, so this variable should be in our .env. So if you visit our .env file, we have this variable. That's the variable that we mentioned in our auth controller, this one. Okay, and after that, we need to set an expiration. So here, once we have this expires in, we need to set the time. Okay, so for my token, since I'm going to be using it more often, I'm going to set 21 days. So it's just like 21D. It's like 21 days. So it's okay like that. So now we need to return the data to the user. So what we need to do down here, we need to process our data a little bit further with a spread operator. Okay, so we're going to have consts and we have our spread operator. So first we want to get rid of the password. We don't want to send back the password. Next, we're going to get rid of isAdmin. We don't want to send back that value. So here we're going to just send others. Okay, underscore dot doc. Okay, so it's supposed to be user dot underscore doc like this. Okay, so here we're going to send these others as well as our JSON web token to the user as our response. Okay, so here we're going to have our response and our status has to be 200 and we have to send JSON, and inside of our JSON we're going to send others. So here we need to use a spread operator and send others as well as our user token like that. So if we have an error, then we're just going to go ahead and send a 500. So we can just come to create user and then we copy this one that we have here and we paste it here. An error, okay, logging in. Yeah, okay. So we are done with these two. Next, we're going to go ahead and try out these two, and then we can come back, create our user, because we want to separate our authentication and our user. So our user is a little bit different. That's where we are going to get the user, delete the user, and update the user, something like that. So it has to be separate from our authentication. But as for authentication, we are done. The next part is to create the router. Okay, so our router here is going to be auth. So we need to create an auth.js like that. So our router requires the same as the one that the same parameters. It requires a router, a controller, and these endpoints. Okay, so we are just going to copy everything, paste it in here. So we need to remove this. Okay, so first right here on top, we're going to have const auth controller is equals to require. So inside we're going to require our controller. Okay, they have to be in a string. So we need to access our controllers. Inside our controllers, we're going to take auth controller. So here, right at the bottom, we need to go ahead and use our auth controller. Okay, so we're going to have two at first. And one other thing that we didn't do, it's quite odd. Okay, we exported them, but it's right at the bottom. So we need to export this router. Okay, so the first one is going to be for registration, that's create user, and the next one is going to be .login user, and it's going to be a post, but we need to change the endpoints here. So here it's supposed to be a register and the other one is supposed to be login like that. So let's save. We are done with that one, and let's go to our index. In our index, we want to import our router here. So this is going to be auth router, and we have to map it to auth. So here, let's copy this. So this one for our auth, we're going to just take API / then we can write register or login, and then we map it to auth router. So that's all that we need to do. Let's go ahead and try to stop this server and try to respin it again. Seems like we do have an error. Okay, user JobSchema. So let's go to our models. In our models, user. So here it's supposed to be user schema. Okay, so everything is running accordingly. We can run a test, create a user, and then login. Right now, we need to go ahead and run some tests in Postman. We need to create a user and then log in that user. So here we need to go ahead and open our Postman. In our Postman, we need to go to this folder, user. Okay, login, not login, but register. So we want to register a new user. Okay, so I'm just going to give it a random. So that's going to be the email. Okay, so since we have these two, let's see, let's check the URL. Okay, the URL is correct. So let's go ahead and send this request. Okay, so our user has been successfully created. So this is our user. If we come back to our project here, we have our UUID, not UUID, but UID printed here. So if we come to auth, when we were creating a user, we logged this UID. That's why we have it here. So since we are sure that our user is being created successfully, we can get rid of this. And what we need to do now is to go to our Firebase. So here I'm going to choose a different project because I used a different file. Go to authentication. So in authentication, this is the account that we just created right now. Okay. And this is the user UID. And if we open MongoDB, this might take a little bit, but we should be opening it just to make sure that we did the right thing. If we open MongoDB, sign in. So I'm going to sign in with Google. We need to just check the kind of information that we saved in our backend, because we are not going to get the data back. We're just going to get a status that a user has been created. So let's go to our database. In our database, we need to browse collections. Is it even the right database? Let's see. Furniture Travel App. Nope. Okay, so it's going to be JobHubDB. So let's wait for it while it is still loading. So after it's done, then after we're done checking, we're just going to go ahead and log in that user and check whether we have done everything accordingly. Because one thing that we want to minimize is the errors that we make when we are creating these users. Okay, so if we go to users, I have a couple of users that I've created before, but this is the user that we just created. So here we have our default picture. Is agent is equals to false, is admin, false, updated, false, email, username, password. Okay, so everything checks out. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go to our Postman. In our Postman, we need to go ahead and log in this user. So we're going to copy the email from here and then paste it here. The password remains the same because we didn't change the password when we're creating a user. So we just need to send this request. So if we send this request, we're going to get this data. So this is our username, updated false is agent, our profile, and our token. Okay, so everything checks out. So let's go ahead and proceed. So the next thing that we need to do, we can go ahead, hook this up in our Flutter application. Once we are done, then we can work on our users. So we can do vice versa, work on our users first and then our user controller, and then we can work on our Flutter application.